All right, welcome everybody to the North American Strikers League Season 5, Week 4. I'm Lego Mage here with Envy NYC today, and we are back after a bit of a break here. Our first match up for the day, Envy. It's the undefeated Cosmic Calamities. They're at 3-0. No one thought they'd be here at this point versus the 1-2 Fluffy Bangers. How are we feeling going into this match?
Pretty good. I mean, Cosmic Calamities did start off the season quite well, defeating Sad Boys, which is, of course, could be an easy favorite to win this whole tournament. I mean, they've just been an incredible team, static for such a long time, and Cosmic Calamities is really bringing this synergy that we maybe haven't seen before. Like you said, 3-0 right now. They've defeated Sad Boys, Modern Magic, and they've defeated, I'm looking with my eyeballs, Demon's Ra. Is that right? I mean, the first and second seed clearly? Look,
Yeah, I
that's
think
crazy.
correct. Yeah, they got like some of the hardest matches out of the way from their schedule, like really early on in the season. So like they're looking pretty prime for a really good playoff spot here. And I mean it's a really talented roster. Like you look at the players on that team, and that was kind of like we were going into the season. The big question was like how are they going to play together, like as a unit? And so far it's been incredibly solid. And going up against Fluffy Bangers here, I think this is another team where you have a lot of talent who have been playing really well as a unit. They've got a bit of a slow start this season, but I think it's I guess in terms of just like the way these teams have been going about it, it's a bit of an even matchup.
Yeah, I could agree with that. In the first week here, Bang did defeat Bun Bun Bonanza, which is pretty great though. They did end up losing to Sad Boys week 2 and losing to Modern Magic as well in week 3. But yeah, the skill level is definitely pretty close. I feel like the potential here from Bang is, as high as it should be. This is quite a good team as well. Static gamers too, and yeah, Cosmic Calamities has a lot to keep up right now because they are insanely ahead. And like you said, the playoff season is looking so good for them as their hard matches are out of the way. And man, we're gonna start this first match on Inky Splash Zone, which hasn't really felt like it's been in the rotation a while. Like this is a stage that most people are like not so happy about, but man, end up picking this one, and we'll see if it works out right now, as Fudgy Waffles is gonna be the first one to grab that barrier.
And Ariel's big fish start here as well. Drew, Natty, and 3Z all going for the size. Everyone else on the aerials, but both barriers down pretty quickly here, as to be expected for this map. And like you said, not a map that we see quite often. It's very volatile, and generally there are some teams that really do like to play it and are good at it, but it's definitely not one that a lot of people like. A nice core flip save there from Fudgy Waffles to send it back around, but this one might actually go into overtime, which is a bit of an oddity for Inkies. Both the cannons have been used at this point, so those are still on cooldown, but 3Z Breezy looking to make the push. Grimilla and Fudgy holding it down in the 2v1 though. A nice little eject button there as well. Breezy with the crook leverage brings it up the top side. Zakeo comes out. Drew able to intercept it though on the power play. Zony's blade, but pass to 3Z. Will stick it right past Fudgy Waffles. Unable to grab that one, and it will be Cosmic Calamities first up on the board.
And good work there. A little bit of a death sentence. Drew actually made the ball red, kind of granting the opposing team a red ball there to help get it on in when Fudgy Waffles didn't end up having any cooldowns. But starting off this point pretty well, though. They got the barrier easily. They got 3Z Breezy down to just about nothing. He's going to grab a orb to keep himself alive, though. Fudgy going to blast on the cannon. It's not going to get too much off of that. They're going to knock 3Z Breezy around, though. They do have a chance to grab a kill. Even Cardbox looking at half health right now. And if they can just grab this point here, they'll even this one up. I mean, it's going to probably be a kill here. Oh, really great evade there from 3Z, actually keep themselves in this game.
And they'll be able to pick up the barrier there off of that as well. Natty has a flip available. Once again, both sides open up. They're going to fire the cannon. Cardbox will send it in. 3Z right there to collect it. A dash press the point will sink it right through the middle. That's another point here for Cosmic Calamities as they're starting off strong. Yeah, once that cannon water cannon.
Yeah, it makes things super difficult. It's kind of one of the most valuable resources that you can even have on this map. Really great flip to keep Drew away from scoring that one, but it's not enough. Fudgy Waffles is into a 3v1 with 3Z Cardbox and the water cannon, and it's just going to be nearly impossible to stop that one, and it's going to be a nice Cosmic Calamities 3-0 for the first set right now. Already looking quite strong and having possibly one of their best members going first here. Kazan does a really great job of scaling off most of these awakenings.
Yeah, perfect form Catalyst. Stagger Swagger's available here as well. Looks like 3Z actually going to go for the 1-2 punch for that increased core speed here. Team player going over to Fudgy Waffles. Hot shots on Natty. Perfect form and Catalyst still staying up, and it's actually be the Zentaro who's able to pick that one up. A very loaded draft indeed. Cardbox can pick up the Stagger Swagger for even more mobility. Will help with the KOs a little bit. And Catalyst, a rare sight here, making its way all the way to Grimilla at the very bottom. But I mean, that was just such a loaded draft. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I feel like Natty would have picked up Catalyst, but I mean, Hot Shots is still good too, and to deny that away from the Estelle, I think it's a really tough situation there for everyone.
Yeah, interesting call there. I do want to say that some of these drafts where it's like Zentaro is pretty much undeniable in that draft because he has all of his Great Awakenings. It's like interesting to think that he always gets something really great from this first draft, but it means that he's not going to have like a whole loaded loadout basically by the end of the game. We'll see how valuable this perfect form is, as once again 3Z Breezy is going to get right on up there and land that one again. Cosmic Calamities is really just looking like the team to look out for right now. They're kind of just unstoppable, even with a lot of great synergy coming out from Bang. I'm not sure what adjustment needs to be made here. Maybe Kazan is just a little bit overwhelming on this map.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it might just be that this is the Cosmic Splash Zone. I'll be real. I think that this just might be a map that they have practiced quite a lot because they have seemed to be very comfortable on it. And they're going to pick up a KO now of their own. Core flip there from Grimilla to buy a little bit of time. But Waffles push it up hard. Goes for the flips. Going to get blocked away, though. 3Z up to Cardbox. Grimilla with the Rose Warp will block that. And Drew will come back online. But they still need to bring down this barrier. Natty's been holding it down. The offense has been oppressive. 3Z will have to fall back for just a moment here. Glitch Pop coming out, but Cardbox there to recover with the barrage to the top side. Grimilla with a piercing shot, able to block that one away, but Natty up in the midfield now, looking to keep this pressure going and not allow any space whatsoever here. Firewall Sentry from Fudgy Waffles buys a bit more time. Looks like Natty going to be quick to recover it past the 3Z, dribble off the corner, goes to the bottom, the Glitch Pop doesn't quite catch it. And another point here for Cosmic Calamities as yet again, they're on set points.
Yeah, they're looking kind of strong right now, basically unbeatable. And I'm kind of noticing that Grimilla, maybe just by force of Cosmic Calamity's team comp or playstyle right now, but Grimilla's kind of forced into a second goalie position most of this time, which kind of allows Natty to move up in a lot of situations and apply pressure that way. And it feels like an ineffective strategy right now. I mean, this is going to be a goal for sure. Yeah, open goal, flip, only Grimilla left there, but I'm not sure if they can find a way to apply pressure themselves and just make it so Grimilla gets to move up and play a little bit more of the midfield section. It feels really like a second goalie situation most of these points.
Yeah, they're definitely having a lot of trouble, I think, converting back to the offense. The pressure has been relentless, and with this primetime pickup from 3Z, that's just going to be even more. Twin Drive on Grimilla will help out a little bit for getting around and repositioning. Timeless Creator pickup here on Natty's going to be denied away from the IME turret. Spark's going to be opted into by Cardbox, going for the Spark of Focus, and Ad Rush going to be the pickup for Drew here. A little bit less of a loaded draft, but I think once again, I think that's just another draft that Cosmic Calamities are just kind of getting the better of because they're already kind of playing better. And they're preventing a lot of good stuff from going the other direction. Of course, just building in a 3Z Breezy even more just kind of keeps up this this momentum that they've been having all game.
Nice. Really great jump there from Fudgy. Noticing that they actually had an opportunity there. One Natty Strike was on cooldown, and once again the cannon's going to bring it all the way forward. Cardbox actually helps to get it on in there with that barrage, whether or not that was intended entirely, but it definitely covered a whole option to help 3Z put that one in, which is really nice. And we can also see from that last Awakening draft that Bang has kind of committed to a damage comp right now. I mean, grabbing Adrenaline Rush, making it so you really do want to spend your abilities on the opponent, getting some kills. I mean, the Deadeye as well, and an extra ability here from the Twin Drive. So it's gonna be kind of kill or lose the game, I think, here for Bang is the situation that they've kind of unfolded.
Yeah, nice kill there. Drew spending the core flip. Will pick up Cardbox. Breezy also staggered here. He's got a flip to not lose it. play around the center of the field now as Fudgy Waffles dribbling up with a flip of his own. Drew picks up a second one now. The ad rush procced again. Fudgy Waffles with a self-pass glitch pop, but Drew gets set off the map by Natty. The Asher dash punch, and now it's a 2v2, and that's just time for the power play to go back into the favor of Cosmic Calamities here. Cardbox looking to take over. 3Z Breezy, the crook leverage brings down the barrier now. Pass down to Cardbox, going to slip away. Fudgy Waffles blinking up with a Cyber Swipe, has the flip available with the water cannon active. Passes to 3Z Breezy, the glitch pop will defend it away. Back to Grimilla, but 3Z with the crook leverage. Core flip from Fudgy Waffles into the Firewall Sentry, but Natty holds it down. Crook leverage from 3Z off the bottom side. Goes for the dribble. It's staggered once again, though, as Cardbox worked his way up the field. Sword angle for Fudgy Waffles, saves it on the red core and gets it back out to Drew. Core flip from Natty, passes it to 3Z, goes for the dribble. Can't find the shot, though. It gets back to Drew. Natty gives him another chance, but that's Drew, or not Drew, sorry. 3Z Breezy going down, and Natty getting hit stunned by the slice and dice. Grimilla picks up the first goal for the Fluffy Bangers.
Really great point there. That you could see that since these points are really making it to overtime, the team player that Fudgy Waffles has picked up is actually becoming quite an asset. And it looks like they really are going for this kill comp, as we mentioned a little bit earlier. And as long as they can get a kill, this ad rush will snowball their way probably into some of these goals. And as long as they can keep that one up, they'll keep themselves in this game. Although Cosmic Calamities is still really close to the end here as they grab that barrier, lose one of their own, though. And we actually do see Bang is going to end up losing a player there in the cannon, which is kind of a huge problem right now. Fudgy trying to make a play here with this jump. Gets kind of owned by the Giga Blast, but doesn't end up losing the point, though. Good use of cooldowns from Bang, and we actually do have Drew coming on back here, though. The Giga Blast, or not the Giga Blast, the Barrage. It's going to be enough to put that one in, even if it's slowly. All right, now Cosmic Calamities is really looking at the end here, and maybe people might just be happy, maybe Bang happy to get off this map.
Yeah, match point now. Only giving up one goal this entire game. Cosmic Calamities looking to secure this one pretty solidly, but a quick KO there from Drew is going to be another ad rush proc, a chance for Fluffy Bangers to make something happen. Pass it around, but Natty has the barrier beam, and we'll hold it down as Cardbox comes back online now. Grimilla able to eke out a barrier right there. Scoring has not come easy to them. They're going to activate the water cannon now. The core a little bit too far away, but they're going to take out Cardbox yet again. Another power play for the Fluffy Bangers. Drew dashing in, goes for the flip and sinks it to the top side. Set point now for Fluffy Bangers. A chance, a small sliver of hope for them to bring game one back.
Yeah, and luckily with this adrenaline rush, most of the cooldowns are going to be cleared, even with using it right before the end of that point, though. And we can see a ton of damage already sent on the coin box, but 3Z steals the goal with that crooked leverage there, grabbing that barrier. Cardbox still quite low, has no evade, and that's really going to be their final chance here. But oh my gosh, unfortunately, it looks like Fudgy and Carmella kind of covered the same option there in a really close situation, end up losing the ball. 3Z is simply standing right next to it, bottom side, and puts it in no problem. Cosmic Calamity is going to grab that first game in this series. And I hope that we can see a little bit more motivation coming out here from Bang. Maybe this next map pick will be what they need.
Yeah, water cannon definitely, especially for a character like Kazan who already has extra options, makes it so difficult to cover every angle there. And a little bit of stepping on toes in that last point. Fudgy had a core flip up as well, but was just a little bit too far away to be able to grab it. So not the greatest way to end game one there. But I mean, Cosmic Calamities pretty decisively decided that is their map. A lot of goals, a lot of redirects there for 3Z Breezy. Just the numbers, of course, in Cosmic Calamity's favor across the board. But yeah, going over to map 2, it looks like it's going to be Clarion Corp, which I think is, yeah, that's Bang's pick. So a little bit less of an insane map. And hopefully they'll be able to bring it back here in game 2, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you think they need to change up, like, gameplay wise? Like, do you think it really, like, the map really was that influential?
So, like I had mentioned a little bit earlier, Grimilla, I guess they just felt like they were forced into, like, a second goalie situation, maybe because either the barriers are so big and they're hard to block and most of the time they're down, or something with Kazan and Kai really just putting on an insane amount of pressure. I think since maybe Clarion Corp is a more slightly more traditional map. I mean, we've played on it so many more times. People are a little bit more used to it. Even with the 5 different transformations, I think the more traditional map there will allow Grimella a little bit more space and move up and play a little bit more offense because, on paper, the midfielder's job really is to, like, control the ball in the midfield, help the goalie when they need it, help the forward cover another option when they're 2v1ing the goalie. And a lot of different situations, the midfield really just got to be, all over the place. And it didn't feel like Grimella could be basically anywhere except for right in front of Kazan trying to strike war as best as they can. So I think with a little bit of extra space, but like a more controlled space, they will probably perform better. And I think Grimella is the one to look at to see if maybe that will be an adjustment for this next game.
Yeah. I think definitely shutting down 3Z Breezy is going to be a big ask here. So I think looking at what Awakenings are going to have to show up, it comes down to kind of like who are we gonna ban, right? Because the Kazan, pretty scary. I don't think you're scared about the Luna on this map. But then you have Cardbox, who has like a big roster of midfield picks. And I think Fudgy Waffle's going for the enemy goalie there. I think that was like intended as a deny because they first picked that, at least in the game. I assume that was a deny intended for Cardbox, but it looks like we actually got our draft going up here. Octavia and Juno getting banned out. They will first pick the Estelle on the side of Cosmic Calamities. And it's going to be a Mako goalie along with an X. They're doing the kitten comp for Bang Bang. They're going back to the tried and true method of winning games.
That is fair. I mean, X is still quite good this patch, and paired with Mako, who getting a new skin pretty soon. Gonna be pretty nice. Pretty classic comp coming out as well. Most likely Cardbox here on the Estelle. Actually, Rune. We're gonna do Rune goalie for Natty, I suppose. I like Rune goalie.
Yeah, I guess so. I think it'd be really weird to do Estelle goalie Rune midfield here.
Yeah, wouldn't be too weird for Demon's Raw though.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have the I would guess that you're going Spark with that and just building in to get like a load of cooldowns on that goalie. Meanwhile, Kai is the midfield looks like for Bang Bang. But yeah, I'm interested to see how that turns out. We have Peak, we have Spark, so we have a couple ways of scaling speed and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, this is gonna be an interesting match. And when you have X in the game, who's already like a big scaling character, Bang Bang have a pretty strong like late game composition here. If it does manage to go to set 5, I think they'll have a big opportunity to kind of take over the game with that pick. So I guess Cosmic Calamity's kind of game plan here is win early and win hard. Keep this Drew fellow in check for as long as possible, and just call the series, because I don't think you want to have to take this to a set 4 and 5 situation.
Yeah, I can see that as well. X does quite a good job scaling. If Mako can grab some Dash Awakenings as well, then that becomes another win condition for them too. And we do see a couple of Sparks as well. Grimella and 3Z taking the peak performance here, trying to get a little bit of health and speed, as well as that is now back in rotation as of the last little update here. But we do have Cardbox, actually the one on the Rune, which makes things a little bit more interesting. We do actually have the Estelle goalie, like we possibly mentioned before, which is pretty cool. I like that this comp is a little bit more unique here. Rune in general does do a solid amount of scaling, as we don't really have too much creation in this game. Rune will probably be free to take whatever they want in these Awakening drafts. And it's probably going to be sort of 3Z's job to... I think 3Z's job to keep Drew in check as the character that can threaten the insta-kill on some of these side maps. So we'll see if Drew can keep himself alive, being kind of big, kind of X.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Grimella with the peak performance magnetized souls, picking up a little bit of stagger there. There's a few options. You can deny a Spark. You can get Big Fish, right? This Kai could be moving quite fast and become a real midfield nuisance. And I think we've seen it before where you have, you know, a speedy midfielder matched up against the Rune, and you know the speedy midfielder can tend to kind of take over if Rune can't keep up the pace. So I think it's just another thing you have to look out for. What I mean, an accidental sword angle there from Fudgy Waffles, but Freezy Breezy will secure it anyway. A dash punch to flip. Cosmic Calamity's going to keep up their scoring streak there. Be first up on the board.
Yeah, good point there, 3Z. Just making sure that it absolutely goes in, which is totally fine. But you see Cardbox do a ton of damage to Drew and even grab the kill with the Anomaly as well. So Karun does have the potential to do a whole lot of damage. It does kind of spend the whole kit, but, you know, then you get your 13 seconds of a power play, which is usually enough to score a goal on a coordinated comp here. Ends up flipping in the Ensnare Drum. Doesn't get too much off it, but Double Banish is going to do a lot of damage and give a little bit more freedom here to Natty, who is going to kind of straight up miss the ball. Everyone's got to get out of the way for Drew, though, who's kind of coming in, dealing a lot of damage, but once again is also a little bit weak. They do get the ball down to Cardbox, who can't really get too much control here in this 2v1. Fudgy has Flip just in case it's needed, though, in this other power play, which it might have been needed, but kind of a judgment call here, whether you want to hold on to it or not, or next point, and they decide to.
Big dash punch there from Freezy Breezy. Sinking yet another goal here. Yeah, Drew getting taken out in the backfield. Definitely something you got to look out for in these early sets when you don't have stagger, but we'll pick up the big orb here. Gonna get banished for just a moment. Won't be able to utilize that power too much here. One barrier will fall down. Grimella pushing up on the back side of the pillar in the way. X Maximus getting popped with the bell ringer. Drew is looking for it, but Natty holding it down so far. Nice Rose Warp at 3Z. Picks up another KO with the dash punch on the bottom side. Cardbox able to get a barrier off of that one as well. And yet another power play for the side of Cosmic Calamities. So looking to bring down the second barrier. Fudgy Waffle's doing a good job on the defense, though. We'll buy enough time for Grimilla to come back online. And Drew gonna pick up the big orb yet again and just going to town on 3Z Breezy with the X Maximus. Runs out of punches, though. And 3Z's gonna get away. Goes for the dash punch and hits the cage and flies off the map instead. Now a reverse power play here. Bang, bang. In the 3v2. Trying to bring down the second barrier. Both sides struggling with it a bit, but Drew will pick it up. And now finally, an open goal and an opportunity to score. 3Z coming back online, though. Deep in overtime now. Drew looking up for the 1v1. Grimilla coming to back him up. Has the barrage. Pushes it through the corner. And bang, bang. Will score.
That is definitely what I'm looking for. Grimilla moving up. I feel like they've taken the position that I want them to. Pretty much this whole set, even though they are still down a little bit right now. Grimilla is moving up into the places that I would like them to. Losing a barrier, though, on their side right now. 3Z's really just causing a whole lot of problems here, especially with Cardbox on the back side here. Can they grab this goal? Oh, man, it's going to be a tough strike shot. Miss. 3Z, no problem putting that one in. And once again on the bottom side here. And again, Cosmic Calamities is looking just like a force overwhelming right now. 3Z first pick here. Can possibly grab some stagger to go with this peak performance here. Might actually grab stacks. Knife's Edge as well is really great. And a lot of side lanes on this map too, and maybe this is going to be another. Actually, no sparks on the map yet, so you can kind of rest easy for a moment.
Yeah, the Knife's Edge pickup, though, is definitely going to be a little bit scary. See the Catalyst go to Fudgy Waffles instead. 3Z confident he's going to be able to pick up those KOs. Pancakes for the Rune, Rapid Fire for the Kai, Missile Prop for the Estelle, and 1-2 punch, making his way all the way down to Drew at the very bottom. Definitely some good scaling awakenings for both sides here. I mean, yeah, they both got away with like some good pickups here, and I think it's just going to continue to kind of be dead even. But I mean, that being said, Cosmic Calamities, when it's even or when they're ahead, they've just been kind of dominating. So Bang Bang just continue to have to basically play defense. It really feels like.
Yeah, I kind of agree. They are definitely on defense a lot more often there. Grimilla just can't get the ball through 3Z Breezy right now and put a lot of pressure onto Fudgy Waffles as well. Okay, I like that dribble, but Drew isn't going to be able to play for too much longer. Really just has no stagger left at risk of dying basically every second. Going to stand next to one of these triangles here to try to make it so they can't get knocked off the map, which is completely fair. Grabs the orb, which increases your health a little bit there, so that's kind of nice. 3Z looking a little bit weak. They can just get some kind of control here, though, but 3Z is just kind of relentless. Not going to spend the flip there to get the barrier. Would rather keep it for the goal, which is fair. Natty I feel like Natty has not had a lot of situations where they've been under enough pressure to even flip or panic or anything, and it kind of shows.
Yeah, Natty's been making some real efficient clears. Cardbox has been helping out on the defense a bit as well. The teleport and the point and click pillar. You get a lot of help from that rune. We'll have to burn the flip there to get it past Gorbilla's Barrage. Drew once again going big mode. The Bell Ringer picks up the KO and the barrier now, and Cardbox is hurt. The pressure's on from Fluffy Bangers. A pass down to Drew and sinks it to the bottom corner. And they'll go up on the board now. I mean, Drew has consistently been winning on the Era buff map and getting that big orb. I think that's definitely a win condition that Fluffy Bangers are going to have to sort of play around, because that's where they've really found most of their success.
Yeah, that's true, but we do have another kill there, as they are kind of doing a good job of focusing Drew. And that's the kind of the thing there is with X, you either kill him or you kind of get killed by him. And that's the best way you can really play against X, to neutralize anything he can do, is really just deal a lot of damage. And it was nice that that Bang was able to take that point last point. But it did just take so long, and Drew needed to get like the orb in the middle, and everyone just had to get hit. It felt like kind of a picture-perfect situation for Bang, and I'm not sure that's gonna really translate into the consistency of finishing off this game, as Cosmic Calamity is just putting on a clinic right now. 3Z also has this flip right on the front side here, helps with Cardbox to get it on through, is going to be just enough to get a goal. Drew once again at nothing. Grimella also taking a lot of damage, and man, this looks like such a rough series here for Bang Bang.
Yeah, definitely having a lot of trouble getting the core off of their side of the field and doing much with it here. But a KO from Drew might give them a little bit of breathing space, and the barrier will fall here. Drew looking to chase after this thing. A nice pillar from Cardbox buys some time, though. Camilla now available, but Cardbox doing a nice job of covering the pass. But Drew also looking to send it back in. Drew can't find the bull rush, though, and 3Z Breezy is back. Both up here from Natty. Trying to send it around, but 3Z's going to pick up a KO with the flurries now. It's just Grimilla, but it's going to lose the core. It's back to Cardbox and 3Z in the top corner now. Fudgy Waffles has the jump in base, trying to defend. Will be able to sneak it past the Juliet. A banish comes out. So do the ensnare drums and the pillar to the particle accelerator, but no one getting the better of that. And now 3Z looking for an opportunity to find a dash punch. Goes for the dribble, but not going for it just yet. Shot to the bottom, though. Doesn't even need abilities. Just sees the shot, and some good core placement there from 3Z Breezy. We'll see Cosmic Calamities tie it back up 1-1.
Yeah, keeping on the pressure as they do. Just a rough situation. Fudgy probably found themselves with basically no cooldowns at the end there. Probably no strike shot, probably nothing. Just kind of stands around saying, yeah, you guys got it this time. And once again, the combination of this team gets another double barrier, and then boom, grabs a kill. Spends only one of these two flips, like, perfectly. Like, that was kind of ideal gameplay here if you're Cosmic Calamities, with great synergy, man, keeping that flip. Cardbox has not died. He's still 150 stacks of these stacks, and it's just become such a big problem here. I'm not sure what Bang needs to, I don't know, make this game a little bit more in their favor. If there's any, like, awakenings, maybe Drew gets a little bit of health, maybe Drew gets a little bit of size, like, just something to help impact this game. Double barrier, though, it's going to be a really great start.
An open goal with the side of Cosmic Calamities. Drew has the X Maximus, is in the corner, but some nice defense here from Natty. We'll keep it held down. 3Z Breezy and Cardbox look to get some berries of their own now. Nice clear from Fudgy Waffle. The banish comes out, though, and the forward's trying to run away with it, but Fudgy with the pitch will send it back over to the forwards. Another opportunity here. 3Z Breezy and Cardbox can't quite work their way up the field. The bounce house map proving to be a little bit of a struggle for them. Camilla and Fudgy Waffles playing with the bumpers quite well here to just clear it off of their side fairly reliably, but can't really get anything going outside of that. Natty with a nice Rose Warp, but sends it right back to Drew, who finds the shot right between Cardbox and Natty. And now Bang Bang tie it up on set point, an opportunity yet again to take a set. And if they do, it means it's going to prolong this game, and as we said, I think they have the better scaling comp for late game.
Yeah, certainly is possible, as long as they can take this next point here. It's a really big situation. Man, I'd like to also say Cardbox is making such great work of these Magnetized Souls and the stacks, kind of just running around at light speed, just doing everything a midfielder could possibly want here. Once again, double barrier, but it's going to be the punch that gets it on in there. Really great primary from Threezy, knocking both players out and the ball in. And jeez, the will to game might be fading a little bit here from Bang as things are just becoming so more and more difficult here. Again, no sparks on this map though, but a couple of powerful awakenings. See who can get what.
Sounds like it's actually going to be built different going over the Juliet. Perfect form remaining on the board for Drew to pick up there. Aerials for Grimilla. Happy Star for Natty. Not going for a dash enhancer, interestingly enough, but wants to deny it away from Fudgy Waffles, who will pick up the Unstoppable instead. And Twin Drive here for Cardbox. I would have almost expected Threezy to just pick up the perfect form instead, but I guess they wanted to deny the size and get on their Juliet instead. But it's definitely a notable awakening on the X, and while I still think Cosmic Calamities are in pretty good favor to just win this game, it will be something to look out for.
Oh, damn. Tried to maybe dodge some little hit stun there, but did not seem to work out as they could not grab the ball with that strike. But I do actually really respect the build different take here from Threezy. I think that if anything, one of Bang's like win conditions could end up being X gets a little bit overwhelming with some of that size, and that's been nullified now. Drew kind of getting hit a lot all over the map, so might not be able to make the best use of this perfect form. Starting off with one barrier on each side though. Fudgy just trying to keep it onto the opposing side. Okay, misses the bounce, but possibly tactical in that situation here. Natty spends her strike shot, doesn't get too much off of it though. A combination is going to get it pretty close. Okay, gets Natty to use a couple of cooldowns. Rose Warp is certainly going to be down for a little bit here though, as Bang is going to try to take it to the top side, the ensnaring drum, to keep it at least in the midsection here. But Drew, as the game goes longer, Drew is the one taking all of this pain, getting a little bit too close to the edge there, but ends up getting a nice X Maximus punch to grab the final barrier here. And if Fudgy can just hold this one down, okay, it's gonna be tight now, as they're going to end up losing Drew once more. And I hope this flip is enough to keep it alive.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a little bit tough here. Natty sending it back in. The passes are coming out. Box down to Threezy. Grimilla has the barrage though, and Drew comes back online as both sides open wide, but the pillar's in the way. Fudgy hits it right in there, and it sends it to Threezy, who's ready to sink it in. Cosmic Calamities on match point, and this is just looking like an absolute sweep.
Yeah, Cardbox, I really loved that dribble there. Kind of just getting in their head for a second there, and then backing it up with the pillar on the top side here to make it just so much more ambiguous. And Threezy also just right in perfect position, but oh man, another kill. It's not going to be Drew this time though. It's really going to be Grimilla, or sorry, not Grimilla, it's going to be Fudgy that goes down. No goalie. Cosmic Calamities literally 1 point away from ending this whole series here, making themselves a nice 4-0. Can they do it here? Will Bang be able to keep themselves alive? And for how long? Drew approaching as fast as they can with this flip. They finally get it off top side. Okay, I mean, signs of life here. That certainly is going to be how it starts, but let's see how it ends.
Yeah, but there's no energy left for the side of Bang Bang either. They do have the orb to work with here, as we saw. That is, they do have some success with that, but the barrier is getting run through right now by Cosmic Calamities, and a banish coming out onto Drew. It's just going to buy so much time in that big X mode. A pillar just blocking off that entire lane and gets it back to 3 pretty easily, and that's an open goal now on Bang Bang's side of the field. Natty is up in the midfield. They're just looking to score this. Cardbox in position. Grimilla wins the strike war, though. He'll be able to return it for a barrier of his own. And the corner core flip from Cardbox, though. We'll send it back out to the midfield. Rose going back online again. A dash punch core flip from Threezy picks up the KO onto Drew. The banish comes out with the pillar, sends it backwards. The snare jumps on the bottom side, and another KO from Cardbox. Core flip from Fudgy Waffles buys a second, but it doesn't matter. Cardbox sinks it in, and that's the series. Cosmic Calamities remain undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, that was some sort of synergy coordination that is necessary to keeping yourselves 4-0 here. They just played kind of good. Kind of good the entire time. Threezy always made themselves available right on the front side there. Cardbox picking up some good awakenings, just some good choices there to give them the speed that they need to get all over the place. I mean, they also just coordinated damage like right when necessary. You know, they had a situation where they were in basically in trouble. Grimella finally got the ball into the top side, and it didn't seem that Natty had any cooldowns, but they were like, okay, Grimella's at like 25%. Attack. Get him. And they did perfectly. That's like, that was... Cosmic Calamity is showing exactly why they're 4-0 right now. Just an incredible team. Bang Bang also a really great try, but not out of this one yet, of course. This Bang Bang is going to find themselves... Actually, it's going to be a 1-3. They're looking a little bit rough, but probably not impossible. Maybe with a tiebreaker or two to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a competitive league for sure. But I think that 5-6 spot is still kind of up for grabs. Like, you sort of have the first 3 or 4 spots that, 4 teams that are looking really, really good right here. Modern Magic, who we'll be seeing later, has a bit of a roster change-up, so we're not sure how they're going to be performing. But the bottom side of that playoff bracket, I think, is kind of wide open, despite how competitive it's been. There's definitely a lot of really good teams that have the opportunity to take that one. But that being said, that's the end of our Series 1. Series 2... it's going to be, what was it, Modern Magic versus Bozo Bunch. That's going to be coming up just next. We're going to go to just a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll have that.
Welcome to the Rat Recap, where the opinions are made up and the strikes don't matter. This week was actually 3 weeks ago, but a combination of football fever and Rivals Addiction, no, not that one, delayed our release a tad. But worry not, as my mind is a library of competitive Mega Strikers and NASL is merely a book waiting to be read. Modern Magic came away with another surprise upset, taking down Fluffy Bangers behind a generational goalie performance by Juno Extraordinaire Pensando. Modern did what any rational team starting the Season 2 won with a win on the current reigning champions does, and completely blew up, leaving Carmine the sole original player with subs turned starters. Insert redacted information here, I'm not sure if it's public or not. Meanwhile, Cosmic Calamity squeaked out a win in nail-biter fashion, making them the second team in NASL history to beat both Sad Boys and Demons Raw in the same regular season. It is actually the second time Cosmic Calamities has defeated Demons Raw, making them the only team in NASL history to never lose multiple series against Raw in the regular season. The only common factor here is Natty. So, Natty, whenever you can, share some of that secret stuff with the rest of the class. Small note, Kainu role swap during the series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Speaking of undefeated teams, EKC achieved a clean 2-0 against RTF, securing them a 3-0 record. Soren had his midfield debut, filling in for Katsuna, while substitute The Fool held it down in the box. Small note, Soren role swap for all of this series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Showtime won their series 2-0 against a totally normal Bun Bun. Oh god, they all role swapped. Bun Bun has gone goalie to midfield, midfield to brawler, and brawler back to goalie. Although game 1 was pretty one-sided, the reborn Bonanza showed some flashes of greatness in game 2. Let's hope they realize that potential before they are completely out of the playoff race. Finally, the Sad Boys, not wanting to be outdone by Demons Raw, also lost their series this week, and did so in the first ever Rat Recap Witching Hour, where wins become losses and losses become wins. Bozo Butt stole victory from the claws of feet not once but twice, making comeback wins down 0-2 and 1-2 in games 1 and 3 respectively. At least they won't be lonely boys down in the 1-2 range with Demons and Fluffy Bangers. That is it for the Rat Recap. See you the day after, 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 tomorrow.
All right, and welcome back to our second series of the day, Bozo Bunch versus Modern Magic. And this is going to be an interesting one. Bozo Bunch and Modern Magic both sitting at 2-1 records right now, tied with Showtime in the third place slot. So both competing for quite a lot. Modern Magic, another one of those newer teams that is performing a lot better than expected, but coming into this week, they have had some major roster shakeups. Ron P no longer on the team, and looks like I think Forgot is also not really around. So bit of a different lineup than we've had before. It looks like we got Obscure Bread, or sorry, what is it? I don't know. They've moved their Pensando, Carmine, and Zach Smack are on the roster for this week. It would appear going up against the Bozo Bunch, who actually have Jay subbing in for I, like ironically enough, the single letter names. So this is gonna be an interesting one with both teams kind of running on sort of backup rosters a bit.
Yeah. Very interesting when you have a lot of these roster switches and some of your main gamers here switching off. But yeah, I think like considering both rosters on these teams right now, we'll see like a pretty good game either way. Of course, all of these players are well competent in their roles and can easily be playing in Nassel right now. We did see some of their. Oh, good tag for a second there. I get tag. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so yeah, the records right now, of course, both being 2-1, are definitely trying to edge this one out here and try to make their way into the playoffs, which of course is not going to happen for a couple weeks, but still, I mean, you obviously would like to grab a couple of wins early in the season and see how things go for you for that team. But yeah, the rosters are definitely, even in our lobbies, a little messed up right now, I think. So we are going to see still a good game here. I mean, Pensando performed quite well the week before, the other week of Nassel there, and actually like hasn't even been in Nassel before that. So kind of a surprise like champion coming out of Pensando right now. Everyone else pretty much has been around in Nassel at least. I mean, I'm not really sure if Zach Smack has ever been a starter in Nassel, or even has Jay been a starter in Nassel before? I don't
Not a starter.
remember. Okay.
They were in NASA.
NASA. Okay, gotcha. So at least like either starters or little subs there as well. But now they get their chance to duke it out here for this real week of NASA. And yeah, perhaps we're starting here on Night Market. Looks like the first stage here, a pretty neutral stage. I mean, man, everyone has a million hours on Night Market.
Yeah, I mean, we got Night Market at Lab Clarion Corp as our map lineup here, so
So
pretty
normal.
standard stuff. It looks like, but yeah, Modern Magic did their first. They got that map pick essentially, and went for the Night Market first. So, I mean, it's hard to say exactly what we're gonna see. It's just such a regular map, but we're getting into the draft now, so we'll be able to find out. Fight or Flight Timeless Creator Start is definitely interesting. Fight or Flight, of course, being one of the best awakenings in the game, and Timeless Creator is just gonna be good for anyone who has a creation. So we'll just see how this goes here. I think having the new rosters kind of shake things up. Jay, kind of a famous Juno player. The Juno had like a massive ban rate back in NASA because she was like everyone was banning it against her, but has some other picks as well. I think has an Estelle on the roster, and like the Juno is kind of bait. Like it's kind of hard to ban out against in like the midfield role right now, and especially with Fight or Flight. Midfield is going to be like kind of the name of the game this match for sure. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it comes out here. It looks like it's actually gonna be a Rasmus ban though from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, certainly acceptable ban there, making sure Carmine doesn't have too much fun when flying around on this brawler here, though. Looks like they get an Exa ban in return. Dropletto's pretty much signature character for the most part as well, but then, of course, this leaves a lot of interesting things open, such as maybe this Juno here that we'll be seeing here from Jay for sure. Very happy to grab mostly their main here as well. Leaves things like Kazan and Zentaro both open. Carmine and Dropletto probably no slouch at all to either of those two characters. We just saw Juliet pretty much crush it in the last series we just watched. So a lot of good brawlers are still open here. And as a goalie player, I hate to see Fight or Flight as a starting awakening because that is it's really just a forward's wet dream for the most part, though, and it put on a lot of extra pressure here to have that speed. And when you're already being 2v1 and they have extra 15% speed, things get a little rough. And do end up seeing the Juliet here show up for Carmine for sure.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a scary pickup, especially on this map. Juliet's just so good, and Carmine is a very scary brawler. And with the Fight or Flight, it's gonna become difficult. Will be an Imi pickup in the midfield role here for Modern Magic. Looks like probably Zach Smack going to be on that, unless Pensando chooses to take it to the goalie role. But either way, we're looking at a lot of damage coming out from this Modern Magic roster. KO is going to be the name of the game, and staggering and getting staggered on Fight or Flight, that refreshes your secondary. So it is a pretty strong KOing tool, both for surviving and picking up kills. Looks like the Now and Ash are going to come out in the backfield here for Bozo. That's an interesting one. I wonder if that's Juno goalie or Now goalie.
I'm going to go with Now goalie. I think Dropletto definitely would like to be playing Asher, as that's kind of the only like brawler type on their team. And Jay is certainly going to be, I'm going to say certainly be playing that Juno. Super happy to get it. I know Obscurebreds usually plays more of the melee goalie types, so we'll go ahead and chalk up Now to like kind of a hybrid there. And end up getting Kai here as our last pick here. That'll probably be... Oh, it could be either for Pensando, honestly. You could have Kai or Amy. But I think Amy stocks are really up for this game, for sure. I mean, you have the option to just get Fight or Flight and Timeless. Although, I guess, in theory, you could say Fight or Flight's too good not to take, so Amy stocks are down because Timeless can't show up again. Not really 100% about that. But Amy's good. Amy is a damn good character, and I'd be happy to have that one on my team. And solid comps here coming out from both sides. Jay, again, on their main, for sure. Everyone else on just good characters that they play for the most part. Zack Smack on this Amy, probably. Zack Smack on this... Yeah, it could just really go either way. I'm not sure, but it's good comps. Yeah, good comps, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the Timeless creator is going to be pretty strong here for Bozo Bunch. Fight or Flight as well could be pretty strong for all these characters, but you have the Now, so you could just get big Now drones. You could get fast Now or big Now. Those are your options, right? But yeah, I'm interested to see where this is going to end up. I assume, like you said, it's going to be Breads on the Now goalie. That seems a lot more likely here, so we'll see. We're getting into it now, though, so we'll find out a lot. The healing is definitely going to help out with some of the damage, but of course you have the edge KO potentials from the Juliet, from the Amy, coming out from Modern Magic. So this could be a bloodbath if they let it get there. But we'll find out in just a bit. And yeah, it looks like it will in fact be Breads on the Now goalie.
I think in theory, ideal setups here probably is Amy goalie gets Timeless. So both forwards can be happy with Fight or Flight. And probably same for the other team. We'll have Now probably... Unless, Obscurebreds is really happy with the Fight or Flight. And they do actually end up taking Fight or Flight. Pensando is on the Amy. We do have Zach on the Kai as well there. So close to what I was going to predict here, but totally fair. Either way here. Ends up grabbing the Momentum Boots here for Obscurebreds. Of course, we have Eject button. Starting off pretty hard there. Already grabbing a first barrier a couple seconds in. Jay trying to make it happen in the midfield, grabbing some of that speed boost. And that's kind of going to be the name of the game here on Night Market, as it always is. The team that usually utilizes the speed boost better is kind of the one that profits more. But Carmine with a really great dash punch angle there is going to be just well enough to get that barrier. Pensando maybe low on cooldowns here. Zack Speck's going to hold it for a little bit longer. And they end up getting a kill. Power play here for Bozo.
Yeah, an opportunity to bring down those barriers here. Dropletto's in that bottom corner, but couldn't quite get a good angle there. Has the flip available. Carmine is back online. A nice little dash redirect off a respawn to hold it down on the defense here. But Jay holding it down on that midfield line as well. Finally, Carmine Zaxmack looks like they're able to convert, get into a scoring position. The flurries come out, but the flip from Breads will throw it all away and get it back to Dropletto here. Flip point blank will bring down the second barrier. Now it's both sides open right as we go into overtime. Dropletto looking for the shot's going to be able to find it off the strike war. And will be Bozo Bunch who take the first point.
Nice combination there from Bozo Bunch. Really did a great work of using that red ball for a nice dribble there. Jay, again, to say on their main is just going to be doing a lot of interesting stuff here, though. I'm kind of, at this point, I've kind of become a Juno believer as of recent. So we'll see if that does come to fruition here. I kind of think she's been good in tournament play. I don't know, just having like the extra strikes when you're like really good at like redirecting and positioning for them. It's like so powerful. And I've actually become a now non-believer as of recently. Like, now goalie is some of my least favorite stuff these days. I think the secondary becoming a light hit has really affected her ability to play goalie as much as it should.
Yeah, it definitely is a pretty sizable nerf, but a power play now. Zaxmack has a flip available. It's just going to go up on the line. What a save from Breads! Basically pulled that out of the goal there to keep it held down. And now an opportunity for the team to come back. Dropletto will pick up one barrier here. They're looking for more. Got some creations to help back him up. Jay coming up to drop the slimes here, and that's the second one gone. The Asher ult coming out. Don't quite catch the core though. Slime's getting in the way here in the midfield. Bread's going to send it back in. Jay wins the strike war. Back to Zaxmack. He's trying to get out of this corner. Dropletto can't quite reach the core. Pensando makes the clear here. Gets it back to Carmine now. Jay is going to win out in the midfield yet again. Zaxmack, though, is going to beat the slime, but not a second time. Pensando, though, in the perfect spot to save that one. Blinks up with the firewall sentry. Carmine looking for a dash punch into dribble. Breads clears it through the sentry and keeps it safe. I mean, what an angle on that.
That was really tight, really scary. But they end up, definitely winning out in that situation here. Bread still has control of the ball. Jay trying to get it as fast as they can over to Dropletto. Dropletto does find a kill, though, which is just as good in this next power play situation. Carmine, not a demon angle, though. That probably would have scored. Jay does have this flip to grab the ball and give it to Dropletto if they decide to. This is a rough flip situation here, actually, here for Carmine. Not too many great angles showing up when you flip from that direction, but Carmine can't seem to land this one. Looking a little bit weak right now. Can they grab a kill on at least disabling them for the rest of this point? They do end up getting a kill. Dropletto nicely placing their secondary there as well. And we can see if Pensando can hold this one or if Dropletto can get this ball in here with Jay. It's going to be a really interesting flip, a wait, and then the primary to maybe get a little bit of misdirection, but it doesn't seem to work out. But they end up getting a power play onto the goalie. Finally. Finally lands the goal here with some amazing teamwork. Bozo Bunch, they finally land that one.
Kind of crazy. Jay did everything except strike off of that flip, but did end up getting the goal in the end regardless. That was a really long point here for point 2. I don't know, kind of sets the tone a little bit of these teams might be pretty evenly matched, at least in this first set. In terms of how this has been going. Both the goalies have been making very efficient clears and not allowing either forward to get too much pressure up in their face. I mean, they're both kind of they're both like midfielder goalies, right, against traditional brawling characters. So they've done a very good job of just not letting the brawlers get into that corner pressure too much, where they're going to be able to win out pretty easily. And I think it's kind of a big component of what's causing these points to just go on so long.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just kind of a situation that sort of happens when you have, like, ranged goalies for the most part. Like, Amy is for sure a ranged goalie and does a great job of it. Now being kind of like this weird hybrid where she doesn't really have, like, a bunch of things to do at long range, but also isn't very good in, like, the melee situation as well. Like, she is not winning basically any situation now with the change against Juliet. So you really just have to try to play at a more long range with now, I think. And, with neither of them having cooldowns in a long point, I could see how maybe it's just going to last a little longer because they can help their forwards a little less.
And now both sides opened up once again here. Jay blowing the kit, trying to get the KO on the edge, but doesn't quite find it. Will pass it to Dropletto here. Is going to make a little breakaway to the bottom side. And it'll be Bozo Bunch taking set 1, 3-0 there. Seems a lot closer than the score would indicate, but Obscure Breads will be coming out the MVP right now. You're going to have some options to pick from. We got Sparks on the board. We got some speed. We got Hot Shot. This could be an important draft.
Yeah, a lot of different routes you can go here with now. Decides to go the Chrono Boost route, so might be opting to plant the secondary on the teammates a little bit more to help them, you know, get a little bit more speed and a lot of more control there, which is fair. Gonna get a Hot Shot here for Pensando, which is totally fair too. The cooldown and the core speed is really good on Amy there. Probably looking for an early deny here from Jay, but probably can still use the Knife's Edge nicely. Zac Smack, of course, getting aerials, which is great on Kai. Carmine going to try to scale here with these Sparks. And Dropletto just getting peak performance, which is really solid on any brawler as well. Getting your health, getting your speed, it's all good here. They do lose a barrier in the process, though. Modern Magic kind of got an open goal here. Obscurebread's going to fight for their life to try to get it away from Juliet. Jay in position to give a hand as well, though. The Fiery Flurry is going to make things really tough right now, though. Dropletto also trying to help it out. It's a 3-man goalie, and they do end up getting it out. The Giga Blast is going to cause a couple of problems here, though, but not enough, as Dropletto still has control of this ball. Jay with the strike, and the blob almost makes it on through. Keeping the ball in Dropletto's hands, but it's going to be a double hit from that secondary. He's going to land it through. Really good pressure there from Dropletto, not holding up.
Yeah, another 4th point now for Bozo Bunch. Will go unanswered. They look to be a bit in control of this game. Now, I want to point out as well with the, they got the Knife's Edge here on Jay, so that's just even more mobility in the midfield. But getting a little bit too close to the edge there, it would look like she's going to get taken out right there. It's a power play for the side of Modern Magic, and they're looking to bring down both the barriers. Going to get Dropletto's flip as well. First from Carmine are blocked for the Firewall Sentry coming out into corner. KO on Breads as Zac Smack sinks it in with a second flip. The first point for Modern Magic will come in set 2.
Yeah, good on Modern Magic to take just insane advantage of that position. Like that was advantage times 10 right there, and they did a good job of keeping it forward, which is what they should be doing here. Those move on to this next point here. Carmine with a lot of pressure on the front side. Pensando does get a jump in there. Really great strike there to hit that corner of that barrier, keeping 2 of their own. As we have Zac Smack and Carmine both keeping the pressure on Jay, trying to plant a blob, maybe in that corner just in case, but the ball actually got there too quickly, and the primary kind of helped score. Interesting situation, though. We're going to have Modern Magic take that point as well, and if they can keep that pressure up, they'll be able to even out this set.
It would be big here for them to be able to tie this one up. Now let this be another sweep now. Firewall Sentry going to come out in the bottom side. They got one barrier pretty quickly. They need to bring down a second one now. The pressure, though, reconverting here. Dropletto and Jay are pushed up. Some nice clears once again from Pensando. We'll be able to get it back over to Carmine, who'll be able to pick up a second one now. It's an open goal on the side of Bozo Bunch. A chance to possibly score. Breads does have the flip. Things could go awry. So far, looks to be pretty calm here. Dropletto with the dash and the barrier beam, but Pensando burns the flip to save the barrier. And now Bread's turn to defend. Firewall Sentry coming out yet again here in the midfield. And Carmine with the dash punch KO. Core flip here from Bread's going to send it out to buy some time for Jay to come back alive. But core flips are getting earned here. Carmine has one available. And Pensando sending it in. Cyber swipes up. Core flip gets burnt, but Bread's with the block. Will keep it held down. Going to get back to Jay in the midfield yet again. This is going to be an overtime game. Dropletto bringing down the second barrier now. And the team setting in is Dropletto with a strike to the bottom side. Beats out Pensando and ties it up on set points.
Yeah, big tie there. Something I am also noticing about a lot of these clears here from Obscure Breads, and possibly just because they know that Pensando doesn't have a dash perk, is that a lot of these would be basically insta losses here if Pensando did indeed have a dash perk. That is the one thing I'm noticing, that if this Imi can get one of these dash perks, it's going to be a huge change in this game. Obscure Breads are going to have to clear the ball completely differently. They're kind of clearing it away from everybody freely, and it's getting sort of intercepted, but not as much as it would be if we had a dash perk there. So I think that's something that they could be keeping in mind here, though, if they can recognize such a situation.
And Pensando blinking up to be able to bring down that first barrier here. Tight contest for sure. Carmine almost getting a KO 2 times there, but just coming up a little bit short. So watch out for that Juliet for sure. Bozo Bunch now looking to reconvert. Jay gonna drop the slime. The flip's coming out, but the slimes are in the way, and that's the second barrier gonna fall to the side of Modern Magic. Another dash punch from Carmine. Not gonna quite connect. Zach Smack is now the one who is staggered. Dropletto is going to pick up the KO. Instead, it's Bozo Bunch who have the power play, and they're looking to make a score. Dropletto in the perfect position, catches out Pensando, and that's going to be another set for the Bozo Bunch.
That was a good, clean one there from Bozo Bunch, making sure that they keep this lead here. As we can see, we actually don't really have any dash perks, though. Stuff for Juno. I mean, Juno would also really love a dash perk as well. Going to take Rapid Fire, definitely the second best thing. We're going to maybe see a Catalyst or an Adrenaline Rush here from Carmine. Probably Adrenaline Rush, if I could say it. Oh, actually going to be a Spark. Oh, right, of course, we have Spark of Strength as well. Demolitionist, new again in here for the for this update, showing on to Zach Smack. Catalyst on to Dropletto here. Of course, the Monumentalist showing up here for Obscure Breads. It being a light hit maybe makes it so that people don't want to deny it as often, but it is still just a problem in general. And Pensando taking Unstoppable to deal with maybe this Asher a little bit more, which is, again, a totally unfair pick too. So we'll see if some of these perks come into play here. Carmine trying as best they can do. They scale with these sparks, and they might be able to if this game goes, I mean, well, this might be the last Spark they ever see. They're going to have to start winning some sets if they want some of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Demolitionist just now getting rotated back in his last patch. I mean, it's no longer bugged like it was, but it's still pretty good, and you just have more size, of course, to work with as well. I think a conversation about midfield recently has been how good is size on characters like Kai. The answer is generally just enough to win some Strike Wars, but Jay doesn't really seem to care here. The Rapid Fire, Fight or Flight, it's just such a deadly combo, especially on this Juno right now. And well, that's just going to be another point here for Bozo Bunch as they just continue to work along their way. I mean, they came out pretty big on that draft yet again, and they're just having a really dominant performance this game one, it looks like.
Yeah, no dash perks for that draft there. Either if there was, Jay probably was going to snipe it either way. Dropletto trying to send Path Splitter there just to see if they can hold the ball. They do not seem to make that one work. Pensando does end up clearing it though. Carmine fighting on the front lines here, up to Obscure Breads, who might end up spending this flip here. We're actually going to have Dropletto spend their flip to try to clear it out here. Could consider doing a little bit of damage to Carmine. I think that's what Jay was actually thinking just at that last moment here. Once again, we're going to get the Monumentalist Sentry Drone coming on out here. But a lot of control right now from Modern Magic, though. They spend that flip, get that barrier here. Carmine looking a little bit weak, though, and if maybe their last breath scores this one, they're kind of out of the fight for just a moment here, which is a nice little reprieve from Obscure Breads. Only Zach Smack on the front lines for just a moment. Overtime finally rolls on over here. Bozo Bunch has got their open barrier. They're going to have to make something happen. Oh, not that.
Yeah, it's kind of flying past Obscure Breads right there. The Cyber Swipes hit it just hard enough. I don't think anyone expected it to just take a straight line to the center like that. But yeah, that will be Modern Magic tying it up now. Still in a bit of a precarious situation. 2 more points and Bozo Bunch will end the game. Let's just see what they can do. They're in full reverse sweep mode, trying to make something out of nothing right now, looking for a little bit of that Modern Magic. Jay on the defense will hold down both barriers, both sides. Still going to have both of them available with the Firewall Sentry coming out here in the midfield. Not going to get much, but Jay actually going to get one on the return. And now Dropletto with the flip available. Purebred's looking to make something happen. Has the big expanse. Will bring down the second barrier, and a quick goal scored off that bottom bumper. Dropletto dashing in to stuff the core, and it's match point for Bozo Bunch.
I feel like Jay kind of just mixed the whole team right there. I'm not going to lie. There's some really good gameplay there with those blobs. Dropletto hitting the pass button. Probably just a fat finger, but who knows here. Carmine easily dash punching that second one as well, though. They have a lot of control. Once again, Pensando, the one with flip, could maybe move up and make this one happen. Going to use it defensively here. Dropletto does win the situation, though. Spends a flip of their own. Jay also spending a flip. Carmine looking a little bit weak, getting hit by some of those as well. Obscure Breads just get kind of mixed there for a second, and that's just long enough. for Carmine to land this one with Zack Smack on their back. Okay, I mean, Modern Magic certainly has their chance here to even this one up, and that would be big for them. Pensando would have a chance to get a dash perk. Carmine could get another spark here, and that could be the scaling that they're looking for to actually take this one. Oh boy.
Quick start there from Modern Magic. They can get both barriers pretty early on. Could give them a little bit of an opportunity now. All it takes is one more to reset the score and go to set 4. Or set 4. But Carmine with a little bit of a whiff dash punch. Breads will be able to make it clear now. Zack Smack the barrage pushing up, but all 3 members of Bozo Bunch will hold it down through everything there. Carmine can't land the punch though. Back pass to Zack Smack, goes for the bottom, but Jay's right there and moving fast. Carmine once again gonna get blocked out, goes for it, but gets knocked off the map, I think, by the Now drone, the secondary there. And it will get reconverted the power play for Bozo Bunch. Both barriers falling very quickly, and Dropletto putting some big pressure on Pensando in the corner. So far they're holding, but Jay with the core now. He gets flipped away though. Carmine back over to Zack Smack in the top side. They're looking for a Giga Blast or something. Core flip from Breads will clear it out. Get it back to Dropletto. Pensando makes the save over
Oh my god.
around into Dropletto. A Night Market bounce. Dropletto with the perfect redirect to sink it to the bottom. Bozo Bunch take game 1.
Really incredible defense from the Bozo Bunch as well. I mean, they lost both of their barriers in like the first 10 seconds there, and actually just fought their way back with like 3-man. Like they knew when it was time to make a 3-man goalie there, and that was just a good call. I mean, MVP J honestly getting a whole lot of good redirects in there, a lot of great plays. Definitely what happens when you have like a Juno main showing up here, and some of these perks are just going to be beneficial there. So Jay made great work of their character choice, as well as Dropletto and Obscure Breads there. That was really great. Carmine definitely put up a lot of pressure as well. I don't know. It was just kind of... It was indeed, again, closer than it felt, right? Like, that was pretty much a 3-0, and each point did feel meaningful, though. I feel like at any... It was like 2-3 every time. Anytime they could have brought it back.
Yeah, there were definitely some opportunities there, but I mean, Bozo Bunch held it down on the defense. Breads and Jay did a very good job covering all angles and holding off that corner pressure, really shutting down Carmine for a lot of those plays, not allowing. I mean, we saw last game, Greasy had a field day on the Juliet, and this time Bozo Bunch did not allow Carmine to do the same. So a good game 1 for sure for Bozo Bunch. And moving over to game 2, AtLab was their map pick. So, you know, they got to be feeling pretty comfortable in this series so far.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, also AtLab, 1 million hours for every single player. I mean, that's my favorite map for sure. So I'm sure it's at least some of theirs. And I'm not really sure what adjustments really need to be made, though. I kept talking about how Now has nothing really to deal with Juliet, and yet Obscure Breads did a damn good enough job to keep the ball away from Carmine and not get locked into any of those checkmate situations, though. Maybe it was just the speed that Now gives. Did pick up Chrono Boost a little bit early in that game. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what kind of characters get chosen here. Maybe we'll see that Juno will be banned this time. Of course, it depends on what perks show up. I mean, I wouldn't really necessarily say that like Fight or Flight and Timeless are Juno's big perks, but definitely trying to consider banning for Jay next time, and they banned for Dropletto instead. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna be hard to just like ban out any one person on that team, because Dropletto has pretty good cast. I mean, Jay's got a pretty good cast. Jay's got an Aimee as well. That, I mean, how are you gonna shut that down if you ban the Juno? So I don't know. I think the Rasmus was probably a decent ban there. I think it is just gonna have to be Awakening based rather than character based, really. And of course, Breads has a pretty wide array of characters as well. I mean, we just saw the Now goalie, but he's also got he's got the Finny, he's got whatever else, like all kinds of other stuff that he pulls out of his hat sometimes. He's got the Rasmus as well. But yeah, they can play. It's a team that can kind of play a wide variety of like comps, and they like to do the corner offense. They can go for KOs. So it's definitely a challenge, I think, for Modern Magic to find a real like comp-wise answer. I think they just have to. I want to say like win their individual or interactions, but there's so much like teamwork going on from Bozo Bunch that last game. Jay was doing a good job rotating around the map, making everything kind of a 2v2 at least or a 2v1. That becomes it really becomes kind of difficult. I think we said the name of the game was going to be the midfield, and well, I feel like it kind of was that go around. Zach Smack did not feel as impactful that game as we often see him being.
Yeah, definitely. A midfield is certainly one of the most impactful roles in this game. I've had a lot of conversations with people on like what's the hardest role to play or whatever, and I mean, look, I'm a midfield. I really think that midfield is the hardest role. I think it's the most active role, which means you have more decisions to make, which means it's harder because you have to make the right decision in so many different situations. So this is kind of why, like, I don't know, it just feels like midfield. Of course, it's also the most. I feel it has to be the most impactful role. I mean, you're the one that helps the goalie get the ball out of there and clear it, and you're the one that literally helps your forward score it and keep the ball in. I don't. It's so the midfielders are just so important. I feel like midfielders are the hardest role. But I get I get attacked for that all the time because everyone says brawler is the hardest role, and maybe it is. I'm not.
Brawler players say that.
They
The only people who say that are brawler players. I'll
they
say
all
Brawler,
say I don't. Maybe I'm always talking to them.
Brawler is the easiest role, and I will hear no different. But no,
You hear
I
that,
agree.
chat?
Midfield is the most difficult role. It's also kind of the most nuanced role. Because brawler and goalie, there's a lot of like textbook stuff you can like look at and be like, yeah, this is how you do this, clear and win this interaction, yada yada yada. Midfield, there's so much like midfield coaching that like I've heard from like other people and stuff where so much of it is just like feel and nuance, right? Like there is not a textbook of like how to be a good midfield. Like there is to an extent, but like a lot of it is just like seeing half a second into the future and kind of knowing like what decisions to make. So yeah, I agree with you there. But it looks like we're getting into the draft for Game 2. Explosive entrance, newly buffed a little bit as well, and Spark of Focus start for AtLab. So gonna be interesting. Gonna have some neat options on the table. Dash characters, of course, gonna be big this one. Zentaro obviously could be a prime pickup, but that Spark of Focus means that there's always a win condition for someone who wants to opt into that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think on this map we have X stocks up, Zentaro stocks, of course, quite up. We might just see Modern Magic ban X again, and hopefully they don't fold to the Juno, who would be pretty happy to take a dash perk here, probably to start out. I mean, the dash perk start really changes a lot. I mean, Amy Goalie gets kind of crazy. Like this will probably be a pretty high octane match. There's certain characters that even like Juliet. Again, we could see Juliet here would also be completely fine taking either of these perks. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh my god, Juliet dash perk's terrible." As a goalie, if Juliet takes the dash perk, I'm crying. I actually hate it. I'm under attack. I'm under attack. They're getting me. So I think there's still a lot of picks here that are good. Of course, even Kazan. Not even mentioning Kazan. Like, good with everything here as well. But I mean, I feel like these bans are going to be such a big situation. Are they just going to seriously ban the same characters? They do end up banning Dropletto once again, which I think is slightly more fair on this start on this map, and they're going to ban out Carmine again. So same bans here, and hopefully we'll have not the insanity thing where same situation, literally same situation, but expecting a different result. I don't know, Jays. Actually, or not Jay. Actually, no, they took it. Pensando. Right, Pensando is actually probably going to grab this one, which is another Juno main.
Does mean the Imi's on the table for Jay, though. With explosive entrance, that could be a pretty solid midfield pickup there. And in fact, that's what it will be. Asher, once again, for Dropletto. That's going to be another solid forward core there to have to contend with. So let's see what midfield and brawler pickups are going to come out for Modern Magic. We know Carmine and Zach Smack both have a Kai. Like Carmine has a weird like brawler Kai that's actually kind of weirdly good. I don't know if we'll see that here, but it's going to be the now, looks like, for Zach Smack. We're just waiting on this brawler pick. We still have the Zentaro on the table. We still have the Juliet on the table. But with X and Rasmus gone, and Asher, it does kind of limit the pool just a bit.
Kazan too.
Yeah,
Kazan,
Kazan's on the
Zentaro, Juliet. Like he very proficient in all of these brawlers. I think he'd be acceptable on all three of them.
It will be Kazan. Okay, that's the Carmine pick right there, and you have the Dash Awakening as well. So a lot of mobility up front, and you have of course the Juno goalie to be able to help out with that offense, and it will be Finney for Breads. Okay, interesting.
All right.
Both teams focusing on the forward pressure here and getting some of that damage in, whereas the now is going to help mitigate some of that a little bit for Modern Magic. So we'll
Finney
see here.
pick
This could
is
be an
interesting.
interesting one.
I know Obscure Breads do be hitting the Finney, but I actually think the Finney pick is it's a little out of place here. It doesn't. I don't love Finney with either of these perks particularly. And I mean, Amy Goalie stocks up here for sure with the dash perk. I mean, I think this is slightly odd pick, more comfort, which is fine. I mean, you can have Spark on anyone, which is good, but it just feels like the slightest out of place here. Chat, you can yell at me if you want, but I don't know. It seems just out of place, slightly out of place. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Breads is really good on the Finney. And I guess when you have the Amy as well, it's just like you're going to double down on being able to kind of deal some damage here. And Finney, I think, is pretty good on this map as well. There's some maps where she's like not very good, but I think this is one of her better ones for sure. This and Demon. So we'll see how this goes. Looks like it's Sparks for Bread, Drop Leto, Carmine, and Zach Smack. Pensando and Jay, the only ones going for the Dash Awakenings. So Dash Awakening Juno with eject button is definitely scary. You can get jump scared pretty easily here. So I mean, name of the game for Bozo Bunch is obviously don't let Breads have to defend super hard. I mean, I just cursed that so hard. Breads literally whiffed the strike. But yeah, like don't let Carmine and Zach Smack get up in Bread's face pretty much. Like just keep the core on Modern Magic's side of the field as much as possible, and they'll be able to keep up the pressure, because as soon as it converts back over, that leaves a whole lot of room for Pensando to just jump up and make that like a 3v2.
Yeah, I gotta say, even though we had Bozo Bunch taking that first game, I really do like the comp here from Modern Magic. I mean, I'm certainly a believer here in the eject button dash perk start over what we have on the other side, which is still solid strike shot Finney. I mean, I'm not going to deny any of that, but I think that the pressure Pensando might be able to help put on is going to be huge, but Drop Leto kind of just destroying now in that midfield there is going to result in this power play, but does it matter when you have the power of Carmine's Kazan and Pensando at your back, dude? It might not matter. This is a good comp.
Yeah, nice little shot there from Carmine. And Carmine's Kazan is kind of scary, and with the cooldown spark as well, it's just even more ability. You're kind of able to just dump out whenever, and with only two, with everyone opting into sparks as well. Like this is like that first draft, like someone's getting double spark, pretty much. And if it's gonna be Carmine, if they win this set and it's Carmine, that could be pretty scary. But it's 3 flips up now for Bozo Bunch, and they're on some offense of their own here. So we'll see if they're able to make anything out of this.
Yep, 2 flips now as Jay decides to try to get it in there, but does end up missing. We do have Jay also looking a little bit weak right now. Carmine going to still kind of control this ball. They're working on flips of their own, about to have it, but Drop Leto spends their own to make this power play happen. Not ready for that pass there, unfortunately. Gonna get a clear here from Pensando and Carmine right now. Looking solid on this one, keeping their barrier. Pensando spending that secondary to just keep as much ball as they can, really. Oh, kind of blasts Carmine out of the way. They're knocking them to actually less than half. Gonna have to play a little bit of defense here. Zach Smack is back and trying to make this one happen, though. Pensando, not enough moves, not enough strikes to be able to stop that one, though. Wow, perfect heal from Zach Smack. Is going to keep Carmine on the board, though. Oh, crazy back pass, but they're just in time, and it's kind of clutch right now in this overtime.
Yeah, an open goal. Pensando eject button's back at the perfect time to save that. Still a barrier up for Bozo Bunch. Gonna get it over to Jay. The glitch pop at point blank was enough to red core it right through. And it will be Bozo Bunch tying it up 1-1.
That was kind of a jump scare. Jay got like the fastest glitch pop in humanity, and that was kind of good. Really good angle as well. So they're going to be rewarded with that point there. A big path splitter is just going to make it nearly impossible to clear this damn ball. Zaxmac also gets kind of destroyed in that schmix there. No ult, it looks like. Actually, most of Modern Magic is a bit weak right now here. Dropletto also has flips. Zaxmac is cracked. Pensando about to be shattered. Dropletto does end up missing. Carmine has the ability to hold the ball. Okay, Dropletto doesn't decide to flip for the ball, but says flip for the kill. It's a double power play here for Bozo Bunch. They're looking so strong right now. Can Carmine hold the ball by himself here? Zaxmac does get back just in time. Jay has flip, tries to go for a little bit of a redirect for themselves there, but does not seem to work out. And all three members of Modern Magic have returned. They have a little bit of pressure here. Obscure Reg is going to keep holding.
Four flip here from Jay. Pensando will be able to catch that one. It was pretty far away. Trying to get something to happen, but Jay gonna blink up, throw up the sentry. Pensando finds the gap. Back to Carmine now. They're looking to bring down this second barrier, but Bread's holding on quite well. They just can't get the pressure going. And now Dropletto dashing up. Doesn't quite catch the core. Well, we just continue to go back and forth here. Bread's going to give him another opportunity here. And Dropletto going to win it out. Go to the bottom side this time. Pensando just a little bit too high up. That'll be Bozo Bunch taking another point now. Set point for Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, that was interesting. We did see Pensando kind of walk really high there. Maybe was just reading a dribble there from Dropletto and was thinking, okay, this is the only way that I get this ball, so might as well try to play to my outs, which I would say that is a fair judgment call to make. Path Splitter comes in, does not seem to land exactly where we need it, though. Firewall Sentry holding the ball in place. Carmine getting to the top side, almost getting blasted there from Jay. Nice lifeline coming in. Pensando, while everyone's kind of not looking, jumps on in there, gets the secondary. Zaxmac helps to get that third barrier as well. Carmine looking a little bit weak here, though. Jay also a little bit weak. Obscure Breads, careful, buddy. You want to keep the ball away from the goal, but into the hands of Zaxmac. This flip is going to land it, but actually Obscure Breads, like, frame perfect. One frame before the goal, spends their flip, and that's a catastrophe for them. It's going to be a 2-2. Modern Magic might be able to bring this one to a Game 3 series if they keep it up.
An opportunity to bring it back here is, I mean, that last set looked close point for point, or the last game set one looked close point for point, and this one is looking the same, but Modern Magic actually able to confirm some here. Dropletto does have a flip available, but the goal for Bozo Bunch is open, and Carmine has the core dribbling up the field. Zaxmac teleporting in's gonna find the goal, and that will be Modern Magic picking up their first set of the series now, and taking a lead in Game 2. Pensando going to be the MVP.
That was a really good redirect and lifeline there from Zaxmac, getting on in there. Wait, Zachary Smackery? Who said this in chat? I always say that. Yo, Weston, that's my dog. Anyway, really great redirect, really great lifeline, and we're going to have Pensando take another dash perk, whether it is to just jump across the border or if it's just to deny. It's still going to be valuable on Pensando here. You get a second spark for Finny, possibly the best case situation there. Fight or flight for the midfield, but y'all also huge. Carmine getting kind of blasted here. He's going to grab the catalyst, which is going to prove wonders, I'm sure. Rapid fire for Dropletto is solid. It's a solid thing there. And Big Fish for Zaxmac, also acceptable as far as like perks that you want on these specific characters. So we'll see if any of these make a big difference here. You're going to see Pensando jumping into orbit. As I say that, the actually Carmine is going to be the one in orbit right now, and you can see him from your telescopes.
And power play here for Bozo Bunch. They look to bring down their second barrier now. Carmine respawning at a timely moment to help on the defense here. But Jay looking to bring it down to the bottom side. Dropletto in position, but the slimes from Pensando will catch it before Dropletto even has an opportunity. And now Carmine looking for a barrier here, but Jay gets back in time and make it a 2v1 on the defense. Now Cyber swiping up is going to pick up the barrier in an open goal on the side of Modern Magic. Jay with the Firewall Sentry in the top side now. Dropletto covering the bottom angle. They have three flips available, and they could just look to score here. They got to get it off their side of the field right now. Pass to Dropletto, but Carmine with the crooked leverage forces Breads to use the flip. Sends it down, but Pensando missed the jump, and it'll just bounce right in. Bozo Bunch strike first in set 2.
Yeah, tough there for Pensando. I mean, I guess they used a flip to do it, but certainly you wish they had used a couple of more here, as they do still have 2 on deck on their best characters. It's going to be tough here for Modern Magic to keep this one alive, though. They have a lot of reinforcement there, especially with Pensando jumping in there. Carmine also has their flip to keep the ball. Pensando in good position to make sure that they don't have to use any extra cooldowns as they gain a flip of their own. Good weight on the glitch pop, but Jay is kind of all over the board right now. Wins a strike war against Zaxmac, causes Pensando to have to use their flip, brings the ball to the top side. Can't do much more than just hold this barrier while the opponents have a power play going on right now. And kind of best case scenario for Modern Magic, at least they're still in this one. It could have easily lost that one during that power play, but now they have a lot of pressure on the bottom side here. Zaxmac really 2 strikes away from getting their flip, as long as they can land them here. Yep, 2 strikes it is. Carmine on the bottom side needs a little bit of help here. Maybe Pensando can get in with the secondary, but it's actually going to be Dropletto. Just going to get another power play for Bozo Bunch, and now Modern Magic is... They're going to be on the bottom side here for sure.
Another point here for Jay, as Bozo Bunch continue to look good, now up 2-0 and looking to take a set of their own. We visited this draft just a little bit as well. I mean, Bread's got the double spark, and Jay with the fighter flight. There's so much speed in that back line that they're having a lot of an easier time, like, converting from defense to offense, it seems, than Modern Magic is. Zaxmac, notably, is sometimes takes a little bit longer to get back up the field, and there's a lot of interrupts that Bozo Bunch have to be able to get it through. But Jay, with a big play right there, picks up the KO and the goal with the cyber swipe. Will be taking a whole set now for Bozo Bunch. 3-0 that one. Jay, the MVP. And another spark showing up on the board here. 1-2 punch, Monu, extra special. A lot of cool options here. It'll probably be the Happy Star. Actually going to go for the Deadeye. Interesting pickup there for Jay. It's going to be even more damage. That cyber swipe. It's going to be scary, but a triple spark for Breads as the 1-2 punch was picked up by Pensando. Monumentalist on the now. Dropletto going for the unstoppable here, and prize fighter pickup from Carmine. It's not a lot left. That's a really good draft for Bozo Bunch, I think.
It's definitely solid. They could kind of find another win condition here and doing a lot of damage, getting some kills here. The power showing up for Obscure Breads, and the Deadeye as well for Jay is just going to be possibly doing a lot of crossfire damage here, though, as Pensando is going to jump on in there nicely here with that Blobo bounce. He's going to go have a lot of extra range, and the Twin Drive is going to keep it, so they have more often than not. Okay, Carmine waiting nicely there, grabbing that barrier away from Obscure Breads, but ends up losing their life to Dropletto's secondary there. It's going to be a tough spot here as they try to survive this power play. The Monumentalist Sentry Drone is going to at least allow more than one player to get some of that speed more often as well. Pensando jumps in to try to make it happen, but not much more than that. Crooked Leverage is also going to whiff here, though. Dropletto kind of has the ball the whole time. Jay does kind of counteract that friend fling and makes it so that they win that situation. End up losing the barrier, though, for it. Finally gets the ball cleared to Carmine, but Jay has enough cooldowns to keep this midfield just in turmoil for the side of Modern Magic.
I'm popping the black hole here. Carmine is so hurt, having to spend some energy just to stay alive. Jay with the blink up, goes for the flip. Pensando in the 50-50, and Jay will come out on top. Another point here for Bozo Bunch. Yeah, and I mean, Breads, the triple spark Finny, I think the stagger one is still available. I don't think it passed. So, like, I mean, triple spark Finny, like, you're just running, like, it's not even about the power. Like, yeah, the power is obviously really good, but, like, you're running so fast on a character who's already has really high base move speed and more cooldowns on a character who already has good cooldowns. It's starting to get out of hand, I think.
Yeah, it might already be out of hand as that
look
speed
at how
and
fast he's
cooldown.
using the cards. Did you see
Yeah,
that? That was
yeah.
like a 3-second interval.
Really just spamming the cards, and that's what I was saying before. Their secondary win condition could show up as a ton of damage. They're going to have to hold on to this barrier, though, but Kazan going to make things really difficult, but Dropletto's going to make things really simple. He's going to take that kill. We're going to have a flip here, and it's going to be nearly unclearable. It's going to be absolutely unclearable as they do a great job of waiting just to cover space. Wow, nice one, Pensando, getting that strike there, making sure that keeps that one alive. Carmine's finally back here. Let's see if they can get some control of this ball. It's kind of been the Jay show as of recently. Have a lot of cooldowns. Okay, a flip from Dropletto is going to kind of whiff here. The big finish isn't going to do too much other than put the ball into Carmine's hands. They're going to get a top spin, but it's not going to work out for them. Wins the situation against Jay, but okay, we do have Obscure Breads there to defend. We see that in overtime, we have a red ball here from Finny. Do you see that one? That was kind of big.
Yeah.
Why was it red, though? That's only 159 power. Am I crazy?
I don't know, smacking it, I guess. But it
Alright,
doesn't matter.
smacking it.
Carmine's going to sink it in. They get it past Bread. So, I mean, Modern Magic, they'll tie it up 1-1. I mean, this game is, like, you know, we're talking all of this stuff about Bozo Bunch, but, like, this game is still been neck and neck. And these points have been going on for a very long time.
Wait.
11 seconds, right?
Was that
But,
the pass footer?
yeah, a little bit cursed there, but yeah, I mean, this game's just been neck and neck this entire time, and Bozo Bunch now have the opportunity to take a decisive lead here, and if that last spark does show up, that could be kind of the final final big advantage that they really get here for Bread. We'll have to see how they play it, as I mean, some nice defense from Pensando, who is really showing up in these later points right now.
Yeah, I really like the decisions Pensando is making here, though. But Zach Smack a little too weak right now to make the difference happen. Jay does get the kill, doesn't get the goal, but it is enough with that strike to get it through. Pensando can't make it in time. And again, Jay is kind of carrying right now, in the softest way I could say it, making themselves the MVP once again. There is the spark of resilience going to try and make it so that we do not have the President of the United States showing up in our game, question mark. Probably won't get over down there to Finny, though, but we're going to see that Pensando is going to grab on to this. Prime time, we do have the Now is the one that's going to deny that one away here. Perfect form showing up for Dropletto, which is just super solid. Obscure Breads does end up getting Egoist. I guess they have a lot of cooldowns, which gives them more energy, which is, you know, that kind of works in that situation, though. Jay deciding to get Knife's Edge there could prove quite useful. Carmine picking stacks on stacks, which is sort of a win condition in itself. Really good when it gets going here. We'll see if Carmine can stay alive, but Dropletto has found a lot of kills on Carmine these last couple of sets.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, right? You have to deny that spark, but Egoist is, of course, on the board, and you have Carmine, who already has Catalyst. You want that combo ideally, but sometimes you just can't quite find it. So, I mean, another really good draft for Bozo Bunch. They force the spark deny, and hey, I'll take triple spark Egoist Finny just as much as I think I'll take 4 spark Finny. Like, that's still really, really strong there. And perfect form on Dropletto is even more, but Carmine working some magic in the top side, will be the first to strike, picking up a point for Modern Magic now, and has quite a few pancakes here to get some speed going up, so might actually be able to start competing in the foot race against Breads.
Yeah, but Jay gets a really great cyber swipe in there to grab double barrier. Dropletto right on the front lines there. Didn't even need to use flip, had that primary, and that's going to be a really quick point here for Bozo Bunch. Kind of douses some of the flame here from Modern Magic, but obviously not out of this one just yet, though. Trying to build a couple more stacks. Carmine, but Dropletto might try to get this double barrier. That's not going to get a double barrier, though, but really great angle. I like the mix-up there from Dropletto.
I mean, another 6-second goal there. Foreflip here from Breads is going to get shut down in its tracks. Tries to get back up to Dropletto. Misjump from Pensando does mean a little bit of time here, but Jay has the Knife's Edge. Is running quite quickly on this top side, but Zaxmac winning the strike wars and just sending it right back at him. That barrier still holding on. Will pop off the black hole. Bread's barely able to save that one away, and now Jay in a bit of a predicament defensively. The pressure is on. Core Flip will be able to save it and get it back out to Dropletto here, but Pensando covering this midfield, making it hard for Bozo Bunch to convert. Carmine looking for the goal, the crooked leverage, but Bread's able to save it. Get it around and have another opportunity here. Jay with a backward cyber swipe. Topspin doesn't connect. Once again, we'll get back to the midfield. Back to Carmine. Catches it just a little bit, though. And goes into overtime now. Zaxmac going to give him another opportunity, and that one will be good. Carmine with the second goal of the set will bring him to set point now.
Yeah, really great keeping up the pressure there from Modern Magic. Some great clears from Obscure Breads there, of course, and we'll see some more of those coming out as well. Starting off this point a little tough on the top side there. Okay, saves the double barrier just by nothing, but not for long enough. And now the opposing power play here from Bozo Bunch might end up being a little bit too overwhelming right now. Jay doesn't seem to have cooldowns to put this one in just yet, though, as the power play does end here. Carmine finally has just a moment to get the ball, but instantly vanquished as the big finish is going to come and just get that ball cleared. Jay again trying to keep the ball away from Carmine. If he can just grab it, he does get one of these barriers here. Pensando trying to keep it forward into the hands of Carmine. Out of cooldowns as well. Can't seem to get much more control of the ball as well. Carmine also looking a little bit low and might find themselves dead here.
And an open goal now. Jay looking to take over in the top side. Drop letter there as well. Carmine trying to recover some of that HP right now. Zaxmac doing a good job cutting some passes and buying some time. Get it back over to Carmine here, but the battle over midfield and gets over to Pensando where Jay lines up the cyber swipe and sinks it in yet again. A tried and true tactic that's been working out for Jay quite effectively this game, and will bring Bozo Bunch to match and series point right now. Big opportunity to just end the game here.
Yeah, this could be a big moment here for Bozo Bunch to definitely end the series. Jay now has their flip as well. Zaxmac kind of has the ball in open space here, though, but the big finish is going to make that thing a little bit awkward here. Obscure Breads also has another cooldown to make it work. These glasses are really working out here. Pensando misses a strike, forces them to use the Blobbo Bounce, though. Okay, Carmine approaching with this flip. Misses a pretty vital strike there. Could have possibly landed the second barrier. Jay with another great cyber swipe onto the ball, onto Pensando. A flip here from Carmine. Desperation. Clear. See if they can make it happen. Zaxmac does spend the flip there to try to get a stun combo here with Carmine, but it doesn't work out. Pensando spending the Blobbo Bounce as well to try to just give the ball to their forwards as often as possible and try to keep this pressure up. The Blobs are starting to eat this ball here. Zaxmac, no energy, can't do too much. Drop Little approaches with flip. Pensando misses the Blobbo Bounce, and that's going to be it. Onto the bottom side here. Drop Little sinks it with that flip, and it's going to be Bozo Bunch taking this series over Modern Magic and shall make themselves a 3-1 record. Congratulations there.
Bozo Bunch coming out on top and looking good doing it. Jay proving to be a good substitute today, this week, for I. And definitely pulling her weight. 6 goals, 2 assists. Same goal participation as Drop Leto there. And 211 redirects. And 70 shots. Wow. Definitely keeping up the offensive pressure. For sure on that Aimee. A good performance here in Modern Magic. Just not quite able to hold up with their substitute roster, it would seem. But yeah, very solid series, and good to see Bozo Bunch getting back into the race now. 3-1, I mean, that puts them pretty high up. Like, Showtime has yet to play their series, but it will put them above Showtime, and if Showtime lose this week, that would look really good for Bozo Bunch moving on forward. But I believe that is it for our series right now. So, you have anything else you want to say real quick, Envy?
I just want to say that good on Jay. Honestly, was kind of the MVP for most of this. Just did a damn good job. A lot of wonderful improvements there, and that was just a treat to see. And there'll be so much more gameplay coming out here with a lot of these alternate rosters. Gives a lot of players a good chance to show what they got here in this national competition. And yeah. Good, well-deserved win and good roster there, and that'll just wrap it up for us.
Yeah, that'll be it for us. So we're gonna throw it to a bit of a break. When we come back, Return to Form versus Bun Bun Bonanza and Demons Raw versus EKC, and then later tonight the big show match, Showtime versus Sad Boys. So we'll be back in a few minutes with those matches, but that's all from us. So goodbye.
Welcome to the Rat Recap, where the opinions are made up and the strikes don't matter. This week was actually 3 weeks ago, but a combination of football fever and Rivals Addiction, no, not that one, delayed our release a tad, but worry not, as my mind is a library of competitive Mega Strikers and NASL is merely a book waiting to be read. Modern Magic came away with another surprise upset, taking out Fluffy Bangers behind a generational goalie performance by Juno Extraordinaire Pensando. Modern did what any rational team starting the Season 2 won with a win on the current reigning champions does, and completely blew up, leaving Carmine the sole original player with subs turned starters. Insert redacted information here, I'm not sure if it's public or not. Meanwhile, Cosmic Calamity squeaked out a win in nail-biter fashion, making them the second team in NASL history to beat both Sad Boys and Demons Raw in the same regular season. It is actually the second time Cosmic Calamities has defeated Demons Raw, making them the only team in NASL history to never lose multiple series against Raw in the regular season. The only common factor here is Natty. So, Natty, whenever you can, share some of that secret stuff with the rest of the class. Small note, Kainu role swap during the series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Speaking of undefeated teams, EKC achieved a clean 2-0 against RTF, securing them a 3-0 record. Soren had his midfield debut filling in for Katsuna, while substitute The Fool held it down in the box. Small note, Soren role swap for all of this series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Showtime won their series 2-0 against a totally normal Bun Bun. Oh god, they all role swapped. Bun Bun has gone. Goalie to midfield, midfield to brawler, and brawler back to goalie. All Although Game 1 was pretty one-sided, the Reborn Bonanza showed some flashes of greatness in Game 2. Let's hope they realize that potential before they are completely out of the playoff race. Finally, the Sad Boys, not wanting to be outdone by Demons Raw, also lost their series this week and did so in the first ever Rat Recap Witching Hour, where wins become losses and losses become wins. Bozo Bunch stole victory from the Claws of Feet not once but twice, making comeback wins down 0-2 and 1-2 in games 1 and 3 respectively. At least they won't be Lonely Boys down in the 1-2 range with Demons and Fluffy Bangers. That is it for the Rat Recap. See you the day after, 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 tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. I am joined today by Father Christmas in the flesh. Hello, Father Christmas.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, guys! It's December. I'm so happy to be here. Welcome back to Nassau. I'm here to spread cheer and Christmas joy to everyone.
Yes, and may your matches today be very jolly towards the holiday season. So we have a fun match coming up. Return to Form versus Bun Bun Bonanza. We're going to be facing off here, and I believe the pick and bans are already out, and it looks like the first map is going to be Clarion Corp, which will be interesting to say the least.
Yeah, a pretty neutral map. I'm very excited to see the new Bun Bun. It's been 2 weeks since we've seen them, and they have been in the time chamber, as they have reported, with their triple role swap. Looking forward to seeing what they have. And obviously, Return to Form has been performing pretty well this season, keeping every game close. We have to peel the curtain back. Both of these teams are 0-3, but one of them will be walking away with a win. So I think this is a very important game for both teams. And I think they both have a great shot at winning. They've both been performing pretty well, and I'm looking forward to these matches.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we don't see too many role slots or role swaps rather in Nassau. I mean, we've definitely seen a few, like, for example, Fudgy switching to the goalie role. We've seen a lot of other people and switch up like that. But a 3-person roster switch up, is this the first time in Nassau history that we've seen something like that, Yoshi?
I think so. It's definitely the first time we've seen all 3 starters, do the full rotation. We've had some situations where some players will sub and then a starter will play a different role, or some role swaps here and there, usually between midfield and goalie. But I'm pretty sure this is the first full starter rotation. Everyone's getting a little wacky and wild in here. And again, now's the time to prove what they can do after 2 weeks of practicing. So the game is starting up soon. rev up those fryers. We are getting in there.
That's right. Week 4, these teams have had 3 weeks to warm up, even longer. As you mentioned, they got something cooking in the tank, and I'm excited to see it here. So we'll have to get into this draft and see which characters these teams are selecting. Clarion Test Chamber, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's looking like we are seeing Asher on Liari. Scyther 12, still walking in the Luna. Some things don't change. And an Ivy pick for Lilybun. That's very nice. Return to Form, having the Rasmus now and Julie. Might be, or probably is, a Rasmus goalie, but it could be a crazy, like, Rasmus midfield now goalie. We've been seeing a lot of now goalie. I wouldn't bet on it, but putting all the opportunities out there, checking them all off. We'll have to see in a moment, but here we go, loading into game on this Cast Last Stagger Swagger start. Oh, I mean the Stagger Swagger start.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone took it.
Everyone took it. Yeah, I mean, you just want to be fast, and on a map like this is where you will frequently see some KOs depending on which variation of the map there is. Looks like Liari starting things off quick. He's already getting both barriers, and Scyther doing a good job saving it here. That airship coming out quickly in the strike war. Moth and Kelby doing a good job locking down this net despite having no barriers open, but Liari on this Asher is such a scary pick. The core control coming out using that primary ability is able to get work done. But Luna doesn't have too many anti-stuff maneuvers, and there we see Lilian taking a second barrier. Both sides missing one as that crater comes out. Liari with the flip, looking to shoot it through. The KO's found, and Liari finds the top corner of the net.
Yeah, really well played by Liari, holding that flip right there. And Lilybun jumping in and just sniping that guy. Made a great opportunity. And the strike afterwards, also just really well done, getting in the top corner, right where Moth and Koei couldn't reach. Really nice to see. But like you were saying, this Luna is not a particularly defensive pick, and especially into Juliet, who's known to just eat goalies alive. I think Return to Form is doing a little bit of returning out here, clapping back with their own quick point.
100%. And another thing to mention, we were talking about the role swaps, but also having Lilybun on a midfield character will help alleviate a little bit of pressure caused by Luna and just the striker as a whole being difficult to keep things through. Lilybun with so much experience in the net And even playing midfield, you know, the basics don't ever leave you.
Yeah, absolutely. Once a goalie, always a goalie. And it's very easy to just slip back into that defending lifestyle. You know, they're working with Scyther 12 here, which I think is a little different, but I imagine they've been practicing quite a bit. Looking really nice. Scyther 12 having this flip. Both goalies having flips, actually. Going to be pretty tough to break through. Again, both brawlers having a lot of offensive potential, but you know, it doesn't matter when you have this flip. Moffinkoe running up to the midfield line, getting one barrier, saving his flip, using it there for the second, and oh my god, a great point by Return to Form to just get both those barriers and blitz Bun Bun right there.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, Moffin with the powerhouse pauldrons too. Those don't go away when you cross midfield, unlike some other starting goalie gear. So, making good use of that 30% size with that pendulum swing. Scyther cannot say that much about it. It's going to be difficult to keep this barrier defended, especially with the flip, the turret coming out. Not quick enough. Somehow, some way, Hook Resets claims that mid buff. There's Liari with one, looking for the second, blocked away by Moffin. And all three strikers from Return to Form are in the top. The flip will be good to clear things out. It's now Lilybun Liari looking for that final barrier. It's one thing remaining. So Return to Form does have 2 points to set. There's the flip into the bottom corner, and the ult with the KO will secure it. Return to Form taking set number 1. Leon should get some good Awakening drafts here.
I just watched Scyther strike the ball like 3 times, and it was such like an earnest attempt, but unfortunately the Julie ult was just preventing all of it, and now a Demolitionist reward is going to be pretty big. A little bit of size, a little bit of CDR, a little bit of everything coming with this new, not new, but returning Awakening back in the rotation. A Spark going straight to Liari, going to be really nice. Just unlimited stagger. I think almost 2k stagger on Liari now. Stacks on Moffinkoe though is looking pretty scary. We saw how he was walking up in that last point, or that last set. Could get to work a lot more with all this speed.
Oh,
it'd be really nice. As Leon is just ejected straight into the field.
Yeah, it's looking like a kid's birthday party the way that bounce house sending Leon around the pitch. Liari now is just going to become a nuisance. Sitting on top of Moffin, that's going to be the entire name of the game. Has so much stagger to work with, and really is just going to prevent any attempt to clear that core out. So this is going to be very difficult. We see it now off the bounce pad. Does get that second barrier. And Lily and Scyther just need to lock it down in the defense. We see Leon taking a lot of damage, but once those barriers go down, Scyther is going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Bun Bun has been doing a really good job of holding outside of the goal box, but once Leo is able to get it into Scyther's face, into a position that he doesn't really want to be in, the barriers start dropping really quickly, which is how Return to Form really won the last set, is they were just able to clean it up super quickly, despite how most points kind of looked like this, where Bun Bun got the barriers earlier, but just struggled on the defense, and Return to Form was able to capitalize on these situations really, really well.
That's right. You know, it's Nassau, and as they say, if you missed one strike, that's all it takes against players of this caliber. We see there Scyther just unfortunately not able to get that strike, a little bit too low on the pitch, and unfortunately pays the price with that goal in the set. Liari now with the core flip, but a huge KO from Leon. This will be pretty big, and the nice save from Scyther, though. The core flip comes out to help. With 4 seconds left on the clock for Lily to come on the pitch. Scyther now
core flip.
able to get that through.
Sorry, core flip coming out from Scyther. Leon down. I was revving up to say this guy's been going crazy all game. Been really liking it, you know, a 1v9 Glizzy mode, and then there he goes. Liari with the size buff too, getting both barriers.
Gosh.
And now this could be Bun Bun's point to win. They've just got to secure it right here, but it's going to be tough with Liari so low on stagger.
Yeah, Liari does get that orb, though. That stagger swagger helping out. Back to almost full HP now. Now it's a 1v1 in the net. Hook resets, comes back to help, and Lilybun walking a fine line right now between being off the map and being in front. Liari's trying to find something. The glitch pop comes out, sends it straight up. Scyther just missing that dash. Once again, the pressure kind of reset to neutral. Ooh, But that primary is able to take that second barrier. And now things are scary. Hook resets. Finds the pass off Leo Leon. Able to get that top corner yet again. And Luna just has nothing to cover.
Yeah, it is so tough for the Luna to deal with all the offense coming out. Julie and now, where hook resets can just put a drone down in a good spot. And there's not a lot that Scyther can do about it to defend. So really, really difficult. But again, Bun Bun is still getting these barriers. Their offense is looking good. They just have to be able to capitalize it and be able to hold on the defense and get the ball out, which I think is what they're struggling with. Is once it gets on their side, it's really difficult for them to get it out. And Return to Form's doing a really good job of just keeping it over there, which I think is a big reason to pick now. Big purpose of the character is it just does this. It just does that.
Yeah, it just happens. I mean, that's a 3-0 point set there from Return to Form. I mean, they're looking pretty solid. I think this map is so difficult, and especially that last transformation that we just saw, to defend. Once it gets past that midfield line and that center is popped open, Luna and Aimee just struggle so much against these brawlers and midfielders that just strike the core over and over and over again. And, you know, they're going to be rewarded with some good picks. We see Fight or Flight coming out for Leo Leon. That speed already stacking with the Stagger Swagger is going to make things a problem for Scyther in the net.
Yeah, definitely. 2 sparks on the board, though, and Liari picking up Spark Resilience last set is able to get the pick of either of them, taking agility. Now, that is a 2-spark Asher. Only 1 spark left on the board, but that could be a game changer. As look at how fast she is. Oh my god, that is terrifying. That's that's not okay. Asher should not be that fast.
No.
There she is going, getting both barriers immediately, and like, that was almost it. That was just straight up almost it. Scyther 12 almost getting it, but not quite as. Uh-oh, it's happening.
It is happening. Leo Leon with that Demolitionist. That new tune means your cooldowns go down by 3 seconds with every barrier you take. So you take 2, and that's 6 seconds gone, and a nice find there from Scyther, actually credited with that goal, I believe. Perhaps the missile across the map. I looked away, but that was beautiful.
Scyther dashed in and bounced the core off the wall on their side of the map, and it was able to get in. Really well played. Nice dash coming out from him. And honestly, I think Scyther's been playing offense really well. I've liked a lot of the dashes coming out, especially because even if the dash misses, he always ejects back immediately. But sometimes Scyther doesn't even need to help, as Liari is just in there, and this speed is helping so much. She's just everywhere at once now, and really, really suffocating Return to Form on the defense.
Yeah, everywhere at once and very healthy almost all the time due to these awakenings. And, you know, to Scyther's credit, that entire point was off of that beautiful rocket from Scyther, was able to find that second barrier somehow. But look at Liari, just an absolute menace past the midfield line.
Yeah, just always sharking the core, waiting for it, and waiting for the opportunity to just press all the Asher buttons and get it done. And like, these are just great strikes. She's just gliding across the field. You know, as it turns out, you've played many seasons of midfield, and the brawler, swapping a brawler, it just make it look easy, right? Now with the core flip, half stagger bar, it's a little scary, but doesn't even need the core flip to get it, can save it for the goal, and there it is. Ooh. And that's a Bun Bun 3-0.
That is a Bun Bun 3-0, and that was absolutely dominant from them too. Just gorgeous work from all of them together. We see the synergy coming out, and we have a game on our hands. Now it's 1-2 in favor of Return to Form, and some potentially good awakenings here. I mean, yeah, the triple spark for Liari is going to be very important, although no Monumentalist pick for hook resets, which is interesting.
Yeah, opting in for the extra special, I assume just for the mobility it can offer. But triple spark, getting Spark of Strength for Liari is going to be a huge deal. You know, just unlocks unlimited KO potential. And Adrenaline Rush and 1-2 on Lilybun and Scyther are going to help with that a ton. But Leo Leon did pick Knife's Edge, which is, you know, one of the Julie Awakenings. And as we can see, it's really good. it helps you get the dash punches really well, and I think that cannot be understated. Again, though, the no adrenaline rush, no 1-2 punch. I assume both denied from Leo Leon. Can't deny them all with Knife's Edge. Try and deny Brawler Challenge, impossible. But still, just the Knife's Edge, I think is going to be huge for return to form. And if Leo Leon gets all of these dash punch KOs that he'll be able to now, I think they're looking really good. But the defense on Bun Bun, they've locked in. They are holding it down against the Julie so much better than before.
Oh, and even a KO, a double KO, actually. Muffin now stuck in the net. That second barrier will fall. Liari has the flip. Likely doesn't want to use it here as Scyther's missile hits the center barrier. Liari has the size and doesn't need the flip. That was insane from Bun Bun Bonanza. The instant double KO means so much pressure for Muffin, who I don't even think the best goalie in the world could hold that down.
Yeah, in just one draft, they were able to get all of that. 1-2 punch is just such a potent awakening. The Super Surge Adrenaline Rush on Aimee is super deadly, and Liari has 184 power, which is a small amount. You know.
Yeah, maybe even the smallest amount in the lobby, right?
Yeah. But that being said, this point, not looking too Bun Bun favored, as their net is wide open, a position they don't really want to be in. These range goalies definitely love having barriers so that they have the room to fly and play a little bit not as safe, a little bit more offensive. But again, Bun Bun holding on really well until I said it. And that's
job,
it. And
Yoshi.
Leo Leon with the dash punch. Hey, my bad.
And, I'm sure Bun Bun's feeling that too, right? The pressure from that Knife's Edge. All of a sudden you get closer, and 30% extra speed is a lot when there's a punch flying towards your net. There's one barrier dropping right away. Scyther KO'd off the map with that core flip from Leo Leon. That Knife's Edge just doing so much damage, but the center will be popped, potentially buying enough time for that second barrier to stay up. Unfortunate death touch there. And unfortunate bounce through the center. But Expanse just sends it directly through the barriers as they're opening, and Return to Form gets a little freebie off that one.
Yeah. Bit of a scary point for Bun Bun as we're taking a match point here. They got a score on the bounce house, which they were able to do really well last set. Once they got it in Muffin Koei's face, Liari was just able to go Turbo Asher mode. But here it's not looking quite like that, as Leo Leon kind of just always has the core. Bun Bun down one barrier. They're gonna have to hold on to this barrier for their life, and Scyther's doing it. They're saving against the dash punch, and now this is Bun Bun's opportunity. Until dash punch is back up, they have to be able to get both these barriers. And with Liari having the core, and that's gonna be a good start. But again, just Hook and Muffin Koei are keeping it up so well. The core flip saving the barrier. Dash punch has to be back up, and it is, but it's used on Scyther, and now this is Bun Bun's opportunity again, and we're back to get it, but they're just struggling so hard to get the ball on the other side, and that's a flip, and ball not in yet, but again, just really, really scary situation for Bun Bun here.
Yeah, one dash punch or one little core speed boost. Oh, the second barrier does fall. He already has the flip, opts for the mind game. Lily Bun not able to find it in the sword angle, finding a million times through the corner. This is so scary from Muffin as it's sitting in the net. Leo, though, tries to back pass it to Hook resets, looking for something. Liari is fishing. This core is moving so fast, and Liari keeps Bun Bun Bonanza alive. 1 point away from tying up this game in sets.
Right. It's now or never. This is where they have the opportunity to tie up the game, and this looks like a good map for them to do it on. That's one barrier, and they have the opportunity to get the second. They just have to get it out of this little corridor. And I was about to say they're able to. Bad news, they're back. But Liari with a great play there, good interaction wins, gets the barriers. Scyther 12 with the flip. This is where Bun Bun wants to be. But Leo Leon gets both barriers with his flip. Oh no, oh no.
Oh no,
Bun Bun
indeed.
they have to do it now.
They have to do it now. The core's moving so fast right now. Scyther still has flip in the defense. Moth and Koi's 1 point away from getting it. Has the flip, it doesn't need to do it. Pulls back Liari. There's the flip into the pass. Leo can't find the angle, and Scyther with the mind game does not work. Leo, no respect, runs up, strikes it through, and return to form takes map number 1.
Yeah, Leo just walks up and says, "Awesome core flip. Mind if I have a part of that?" And just puts it right in. A quick, not quick at all, but a 4-set victory for return to form is going to be putting them 1-0 over Bun Bun here in this set. And just again, Leo Leon, my king, I kneel to you. Brilliantly played. I felt like he won every interaction and was completely unstoppable, and had like fight or flight and knife's edge and
Yeah.
a million good and demolition. It's like beautiful. Just put it all to work.
Absolutely. Get that man the rock, and he will do something with it. Yeah, excellent showing from Return to Form. I thought that was a great read at the end. I mean, we saw Scyther 12 sort of sitting on those core flips multiple times throughout the game, and so to do that on the last point, potential, just a gorgeous read coming out from Leo. And, you know, that's what we expect. These players know their opponents. Everyone in this scene is pretty familiar with how these people play. And even with, you know, the role swaps coming out from Bun Bun Bonanza, you know, there's always a little shred of maybe a habit that you're able to pick up on. And, you know, Leo, good at reading those, clearly able to take advantage of that as the brawler. But we're going to be going to Night Market as the next map, which is Bun Bun Bonanza's pick. So they might have some secret strats cooked up, although, you know, this map has been in the game for a long time. So I'm sure all these players are clearly very skilled on it.
Yeah, new secret strat coming out on Night Market. I don't know what it is. I'm thinking, I think I've only seen Scyther 12 on ranged goalies, and it's kind of conflicting on Night Market. I feel like on all the narrow maps on Clarion, they were struggling to get it through those corridors, and so Scyther was on defense a lot, really struggling there. And so if that happens again on Night Market, they don't have the opportunity to get a different map. You know, it's the same map every point, and it's going to be tough. On the other hand, though, if they are able to get it through, you know, slightly more open lanes than some of the things you find on Clarion, then Scyther is free to just go crazy mode and fly and do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
So anything is possible.
Anything is possible. That's always what we love to see, especially with two teams like this. And, you know, the dash bug is allegedly fixed. You know, I've seen a lot of people dash through the center on Night Market now. Can you believe it, Yoshi? I can't believe we're living in a world where you're actually able to jump across it.
Yeah, it's a society if you can jump across Night Market, but it's a picture of like outside right now.
It's Otten City.
Because it's here.
It is here.
We've done
We're
it.
living in the future. We have voice chat. We can jump over walls with abilities. It's crazy.
Right. What's next? I actually can't think of what's next.
If
It's just
Dubu Society, if Dubu wall worked properly,
Hey, that's a good one.
I need that.
Society of Duber Roll worked on 90 ping. Show it to me.
Yeah, well, this will be exciting. I'm excited to see the specifically the striker bans this time. And we saw Julie being such a dominant force. I mean, Julie is also, I feel like, very strong on Night Market. Correct me if my low Chow high diamond knowledge is slightly lacking here. But I think Julie is pretty strong on this map just because you're confined to such a small space that if you want to slide that core along the bottom line, you are in the blast zone. You're in the splash zone and risk for getting KO'd.
Yeah, well, not the splash zone. Then that map got banned. But yeah, you are absolutely right. Leo Leon was going crazy on the Julie. He used a lot of dash punches on just getting barriers, but when he dash punched to try and KO people, it usually worked. And like you said, Night Market, narrow map, you know, he's completely free to just do it again. So I wonder Bun Bun could ban the Julie. I didn't see who was first pick last time, but oh well, this is their map pick. So unless Return to Form opts into being second pick, which I don't think they will, and they didn't. They can't just first pick Julie. If they don't want to play against it, their only opportunity is to ban it. And on a Spark of Focus start, it looks pretty good. Julie likes Sparks a lot. Hey, I don't know, but we'll have to see. Return to Form getting the first ban. Gonna have to see what they are putting up first.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, especially a Monu start too. There's a lot of strikers in this game that can favor Monumentalist. Rune being one of them that we've seen played a lot recently. We might even see one on Night Market? Question mark. I mean, maybe not, as I don't know if a lot of these players necessarily have Rune in their roster. But potentially a Rune midfielder might be very difficult to deal with, especially with that center speed boost where people love to pass it through. Just toss a little unstable anomaly in there and be a problem. Be the problem you want to see in the world. That's, I think,
Amen.
what a lot of people see.
We need more haters out here. But yeah, it's the Rune. I believe Hook Resets can play Rune. We are in the great Runeissance, and it looks great on this map. Like you said, try and pass in the middle, boom, denied. You just occupy a lot of space in a lane, and then you occupy the other part with your body. And then how do you get through that? You sit there and like one of my pillars tells the truth and one of my pillars lies every time, and you have to solve my riddle to get through. But then he just banishes you and kills you. So good luck.
Yeah, Rune, a man of many mysteries. One of them is how to get past him, as we've experienced, I'm sure, many times in our games. But will we see the 2-0 coming out? We've seen we've seen only 2-0s all day today so far. I mean, the most was Modern Magic versus Bozo Bunch, where Modern Magic actually got a set. And now it's another 3-1. It's been mainly 3-0s all day. 50% of the matches have been 3-0s. So little fun fact there. If you're these teams, you have the opportunity, Return to Form and Bun Bun Bonanza, to absolutely ruin the stats for today, which I think everyone loves.
Yeah, the past 3 weeks of Nassau were like game 3 marathons every set, game 3, set 5, etc. Just incredibly long games, crazy like 8-hour Nassau days. Today, not the same. We are blitzing through it at breakneck pace, and well, maybe not, because we're still waiting for the draft here.
Yeah, we're trying to get it back on track. It just, I don't know what's happening with the draft, but it is what it is. They're trying to get us back to the schedule that we were set for. It's a little bit too quick. I guess the starting Awakenings this time might be a little bit slower, because we did just see a full speed Awakening draft last set, which makes sense. Every time you mix Spark of Agility with Stagger Swagger with anything else, it's just a problem for your goalie.
Yeah, absolutely. Stagger Swagger is a pretty polarizing start. It makes for very particular games where nobody's dying to stagger, everyone's moving, and so moving off to something else, especially a Spark start where like the early sets are going to be pretty slow and everyone's just going to be fighting to get the other Sparks. I'm curious to see how this game will play out. I don't know if it will favor the RTF or Bun Bun more, but we'll have to see. I think a big part of it is how these teams draft their comps and how they decide to navigate it all, because different start means play different things. I'm pretty sure Bun Bun, after their role swaps, have been pretty inclined to dealing a little bit of damage if the Luna Imi was anything to consider. So I wonder if that's something they're looking at right now.
Potentially. If they are, they're taking a very good look at it. They have the time to figure it out. They're writing up the books right now. They're writing the script. Our script writers haven't caught up to that part yet, which is why it's actually taking a little bit of time, because normally we have all day to do it, but things have been a little bit rushed.
Yeah, we're working Ratman Rob to the bone out here. Is just like 1,000 words a minute, and we're still backed up. But yeah, really, like,
In the left hand and the right hand.
Yeah, dual wielding keyboards, writing 50 pages every minute. I don't know. Both these teams pulling out the 500-page playbooks, digging real deep, trying to find if there's anything special to pull out. Again, here it is. Here it is. The secret Nightmare comp. It will be coming out. What is it? They haven't found it yet. It's someone deep in the pages.
They're looking. They're uncovering it right now. They're actually like chiseling it away, and then they have the little brushes and they're like dusting it off. They're like, Luna? Juliet? But
Juliet on night market. This is it. This is what we need.
Rune even? We haven't figured out what this symbol means yet. We haven't found the Rosette, the Omega Stone. Once they find that, we'll be good to go.
Yeah, and then they find the Omega Stone, and it turns out there's 5 of them, and and this was just part 1, and and the scriptwriters are going crazy right now, and all of this is all going to be backstory, all leading up to this game.
This is the filler arc where Yoshi and I desperately try to fill out time as we watch. As 152 people sit here watching us, yeah. I love it.
And it's not filler, and it will be coming back later. And
That's right.
it's actually really important to the canon.
It's really important to understand about these players.
Power scalers, write this down. All of it. We're gonna need it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm out of stuff. I'm
out of stuff too, but I heard the ping heard around the world that might be a few more minutes before they can draft because someone ran into an emergency. So all good.
That's code for ran into a great discovery of a new pick on Night Market. So
yeah, they're playing the alpha characters. They're in the lab right now. They spent too long in the lab.
Yeah, here comes 11. Watch out. It's gonna be a game changer.
It is gonna be. Yeah, they figured out a way to add a 4th player to their team, and so we're just working out the lobby to get that working right now. Although I don't know, that last game, it felt like Leo Leon was 2 players.
And he was like 8 players.
Yeah,
he was an entire lobby. Oh, but a ban has been locked in.
Oh, no way.
Goodbye. And now we can talk
about
draft.
07's in the chat for Aimee being absolutely deleted from the game. They uninstalled her app. Now she's gone, and there's the Julie ban. We're not
there's
too
the Julie
surprised.
ban. Yeah, we were talking about it, and yeah, with all this time to prepare, I like both these bans. Get them out of the way. RTF just first picking now. Hook Reset's been on the now arc, and that's an X lock from Bun Bun. Going to be going to Liari almost certainly, unless they get really crazy. But
hear me out, Yoshi. Superman X goalie. We've all been waiting for it.
Yes!
Come on, Scyther. You have the opportunity to do something so funny right now. No one has scrimmed this. No one's practiced for it. No one knows the lore and what truly will happen if Scyther locks X goalie. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're not ready for it. But that's looking like a Juno midfield for Lily Bun, unless.
Okay, no, we can't do it again. We can't do it again, Yoshi. They're gonna fire us. They're gonna take us behind the barn again.
500 pings at my doorstep telling me to shut up. Yeah, and anything is possible. But this is looking like a pretty nice brawler midfield lock, and I really like that combo. X really strong in night market. Juno has a lot of coverage on the map. Been doing really well recently. And we're seeing a Finny almost definitely for Moff and Koei.
Yeah.
So just looking for a brawler lock for Leo Leon. Might be a Zen. Hey.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. And there it is. Yoshi also, you found the Omega Stone first, so we got it all figured out. But yeah, that Monumentalist Finny is going to be obnoxious for the Bun Bun defense, or offense rather. Just press R. press whatever the key is you've bound to for that ult, and the core is just gonna sit in there and be obnoxious the whole game. Especially, have you ever put it in the speed boost in the middle of the map?
Oh, that sounds awesome.
It's really fun.
Yeah, I see that you're looking for the speed gate. What if you were significantly slower trying to do that?
Exactly.
GG. It looks like we are rounding out the Bun Bun comp with a Rasmus. Probably Rasmus goalie, but Scyther has the opportunity, like you said, to do something really, really funny here.
Yeah, I really
honestly,
hope he does, but obviously not.
I like both these comps. I think the Rasmus X is very strong. Rasmus puts out a lot of damage, and then X can go and finish off KOs, or other way around. X can put out some damage, and Rasmus can drop a hook, bang. But then on the other side, there's Finny Zentaro, which is the same thing. Finny debuffs someone, and then Zen presses 500 buttons, and suddenly they are dead. But Return to Form has the Now, which has the healing to deal with this Rasmus goalie. And I think it just kind of out-hitbox Rasmus. If played smart, you can avoid the pendulum swings and put down primaries to try and beat them, secondaries, etc. Especially with this Monu. I think the Now is a huge pick here and is going to be pretty hard to deal with for Bun Bun. So we'll have to see how it goes. As we load in, we are seeing a lot of sparks. Everyone but Hook Reset's picking up a spark. But that, again, is Monu now, and is definitely going to be very useful here, especially in these tiny, tiny night market lanes.
Yeah, and, if you guys haven't learned the word active hitboxes yet, those ones are good to learn, because there are going to be a lot of them sitting out on the pitch if Lilybun has anything to say about it. Obviously, quick strikes, not something that are in the game, rotated out. And look at the damage going on Liari. It's so hard to get it through. Because Bun Bun Bonanza is going to have a lot of pressure this game, unless Hook Resets has something to say about it.
Yeah, definitely. Here, Liari is just in the blender. It's the X experience. That character, not very fast, as it turns out. Gonna be hard to get away from all the fellas trying to take you out. It's pretty tough, but here in the power play, Return to Form, doing some passing, Hook Resets, dribbling it in front of the barrier, looking for an opportunity, but Lilybun and Scyther just covering it up. And now Leo Leon getting in there with the flip, and there it is. Oh, my goat's done it again. What can I say? He's dead. He's
your
dead.
goat is
He's
gone.
gone.
Look what you've done.
No!
Rest in peace. But yeah, I mean, look at all of just the active abilities that are on the pitch right now. It's so much to deal with. If you mess up one strike, and it's so easy to do, especially if you're up a match or if you're down a match, you're either overconfident or underconfident. You got to lock in, but Muffin Cowie barely getting that save. Scyther 12 has the core flip in the net. There's the ult coming through, and then now it finds it. Hook Resets just left that there. That Monumentalist is going to make that sit for just a little bit longer. Or not even, just a little bit larger, and that finds the bottom of the net. Unfortunate clear there, but once again, active hitbox is something you have to look out for, especially during this match.
I was about to say, active hitboxes, that thing was massive and just hanging out, having a good time, steering a sweet goal. But here, and we're looking at kind of the same thing we saw last time, is Liari taking unlimited damage and getting knocked out, and now Return to Form. Got a barrier, now has a power play as an opportunity. Has a lot of damage on Lilybun, who just used Flip. Is in a pretty precarious position, but again, Bun Bun, Scyther, and Lily just holding really, really well here. And Return to Form not able to get much off the power play.
That's right. Unlimited damage and not allowed to play games, as they say. That's
a lot of bacon.
For something. A lot of bacon. Leon has the flip, finds that barrier. Moffin doing a good job juggling that, keeping that in the corner. No threat there quite yet. A nice all-will pass things forward, but Leon taking off the pitch again in the core, just not finding its mark yet. Return to Form has this one barrier remaining. He's able to clear it around Liari, who is smoked from that Finny. Able to get the orb, though, to heal up Red a little bit. And just not able to get that. Look how much damage Liari is taking. And, oh, the Death Touch not quite finding its mark. Bun Bun Bonanza struggling right now.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the game of which team can boss up on the power play faster, as both brawlers are just going to be knocked out repeatedly. Just super damage heavy goalie picks. I suppose Finny really excels at speed more than damage, but it does a little bit of everything. Very versatile, and so whichever team is able to capitalize on their power plays more after putting on 1,000,000 damage will be able to get something done. I think Hook Reset's picking the Now has a lot of healing potential, but also it doesn't have a lot of stagger. Very easy to knock out. So, it looks like both midfielders just struggling right here. But Leo Leon with the flip is able to get it in. Really well done. Wow.
Yeah, we're getting back on schedule here. Return to form 3-0 in this first set. They found the stone. And if it keeps being like this, it's going to be difficult. But look at this Awakening draft. That is a lot of purple and red on here. Catalyst, I think, is going to be huge. But, not to mention that there are literally 2 Sparks in the draft. And everyone except Hook has Sparks. So, yeah, those are going to go first. Not too surprised.
Yeah. Scooped up right away. But that's Catalyst on Now, which is going to be exceptional. Now having so many hitboxes, so many hits. And also, I was just talking about how Now's a great target to knock out. Has the lowest stagger in the game. You might think it was Octavia, but Octavia a couple patches ago had a stagger buff. Now it's Now, which is pretty unfortunate. But with Catalyst, has just incredible defensive potential here. Leo Leon also picked up Super Surge. These in Taro Awakening. That guy has 3 dashes. Now he does 30% more damage on all of them. Wow. But that all being said, Scyther 12 picked up, both Liari and Scyther 12 picked up some speed, which is going to be pretty nice for them. I don't know if it's going to be able to get through the Catalyst Now and the Super Surge then, though. This is looking like Return to Form's like super draft.
Yeah, and not to mention double core flip. It's just flip and dip, easy. Hit that little right click and Leo scores yet another point. Something very common we see from this team. But yeah, the energy is so important. And especially on a character like Now that Hook Resets is playing, right? Where you strike the core so many times. Like, you are a core control character. And now every single time you do it, you get 15% more energy. Like, sure, sounds good to me.
Don't mind if I do. Yeah, and here, we've seen a whole lot of not core controlling come out of RTF because that is a staggered Liari. Here, getting dangerous. Then the big finish almost just killing Liari right there. But now Bun Bun has the opportunity to get the barrier. Unfortunately, though, Liari goes down. Lily Bun looking like she's next. Things are looking pretty rough here, and RTF just has a ton of time to mount their offense and get something done.
That's right. Scyther trying to use the size advantage to get it past Leo Leon is able to do it successfully once and twice, but maybe not again as Mothman just takes their own barrier. Things are scary now. Able to get that one out. Scyther working on it. Liari working up the midfield, trying to find something. The blobs are on the pitch and not able to find its mark. Hook Resets on a low HP, forced to flip. It's able to heal back, almost KO'd by Liari. That would be a huge find right now as Scyther actually manages to find the KO, and now it's a power play for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, now Bun Bun, the shoe's on the other foot, as they say, and Bun Bun has the opportunity to get something done. They have to make this power play count, because if they don't, they might get power play back, and suddenly things are looking a little scary.
That's right. 2 core flips, though, and a stun away actually favors Bun Bun Bonanza. Strikecore win from Liari. Means all 3 players will be back on the pitch for the side. Leo Leon now low HP. The flip by Scyther. Able to keep things alive as Leo is so staggered and able to find the pass off the Now primary. A beautiful play from them, and that core is moving so fast in overtime.
Yeah, exceptional reaction coming out from Leo there, catching it off the rebound on the bumper in overtime. That thing was moving quick, and I'm pretty sure Lilybun was on strike cooldown, unable to do much about it, and so Leo just had a free shot right there. And it's something I'm thinking about right now is these points are starting to go long, and Now primary hits really hard in overtime, and then Juno all of Juno. The entire character that is Juno hits really hard in overtime. So I think Bun Bun has a slight advantage there in the overtime core speed with Juno. And I think they have a little bit of advantage here with 2 core flips down out of RTF. They have the opportunity to now, push up Liari and Lilybun close to flips. Might not matter at all if they get KO'd though, and it looks like Leo is going in for it. Not able to get it though, and so Bun Bun is still holding on right now.
Yeah, nice evade timing there by Liari, but it does not matter when Leo is hot on your tail. There's the flip coming out, and so many abilities. Lily somehow able to get it through. I know Scyther's playing the fisherman, but Lilybun's doing a great job there. Able to clear it out. Somehow this final barrier remains despite so many power play opportunities, and there's the Death's Touch. Its name is working out properly as Leo's off the pitch, and now you just have to try to get it past now, which is very difficult as Leo is basically back up.
Right, and unfortunately just the now primaries cover so much space. They're so big! But Bun Bun still has their barrier up, despite all the KOs coming out, and it's overtime. Just one good hit is going to be able to get it. That's flip burned out of Moth and Koei, and this Liari is low. They've got to get it done soon, or else she's going to get knocked out, and things are going to get again for like the 5th time this point. Pretty dangerous for Bun Bun.
Yeah, and somehow Liari is still barely alive and kicking. Mike and KO going for this orb, though. Able to get it and evades the slice and dice. And look at that. The core is moving so quick. There's one flip. Leon the pass up to themselves. Not quite finding its mark. There's the ult up to Lily. Looking for something. Frost Clear is the name of the game. And Liari able to fish it out through that misdirection there. And finally, Bun Bun Bonanza scores a point in this set after what feels like 20 minutes.
Yeah, really well played by Bun Bun. They got their one opportunity and capitalized on it right there. They had a really nice shot. Lilybun able to get it up really nicely, straight to Liari. It was really well played. And so it looks like they're back. Sometimes, especially after a long point when you win it, the mental restored. And the game is different. On some I understand it now kind of business.
Yeah, the little Dark Souls text pops up. Just understand it now. And yeah, I like the way Scyther is playing this goal box. Able to use that pendulum swing to pass it up to the midfield and oftentimes beat Leon in a strike war, despite Leo being at the midfield. These powerhouse pauldrons are able to just put in a lot of work. It's a free 30% size just because you made a good choice in the draft phase. So we love to see that. There's the flip coming out from hook resets, but Scyther winning the strike war yet again. Often Tully, though, does have the core flip. Still RTF favored for this point. So we see Leo now taking a lot of damage using that super surge and is now super out of position. Here comes the flip going through, able to find the Oni's blade. Trying to find something. The flip again, looking for a night market angle. The flick not finding its mark, and now it's Liari. 1 versus 1 versus Moffin, who's able to get out of that one. And once again, we're back to neutral. These teams are evenly matched right now.
Yeah, just going blow for blow. Liari with the flip, able to get it through the triple take. Exceptionally well done, and unfortunately for Moff Koei, the ability was just not able to hold on there. I want to shout out Scyther at that point for making like 2 or 3 back-to-back just insane mind-bending saves, because Leon had like brilliant setups that I think would work on most goalies, but Scyther 12 was able to just keep his cool right there and prevent it from happening. And now again, things are looking a little different than they were earlier on in this game. Leon low on stagger, and Bun Bun I feel like it's just kind of roared to life here, which you wouldn't expect from the team called Bun Bun, but they're here to play. They're showing up, and if they can win this point, they can tie up the game and get an advantage in the draft. Might be able to pick up the last spark, which would be very, very big. So we'll have to see as barriers are tied up right now.
The That's right. Moffat almost caught an unfortunate situation there. Just that strike timing not working out in his favor. Now it's stuck on this bottom side. Hook Reset's taking a lot of damage. Lilian's been staggered for quite a minute. Will get healed up, though. Back to full and back to 0. If Scyther has anything to say about it. Just that double take. Looking to block. The blobs are mixing up the goalie right now. The AI is doing too good. I know they banned Aimi, but it's still in effect. There's the flip, looking for a night market angle. Not quite able to find it. A little bit too ambitious for now, but it is 2-2 in set number 2. They're looking to find something. Liari somehow gets a piece of it right past Muffin Koei. That core is too quick. Bum Bum Bonanza ties this game up 1-1.
Yeah, the red core just too difficult to deal with, sending that thing straight up there. And Scyther 12 with the first pick. There's Hotshot built different, more size, stacks for more speed. A lot of options here. Going with the built different, just going big mode, and I gotta respect that. Hotshot going straight to Lilybun. I was talking about the core speed earlier, and now Bun Bun has a really, really great, core speed opportunity. That's how they've been getting the ball to Liari, and it's been working really, really well. And with Liari having stacks, it's going to be a little difficult to keep them, but with the peak performance and peak performance for a little bit of stagger, stacks up, Liari's going to be moving around at Mach 300, and it's going to look good. Muffin Koei picked up Deadeye, which I think is really relevant. Getting a lot of damage is RTF's win condition, it looks like. But really, I think Bun Bun had a great draft there, and that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and I mean, not to mention, when you talk about Muffin Koei specifically, he's the one that got Spark of Strength. So he's hitting at 139 power on a good day, on a sunny afternoon. Not to mention, 32.5% harder if you hit them past what's essentially the midfield line. So, yeah, there is going to be some damage coming out to Bum Bum Bonanza. And speaking of damage, look at the damage done to the barriers. Just insanely quick as Leo almost putting in the goal after 10 seconds. Make it 11. And Return to Form gets the job done.
Yeah. Return to Form went down a set and said, wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And now they're just firing back on all cylinders. Looking real vicious right now. And it's going to be tough for Bun Bun to come back from this, because this is devastating. This is brutal.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see if you're Bun Bun Bonanza here. Just watching Lilian just dismantle your goal barriers. A terrifying sight to see. We've seen Scyther been so well defensively this entire game. Pressure put out by RTF might be too much if Leo has anything to say. The flip on the goal line from Scyther, able to save it, but has no abilities left, and not expecting that little sentry mine from Hook Resets. Able to get that goal, and Scyther now put in a difficult spot. Return to Form is up 2-1 right now. They're one set away from taking this entire series. You got to be feeling it if you're Bun Bun Bonanza right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. There is the last Spark Resilience. You have to wonder if it's worth taking. It is. Congratulations, Lilian. That's actually incredibly significant. That's so much stagger for Lil Zentaro, who doesn't have a whole lot of that. Nice Edge also going to Hook Resets, which is great on this map. Gonna have it. We're gonna be able to proc it a lot. Team player on Scyther. Bun Bun's really speccing into this core speed, which is going to be really nice. They just have to survive long enough to make it happen. Return to Form really just ran down those barriers, no questions asked. And so it's going to be difficult for Bun Bun to respond, but they're doing it. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
That's right, and team player being picked up by Scyther is going to be very important. Muffin very quick on the draw with these abilities, able to find the perfect time, and there it is again, able to combo with Lilian to secure a KO. But if the core is moving fast enough, you're going to have to start using these abilities on defense, which is something we've seen Muffin Koei do predictively. But are we going to be able to see him do it reactionary? Only time will tell. And it's going to require all 6 players on the pitch, preferably, for Bun Bun Bonanza if they want to make this work. And Scyther yet again with another goal line save. Able to win so many strike wars. This Bun Bun Bonanza defense is ridiculous.
Yeah, Bun Bun is holding on, and it's exactly what they need, especially with Liari just getting attacked out there. Is looking really rough, and that's another power play. RTF's just feasting right here, but like you said, Bun Bun just holding on really well.
Yeah, the first missed strike war in a while from Scyther, able to get that flip yet again, and Liari almost finds the demon angle into the corner as the core barely slips through. Muffin able to get the save off the top, but a little bit too tight on the bottom. And Bun Bun Bonanza get their point. They're looking to claw their way back into it. Scyther 12 has a mountain to climb. We saw the one strike war loss resulted in that second barrier falling, and it looks like RTF is trying to do yet another blitz.
Right, trying, but Scyther 12 just not relenting here. Bun Bun holding on, and great opportunity here in the offense, but unfortunately Strike Shot not letting it go. And Scyther 12 taken out by Leo Leon. Liari is next. That's a double power play for RTF, and now it's just Lilybun back in the box. Welcome back, Lilybun. But it's going to be tough to hold in this in 1v3.
Hey, if anyone can do it on this team, it's definitely Lily. Has the goalie experience to lock it down, and the flip almost finds Leo Leon. He didn't dash away there. Lilybun, she is looking to keep things alive. Doing so well in the midfield. Somehow, some way able to clear this out. And Liari with the strike reset almost gets it through. There's one barrier standing for return to form. And they want to keep it alive.
They definitely do. And both teams holding on to these barriers. I'm sorry. Wait! Both teams done holding on to these barriers. All of them are down. Liari dropping the X Maximus, just getting ragdolled across the field. But Leo Leon going for the KO, dropping both primary and secondary. Has the core flip though. It's gonna be big. Scyther 12 running around, but the pendulum or the whiplash is not gonna send it where he wants, and that's gonna be going in for RTF. How long do you think that point was?
Too long, Yoshi. That was very long. Liari getting just thrown left and right across the pitch. And look, here's the blitz from Bun Bun Bonanza now. Able to take that. Scyther to try to save it from this ult. There's one barrier down. The pass up to Liari's looking good. That hot shot's not kicking in yet. Only 15 seconds into this point. Lilybun trying to get it through, looking for the stuff up to Liari. A beautiful misdirection from Moffenko. He's able to keep it alive. Almost KO'd by Liari. There's a lot of pressure in this bottom side. Scyther 12 does have the core flip though. You just have to get it up to Liari with enough speed from that team player to beat Moffenko. And there's the heal again from hook resets, coming out and making things that much harder for Liari on this offense. And look at that, able to get it through with the bell ringer. Liari gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge burst of speed coming from the speed gate. He just rushes in, sends it in, and that's 2 flips on the side, almost 3 for Bun Bun, and no flips here for return to form. This is looking like such a Bun Bun favored point. Well, hold on. This is looking like such a Bun Bun favored point. Scyther 12 still has a flip, and so if they can get the barrier here, he can use it to hold, and it will be very, very good for them. Oh, but that's another power play for RTF.
Wow, and somehow Leo reached around and was able to get that core. Because now we'll see it sliding around the pitch. Liari on such low HP. There's the flip and the strike war win from Leo. Looking to even up this game. Teleport in, not quite working out. Liari returned to defense, not voluntarily. It's in this corner with all the friends. Leo has the dribble. Blocked away by the pendulum swing, but you gotta wait for that cooldown to come back now. Hook resets has the opportunity to win the strike war. Leo almost gets it in the bottom corner, but Lily is doing such a good job, but it's just not enough. Leo Leon able to find that goal. And it's so much pressure. You have to wait till all of the cooldowns run out and then some to be able to get it past this Bun Bun defense.
Yeah, really. But Leo with the double dash. I think he was one of the first players to ever do that on Zen. Really well done. That's like his signature move. His finishing attack. And it was able to get that point, bring them back, tie up this set, and bring us to match and series point. Here, Return to Form has the opportunity to clean it up right here, right now. No questions asked, all done. Bun Bun has to lock in right now, get this barrier, get this goal, and tie up this game. Or that's it.
That will be it in this midfield. Able to get it. Liari wins the strike war. A very important one, nevertheless. But still, there's so many creations left. And look at that, a double
Whoa.
KO. Both brawlers taken off the map. It's the midfields and the goalies left. And now Lilybun has to try to 1v2 this. As Hook Resets is sitting in the net. Scyther has no one to team player at 2. But Liari does come back. Leo almost finds it. But still, one barrier remains for Bun Bun Bonanza for the time being. But Moffin Koei is just winning every strike war. It's so difficult to break through this defense right now for both of the teams. Could this be it? And it is. Liari is able to tie up this series somehow, some way, 2-2 in game number 2. And this is ridiculous.
Yeah, the Moth and Koei strike shots have been on point all game, and I think Liari's been really struggling to get through it, but was able to win the interaction against Strike War right there, dribble it, and then have a perfect shot. And that's going to take us to a set 5, and that's going to be a perfect form deny. And just great pick for Lilybun. 1-2 punch going into Leo Leon is pretty scary, but I feel like he's already putting out so much damage that if I was Bun Bun, I wouldn't be super worried about it. The unstoppable on Moth and Koei, though, is a big point of concern because that's going to be really difficult for X to break through. You're going to need some help from some Juno Slimes or something else if Bun Bun wants to use these X stuns to score. So we'll have to see if they're able to. That is size X. Going big mode, it's going to be much easier to hit everything, but right now it's RTF with both barriers, or taking both barriers and having the opportunity to get the goal here.
Yeah, and it's a huge tempo swing right now, at least it feels like.
Tempo swing?
Tempo swing. A good callback. It's hard to pick up and take these barriers. I mean, we see Moffin just comfortable with the 1. Strike War after Strike War, Moffin is able to beat an X that is basically 20% larger in size. Well, 25% larger. And yet the pressure ends up just mounting in the Bun Bun Bonanza half because they can't get that second barrier, and Leon passed that man the rock.
Yeah. Get that guy the ball, and he will be doing some violent things with it. Getting it in. Oh, speaking of violent, once again, Liari is just getting skabobbled out there, and that's going to be the Manu Now primary, taking her off the pitch. Another power play for RTF. Almost held the barrier there. Really well done. But now, Lilybun, with this flip, with all this core speed from the slimes, able to get both barriers. Still has the flip. Burned Moth and Koei's flip. And this is looking like a Bun Bun opportunity if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I was looking for that self-pass. Wasn't quite able to find it, but Scyther somehow maneuvered all the Leo abilities. And Liari with the strike reset. The self-pass with the X Maximus. Doing such a good job taking advantage of that Finny's weaknesses. Beautiful shot there. And if we see more of that, Bun Bun Bonanza definitely has a chance to win this.
Yeah, hitting the curve shot there. With that size awakening, Larry's just big enough to be able to strike it and then ult and strike it again in a completely different direction. Really well played, and game's fully tied up. Both of these teams just fighting tooth and nail back and forth. That's both barriers. Really well played by Leo Leon. And almost gets a KO on Lilybun. Scyther 12 has this flip. Going to be holding on to it as Leo's looking to get this KO. But that's going to be 2 orbs for Lilybun. And both barriers for Bun Bun. And they're back. Not able to get it off that flip.
Back.
But they're back.
Gosh, this is difficult. But Scyther You have a lot of people to get this through, opting not to use the core flip. And the Finny from Muffin Koei is able to help so much on the offense, using those creations for defense. You have to try to get it through. There's the flip, the secondary flip, the time delay. Leon with the mind game, and it pays off. Yet another point for return to form, and they're one away from closing out the series. And the way these games have went, they want to close it out soon.
Right, they do not want to give Bun Bun the opportunity to bring it back, because we've seen what happens. You know, but that was 2 flips expended to get that point. Really, really difficult. Just a testament to how well Bun Bun is playing on this defense here. But that's a lot of resources that they don't have to score again, which means Bun Bun has an opportunity to get something done as long as Liari is able to stay alive. She's been doing really well on the offense, but that's going to be the KO. And now we are back to RTF Power Play City as Scyther 12 and Lilybud just have to hold on here. And they are!
I don't know how they do this time and time again, but I count them out. And they just keep clawing their way back with these insane Strike War wins. Unfortunately, this time, Lilybud taken off the pitch. There's this last barrier falling. And that's a lot of people to try to defend against. Scyther and Liari looking for it, but Hook Resets has the flip and has the top corner. Return to form, able to close out this series 2-0.
Yeah, well played by Hook. Had the core flip, and I'm pretty sure he knew that was it. You know, holding onto it right into the last moment, ripping it and sending it straight in. Really well played by RTF. Going to be taking this one, but just like look at the redirect numbers. Both teams just putting up insane numbers on that 30-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, 126 saves on Scyther 12 means that half of his redirects were saves, which I think is ridiculous that they were able to stay in the game for that long. It's almost exactly, I believe that actually, yeah, it's like 3 strikes away off. It's damn close, and what an incredible defensive showing from them. I mean, we know obviously Bun Bun's the team that mixed up basically all the roles and decided to have fun with their roster, and those were definitely some fun games to watch. I think if they can keep playing like that, they're definitely going to get some more wins this season, as RTF is able to get their first one in week 4.
Yeah, RTF clocking in their win, and I agree. I think Bun Bun played really well that game. You know, really nice to see. And obviously me saying that's no consolation. I'm not sitting here like, yeah, guys, great job, team. I genuinely believe that they can pick up some wins later on, but RTF played exceptionally, and so that's going to be a crisp 2-0 for them. And you know, it's only week 4. Hey, we're not even halfway done. We've got so much season left.
There's still more Omega Strikers to be played, as they say. Many, many, many more games. And speaking of many more games, we have an exciting series coming up next. It's going to be Demons Raw versus Era's Kitten Club, which 2 teams that need no introduction. I'm sure most people know who they are, and definitely another exciting teams to watch. I mean, if it was anything like these games, we're in for a treat. But if it was anything like the games before, we're just going to see one team just 2-0 slam someone 3-0 every game. So we'll have to see. But we're going to hop into a quick break. And when we're back, Demons Raw versus Era's Kittens Club. You're not going to want to miss it.
Welcome to the Rat Recap, where the opinions are made up and the strikes don't matter. This week was actually 3 weeks ago, but a combination of football fever and Rivals Addiction, no, not that one, delayed our release a tad. But worry not, as my mind is a library of competitive Mega Strikers and NASL is merely a book waiting to be read. Modern Magic came away with another surprise upset, taking out Fluffy Bangers behind a generational goalie performance by Juno Extraordinaire Pensando. Modern did what any rational team starting the season 2-1 with a win on the current reigning champions does, and completely blew up, leaving Carmine the sole original player with subs turned starters. Insert redacted information here, I'm not sure if it's public or not. Meanwhile, Cosmic Calamity squeaked out a win in nail-biter fashion, making them the second team in NASL history to beat both Sad Boys and Demons Raw in the same regular season. It is actually the second time Cosmic Calamities has defeated Demons Raw, making them the only team in NASL history to never lose multiple series against Raw in the regular season. The only common factor here is Natty. So, Natty, whenever you can, share some of that secret stuff with the rest of the class. Small note, Kainu role swap during the series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Speaking of undefeated teams, EKC achieved a clean 2-0 against RTF, securing them a 3-0 record. Soren had his midfield debut filling in for Katsuna, while substitute The Fool held it down in the box. Small note, Soren role swap for all of this series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Showtime won their series 2-0 against a totally normal Bun Bun. Oh god, they all role swapped. Bun Bun has gone. Goalie to midfield, midfield to brawler, and brawler back to goalie. Although game 1 was pretty one-sided, the reborn Bonanza showed some flashes of greatness in game 2. Let's hope they realize that potential before they are completely out of the playoff race. Finally, the Sad Boys, not wanting to be outdone by Demons Raw, also lost their series this week, and did so in the first ever Rat Recap Witching Hour, where wins become losses and losses become wins. Bozo Butt stole victory from the claws of feet not once but twice, making comeback wins down 0-2 and 1-2 in games 1 and 3 respectively. At least they won't be lonely boys down in the 1-2 range with Demons and Fluffy Bangers. That is it for the Rat Recap. See you the day after, 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 tomorrow.
I'm sure you could feel the aura, but we know Inkies is approaching. Welcome back, everyone, to Nassel. I'm joined again by Yoshi64 with a Z in front of the name, too. Demons Raw versus EKC. Going to be a very interesting series, especially with that #1 map pick.
Guys, Inkies isn't very Christmas themed. I don't think they got the memo, but that's okay. Here we've got two absolute titans going against each other. EKC undefeated this season. Demons Raw previous season champions, currently 1 and 2. But hey, anything is possible. And both teams very well known for just being vicious KO machines. And so I'm looking forward to seeing these games, which team can come out on top, if EKC can maintain their undefeated streak, or if Demons Raw is going to get back in the driver's seat and just start mowing people down, what they're known for.
Yeah, as they do. But, you said something that I thought was really important, and you said that Inkies isn't Christmas themed. And I think it's very Christmas themed, actually, and I'll explain why. It's the spirit of giving a giant cannon blast that throws you off the map. And it gives you a lot of pressure in your net. So I think it's pretty Christmas themed. I don't know, Yoshi.
The map does give an incredible amount of offense and KO potential, which is awesome. That is incredibly Christmas themed. And maybe I was closed-minded for saying that Inkies isn't Christmas themed, only judging a book by its cover and not actually digging deep into the content of its character. That being said, I still hate it. I still don't like it. It still makes me unhappy to play, but hey, you're right. Christmas faith restored. There we are.
Bah humbug to you. Maybe maybe the ghost of Inky's past will visit you, and you'll have a change of heart. We'll have to see. But speaking of that, looks like we're getting both these teams ready in the lobbies. I mean, of course, Clarion and Houghton City, both bans. So we will get Inky and then Obscura for sure, which is always an interesting map. But don't want to get ahead of ourselves because this match, Surf's Up.
Well, we can get ahead of ourselves because in 10 minutes we will be on Gates of Obscura. So
yeah, fair enough.
We do have to take a quick summer siesta, but I'm looking forward to a good Gates of Obscura map. I'm pretty sure last season Demons banned it first almost every game. Now instead they've banned Auten, which is very understandable, but that means that they could not ban Gates. And so now Gates has been picked, and I'm curious to see what they look like on it, because obviously when a team permabans a map, they're probably not super comfortable. But when a team also wins Nassel, I want to see what they're able to do on the maps that they're less comfortable on. It is a very, I think, EKC favored map. They pick it a lot and usually look pretty good on it. No, I'm a fraud. Guys, I'm sorry. I was thinking of last season's Cosmic Calamities. EKC might look better on it. They looked good on it last season. They might have practiced it in the meantime. They did pick it, right? You don't pick a map that you're not like super comfortable with, but I'm looking forward to it. This is the most unique, like Clarion, Night Market, and Atlab were all banned. This is the most unique map rotation I think we've seen all day, perhaps all season. Could be like ever. That people are not anticipating the Inkies Gates Demon Deus run.
No, not at all. And I mean, even Soren, who is the competitor in this match, said in chat, "We're washed on this map." I think pun intended. So we will have to see. I don't know what's going to happen. No one knows what's going to happen. It's Inky. It's a coin flip, but it's surely a good time. And starting Awakenings, Demolitionist, and Fighter Flight.
Fighter Flight on Inkies is devious. People are going to be moving.
Yes. 100%.
Right, but here we see the Rasmus band coming out from Demons, which I like a lot because it's such a good pick on this map. that taking it off is, I admittedly putting EKC on the Kazan, putting NXCD on the Kazan. I know. Sorry, I've a brain blast. Put NXCD on the Zentaro. Snake took Kazan, the other really good core control brawler on open maps, and now EKC has to make the Zen work. And I think it can. I think it does, but it takes a lot more execution than something like Rasmus or Kazan. So, you know, good drafting by Demons. I like that.
Yeah, definitely like that. And for the uninitiated, Yuko Kita is none other than Katsuna, who is picking up a nice save there. Just help out some of the first-time shatters, new-time watchers. Looks like there wasn't a goal in the first 30 seconds, so this isn't a very standard game of Inkies that we're used to seeing here, but the barrage going through, NXCD finds the KO, or rather Katsuna, and Gumi gets overwhelmed with this Estelle goalie.
Yeah, the Estelle is definitely an interesting pick. We saw it earlier, Cosmic Calamities playing it, and it's a pick that's been making its rounds. There's some people more comfortable than others playing it. Gumi, I believe, has been playing it for a while, and I think it's pretty interesting on this map because obviously there's one barrier. Like, defending it's great, but to what end? To how long? And so having a good offensive pick is going to be pretty nice, and that's going to be barrier down for EKC. Demons Roar have the power play here. Something interesting that I'm noting is that's Katsuna on his signature Luna pick that he's really good at. So obviously picked it here. Wonder if it's going to have as much impact as a midfield pick like Aimi that has, you know, a little bit of everything. So does Luna, but is definitely spec'd into damage more than anything else. That all being said, hey, the Demons Raw almost, EKC almost saving it, but I was going to say we're dragging on for a little bit, like 50 seconds, guys. Bit of a long point, but
yeah,
you know,
we gotta get those numbers. We gotta get those numbers way down. But you know, last game we saw the full roster switch positions, and that was Bun Bun Bonanza. Now we get to see it a little bit more fluid. We see Soren with that eject button able to sort of swap roles with Katsuna. Sometimes when each striker is low, or sometimes just whatever you want. Fly in, get the goal, and a nice pass up to NXCD. This time not quite working out. That will be activated, and a nice catch with that primary there from NXCD. And this is going to be the bread and butter that you're going to expect out of these brawlers, like Kazan, like Zentaro. Use that ability, whether it be crooked leverage, whether it be all of the buttons that Zentaro has, and you're just looking to fish it out. I mean, that's really the name of the game on a map like Inkies.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, we see barrier going down again, but Snake gets vaporized there. Crazy strike shot coming out from Gumi though. Bang, gonna beat A, and that's better. 13 seconds, what I like to see. Let's get the show on the road. Inkies!
Yeah. Inkies! Put some yas in the chat for that one. We see Soren clearing things out. NXCD does have flip here. Already, I feel like we were just talking. We haven't even talked about really the Awakenings and how everyone except for Gumi decided to pick Fight or Flight, and it's already like set point 2-2 right now, and another player's off the map. Almost a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
wow. Sorry, I was just looking at Snake almost died. Yeah, again. And the Centauro, super low stagger character. Kazan also really low stagger, especially early on. And low-key, Inkies is a KO map. As you can get knocked out in the corners where the barriers are and once they're down, and that's such a big deal. And it's really hard to hide in the middle. Like look, oh, Snake just like DI'd that. I don't know how he survived the Zenol, but awesome.
Oh, but still, well, he's not gonna survive that. I mean, that's just the whole team. Sometimes.
Yeah,
they just don't want him on the pitch. And Soren, scary situation, has to use that flip to get out. And nice read there with the Crystal Thorn, or the Rose Warp rather, from Gumi. No energy now on the side. Snake just missing the angle, but finds it with yet another touch. And Soren's taking some damage. Gumi will step on it. Soren is off the pitch. Gumi can't quite find it. Looking for that, and the stun will make the pass null and void. As Katsuna is able to clear it out. We'll see if NXDD can lock it down for 1 second. Soren spawns on the bottom. Got a little bit mixed up. Clearly wasn't familiar with the map as he runs forward instead of up. So there's definitely some learning to get back to on this map for all these teams.
Yeah, got to refamiliarize with the summer special Big Cannon. And here, Demons has a ton of damage on Katsuna, but just dropped the barrier. And things are looking dangerous. Core flip burned from Gumi. We're going to have to look for something nice. Oh, no, they're not. As Snake is just going to be able to put that in right there. And Demons are going to be taking the first set.
Yeah, Snake, the champion, gets MVP for this set. And looking like an interesting draft here. That is, yeah, that is something.
A lot. I'm looking at, Big Fish. It's great pick. Size Kazan is going to be wonderful. 1-2 punch also nice for the core speed, but going big mode. 2 Sparks, which I was looking at, but I don't know if anyone will be picking up. Deadeye Luna. Hello, Deadeye Luna. That's effectively undeniable. Kazan, not a big fan of that awakening. Catalyst going straight. Kainoob gonna be pretty nice, but yeah, the Deadeye is going to be a big game changer. Kazan at level 4 only has 1400 stagger. Hey, now 1441. Big! Welcome to level 5. Unfortunately, it's not enough. It's just you're gonna be needing a little bit more than that to handle Deadeye Luna, which is I think gonna be EKC's win condition is just smiting people.
Yeah, which is, something that I feel like is fairly common for a lot of these teams that are in the higher seeds. It's just, take the other team out. And that'll often net you a lot of goals. And you know what else will net you a lot of goals? Just striking. Just striking in the corner. There's so much on this map that you really have to take into account that I feel like you can talk about the macro or whatever you want, but ultimately it's just take the barrier first and then just step on the thing and went off cooldown. Like just step on it over and over and get the splash going, just to be a nuisance. But yeah, lots of damage coming out here, especially as I say that. Immediately a core flip KO from NXDD, as now Gumi off the map, the goalie. A little bit too far forward, and thankfully Kainoob and Snake will be able to lock this down. But we see Gumi walking the wrong direction off spawn too. Clearly it's messing up all these players, but it's fun for us to watch.
Yeah, on Enki spawning at the bottom is such a weird trippy thing, but that's going to be a power play for both teams. A classy little 2v2 here, as Kainoob is just getting in there, winning all these interactions, the Kainoob style, and is now a little low. But what I'm noticing here is that EKC is doing a great job getting the ball into the enemy goal box and getting KOs, here and there. But they can't get it into the corner where the barrier actually is. They're really struggling with it. Of course, there they were able to get it, but we're in overtime on Inky Splash Zone. That's unheard of. We're not usually doing that. I think both teams are doing really well on the defense, but that's going to be a core flip that's going to take out Gumi, and that's another power play for EKC. And in fact, a goal. Hey, good job.
Good work, team. High fives up top. Yeah, Kats Luna, making that creator work there, has the Deadeye. It's just so scary, and it's able to get so much core speed, especially as you get into overtime. And right now, the name of the game is take players off the map and press the button. That is, these players are very good at pressing buttons. And now you're in a terrifying spot right now as Gumi is able to push up so far. Soren with a beautiful angle, able to clear that and somehow wins the strike war against Snake. Will he be able to do it again is the question, though. Kainoob looking to pass it up to Snake, able to fly in there just to get it past the crater. And the sentry turret is up to relieve some pressure. Snake's hitbox just put out a little bit too early. Somehow EKC able to get out of this defense. A beautiful core flip there. After securing it to stall some time, NXDD is in position. The core is moving a little bit too quick, and here's the fish. Not quite finding its mark. NXDD will keep this up top. Trying to find this point here.
Yeah, oh, hey, find the KO while they're at it. I believe that was Katsuna with the Crater Maker, and
Ooh.
Gumi having a core flip, getting NXDD's core flip too. No, I was about to say, things are looking dangerous without Kainu with the net, but Gumi holding it down. Snake getting KO'd though. Now Demons, or EKC still has the power play. And this is just what they do, is just perpetual power play, constantly chaining KOs. Gumi look getting chipped right there. An opportunity to fall, but now with all three members of Demons back, they're able to push it forward. They have all of this offense going, passing between each other, Snake and Kainu. But they're just really struggling to get through Soren, who's covering the goal box really, really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And wow, what a save from Gumi with that Rose Warp. Snake's almost able to take advantage of it. Kainu has the flip and now does not. NXTD looking for something. That Crater's going to help out, and NXTD somehow sends that up off of the Crater from Katsuna. That was... I don't know how that went that way, but that was some geometry magic.
Yeah, unclear what happened right there. It could not tell you, but a little bit of EKC magic, perhaps, as they're taking the lead in this set right here, 2-1. And now this game lasting a lot longer than I expected. These teams are both holding on really, really well. The barrier down for EKC and Demons on the offense, but they're just struggling to get it through EKC's defense.
Wow.
Like that.
Yeah. How do you get it past that, though, is my question, Yoshi. I mean, look at this. Gumi somehow saves it off both the gates. The button is up, and there's the core flip gone. Snake also taken off the map. Katsuna, all you got to do is click. And somehow Gumi is just 1v3ing right now, but yeah, that's enough of that.
Ain't no way the taunt to get bodied right there. Gumi, honestly, like, really, really well played. He did end up blowing his primary ult on nothing, but a great blink and some great strike wars kept him in the game. But then Katsuna said, I'm done trying to score on this guy. Kill him now. And gone he was. Great ace from EKC. A complete blowout, and they have been awarded Unstoppable. It's really big. On the other hand, Demons picking up Team Player, which is also really big. And Super Surge on Aimee. I think is a game changer. Explosive entrance on NXTD. Also, really big draft, guys. Really big draft. Big things all around, but that is a lot of damage NXTD is getting, and just a lot of presence on the map. It's going to be super useful. Same goes for Kainoob, of course, but you know, we'll have to see which team is going to be able to make the most of it, as a game is tied up.
Yeah, there it is. Makes it through finally into the water. The dash blocked away by Gumi, and the stun coming out from Katsuna. Able to secure NXTD that point. Now things are hard. I mean, we see Soren and Katsuna level 9. The entirety of Demon's Raw is stuck on level 7, although it can change so quick. But yeah, a beautiful showing right now from EKC. I think overall they're pretty happy with this, especially Katsuna with that Unstoppable. I feel like is a massive change. As you can kind of just live getting hit by now the Super Surge that Kainoob has, which is, I mean, going to be a huge problem for Soren, but thankfully for him, he doesn't really have to be in the net.
Yeah, and neither of these goalies really have been playing in the net or on the barrier, which I think is how you're supposed to play. But of course, trying to defend against Luna in these situations is looking so hard. Katsuna is just getting all of these really, really well done checkmates. He'll shoot and then wait for the goalie to press the button and then dash in and use the dash to win his interaction. And it just keeps working. Demons, though, are getting the barrier first pretty consistently, but aren't able to capitalize after that. And it's looking really tough, I think. EKC just is able to get more consistent offense and a lot of KOs, and they're getting some KOs, which also helps a lot. So
yeah, I mean, we've seen Katsuna just even use that blast from the Yankees thing to even like masquerade the missiles that go through which is also insane tech. We're talking about, as you say, finding those KOs. That's something that's huge. So the question is, we all saw the Doki Doki stream. Can Gumi have the attention span to not press the button immediately?
Hey, we'll wait and see. He has been pressing it immediately. Oh, he's waiting for it. He wants it. Look. He's out. Goal goes in before he gets to press it. Dopamine denied. How unfortunate. But hey, next point. My eyes will be peeled on Gumi waiting to press the button. That's so funny. He's got to hit it. It's right there.
It's right. It's just so shiny and red. It's pure dopamine. And look at that NXCD with the core flip, 8 seconds through the barrier. Make that a 9-second goal. EKC is just dominating right now, and this is so hard to deal with. It's every time I make the joke we're on Inkies, I always have to say explosive entrance. NXCD has it, and NXCD is making a huge difference in this game with it right now.
Yeah, looking to pick up this Egoist 2, which, hey, makes a lot of sense. Really, really nice. Gonna be a ton of speed. Coming out. Peak going to Kainoob. Peak performance is back. And I know all of Demons Raw is a fan of the Awakening. Stagger is really nice to have. Denying it from the enemy team is also great. Stacks on Soren and extra special on Estelle. Gumi. I don't know why I Gumi erasured him, but those are both going to be pretty nice. And Snake picking up Knife's Edge, which you would think it's a really strong Awakening on a map like Aten on Oni because you spend a lot of time on the walls. But I feel like on this map you don't spend a lot of time on the walls. Hey, maybe I'm a liar. Look at Snake go. Just look at him go.
He's only spending time on the walls now. No center allowed.
Yeah,
but yeah,
hey,
we've seen it. We've seen it stack with the Kainoob Century and win enough strike wars. Thankfully, Demons Raw able to win enough this time. The Snake with the top spin able to get it past Soren. He's playing so aggressive, really making use of Kai's entire kit. But there's the button pressed. Katsuna flying in for the save, but not needed. NXCD gets the stun, but it's not quite enough. The Sentry does come out. And we just have to get it forward. NXCD does have the core flip so close to net, able to time it out and just shoot it into the top corner. A beautiful mind game from NXCD, able to take the first point of this set. And with EKC playing like this, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Demons Raw to make a comeback.
Yeah, there's a reason they're 3-0 right now, and this team is just in complete top form and going crazy on it. And this was Demon's map pick. They picked Inkies, but now EKC is just playing remarkably well on it, and again able to get all of these offenses way more consistently. Ooh. And even though they have to score on Gumi and Kainoob, who are playing out of their mind on the defense, like they're still getting it done. They're still doing it. Button pressed.
That's right. Soren now, no barrage sitting in net, but still have to try to get it past NXCD. The top spin will be good enough. The glitch pop, not needed. The Snake's able to get that through. Nice goal there, and we'll even out set number 3. Looking for something. I think as soon as these players figured out where to go after you get KO'd, I think they learned the map. But wow, yeah, you're going to need to really know where to go after you get KO'd. That is a fast one, because the entirety of Demons Raw is almost KO'd.
Yeah, Snake has a flip, but is going to be knocked out immediately. One missile, one Deadeye missile goes a long way. Katsuna just going for it all right there, almost takes out the rest of Demons Raw. But now, unfortunate barrier miss. Snake though back, able to get the barrier. Kind of now staggered, but it doesn't matter. They were able to capitalize. And you know, I was gonna say something like, you know, if you're gonna go try and KO Kainoob, you better finish the job. And then he, almost got the barrier, but hey, I'm doubling down. If you're gonna knock him out, you gotta mean it, or else he's just gonna do some wild Kainoob thing and just win.
That's right.
You don't want that.
You do not want that, unless you're a fan of Demons Raw. And there's a KO found pretty quickly there from Snake. I believe, with that top spin and the strike war. Yep, that's enough from Snake. Able to get it past Soren. And look at this. Demon's Raw, as I talk trash, come back, win the next 3 in a row. Able to even up this game, and we're on set 5 now. You know, don't count them out. They're just scaling for late game.
Yeah, really. But that's perfect form detected. Almost definitely going to be denied. And yeah, NXTD sitting here on the draft saying, I'm not getting perfect form. Yeah. But has Spark of Resilience, able to take Spark of Agility and go, Spark mode there. Going to be really nice. That's a lot of speed. That's a lot of stagger too, which is going to make him all the more unkillable. Hot shot on Gumi.
Big.
Hot shot and team player is such a big deal. At CDR, core speed, that's all you want.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean that might be
huge.
one of the biggest pickups, maybe next to Missile Prop on that Luna, if they're getting
Yeah.
KOs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that because it's kind of scary. It's kind of traumatic.
It's a
yeah,
little
they get
scary
a-
out there.
I'm taking a lot of damage, and I think core speed is really the name of the game on this map. It's just get overwhelmed, and we've seen the passes up work so often. Kainoob gets that one with a nice little self-pass combo, but yeah, get that up to Kainoob, let them use the Super Surge and pop off. That's really what
Yeah.
you need to win this game.
Absolutely. And demons are surging back. Super surging back. Yes.
Nice.
And EKC was looking so dominant, and then Demons Raw is just getting their offenses beautifully, getting it in where it needs to go, and playing around these KOs a lot better. Even though Katsuna now has Deadeye and Missile Prop, it's just like, each missile just chunks you for so much damage. We haven't seen any KOs so far, and so Demon's Raw is holding on in spite of this monstrous threat. Sorry.
Oh,
And Kainoob is going to be holding it down now. Good luck, Kainoob.
I don't know how Gumi passed away there. Did he bump into the Inkies? Flash?
He died in the corner because the wall was gone, and it was just I can't remember what he died to.
It
but
must have been a
he-
Katsuna missile, surely, right?
Yeah, something like that. He just got vaporized into the corner. Oh, kind of like that.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Well, I saw it again now. I understand it now, and hopefully they do too. Kainoob here will have the core flip, looking to 1v3 here. Has the Sentry turret. Will be able to stall out for a while. Gumi's just looking to get it up there. Kainoob to pass the Snake. Almost fishes it out. Soren has the flip, though. Able to live a little bit longer, and the stun from NXDD lasting not long enough as the flip comes out. But once again, control back to EKC. NXDD looking for that. The barrage coming through, but a beautiful cross clear yet again from Gumi. He's been getting away with these, and Snake just looking and hunting. And Katsuna was on that death note.
Yeah, definitely. They said I've got Knife's Edge. I've got Kazan open primary. That move just kills. I've got a great strike right here.
Ooh.
Oh, but unfortunately Gumi did not. It's just a little bit too late, and that's gonna be EKC bringing us to match point. It is neck and neck here.
Yeah, I am struggling to do any analysis because this is Inkies. So I look away and all of a sudden there's a goal or a KO and I don't know where it came from. And hopefully these players know better than I do. It's 1 point away, set point now. Kainoob has the flip into the Sentry turret. Somehow Soren clears that up and gets away with it. Absolutely insane amounts of damage being pumped out onto Katsuna right now. Soren trying to get it forward. Kainoob takes a lot of damage from that missile. Raider just sending it the wrong direction. Gumi here has flip. Hopefully opts to use it this set. As the barrier does fall now, that button will be up. Gumi has to save the
look
core
him go.
beforehand, and there it is. There's the button. But Katsuna doing such a good job controlling that core. We love to see it.
Yeah, definitely. Doing a ton of damage to Gumi too. Getting the orb. Has a core flip. It's gonna be really tough to break through that. But Katsuna going for Snake's life there, and Gumi's. Yeah, everyone's getting a piece of the Luna action. Snake looking really low, but has the flip and goes for the shot. Ties up the game. Set 5.5 off a beautiful shot slotted right in the corner. it all comes down to this right here.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Set 5.5. We're going for broke here. This is going to be important for the rest of the series. There's the flip blocked away by Soren. Uses that barrage. And Gumi, unfortunately, burns the flip. It loses the barrier. NXCD just snags a piece of it. And just like that, EKC close out map number 1 and take that on Demon Raw's pick.
Yeah. And that's really rough for Demons here. It's, hey, GG going all the way to set 5.5 for a 10-second point at the end. And not to harp on it so much. It's like, haha, Inkies. That was an almost 26-minute game.
Yeah.
That was really long. Kainu breaking 300 redirects too. It's insane. But yeah, EKC just looked so comfortable on the map. 12 KOs from Katsuna. Getting Deadeye in set 1 helped a lot. It was really good. It made a big difference. And so, super difficult to play into that. But Demon Star almost brought it back.
That's right. A total of 22 goals scored that match. Just to put numbers into perspective, that is a lot. And that is why that match took almost 26 minutes. Something you definitely don't see on Inkies. I mean, that's the reason why we were ahead of schedule for a little bit today, was because of the return of Inkies. But yes, this team is back. EKC is looking very strong, and it's no wonder they're undefeated this season. That being said, we're going to Obscura, which, as you talked about, Yoshi, not necessarily a map where Demon's Raw is too comfortable on, something that they don't pick too often. So will they adapt to it? Well, we'll have to see.
We'll definitely have to see. I was going to say, give any sort of thought on how Demons look on Gates of Obscura, but I don't think I've ever seen them play it. And if I have, I can't particularly remember it. So, hey, I'm strapping in for a new experience. I want to see how this team performs on this map that they might not be so comfortable on. And, if they turn it up to an 11, we're going to game 3. And if not, then EKC just continues their tear.
That's right. And a tear it was. I mean, that was still an incredibly close match. I thought for sure every time I counted Demon's Raw out, they just somehow scored 3 goals out of nowhere. It's a definitely explosive player, something to look out for heading into this next match. I think one of the key maybe things to look out for is going to be how these teams' midfielders play around the teleporters. Obviously so important, or the portals rather, whatever you want to call them. Going to be very important, especially if we see Kainub on the Aimi again. This map benefits so much from having core control and being able to make these passing plays. So if you have a good brawler and you're able to throw it up there and just get it stuck in the corner, yeah, that's a barrier down.
Yeah, definitely. It's just such a midfield centric map. So obviously, as you said, I'm curious to see their picks. Going to be very, very important. I wonder if they're going to let the Luna go through again, because obviously, Deadeye in the first draft or early on, unlucky. You can sit back and say that, but you can also say, what if we banned the Luna and just didn't deal with it? And then you can't get Deadeye. So, curious to see.
That's a good point.
Yeah, curious to see what they have cooking, but they banned Luna, or no, sorry, they banned Juno last game, which is another one of Katsuna's picks, and I know that they definitely don't want to deal with that. And I think it's also pretty strong on Gates, where you just have so much coverage and can respond to, the ball teleporting through the portal back and forth. They might just lock in for another Juno ban again and call it a day, but we'll have to see.
We will have to see. And, of course, Soren, I feel like one of those goalies that's very well known for their coverage of, honestly, just the entire map. I think maybe one of the more aggressive goalies, I might say, in Nassel. I mean, I feel like more often than not, Soren is like halfway across the field, just able to teleport back. So we do love to see that. And it looks like we will be getting into the pick and ban phase. But obviously, that might favor EKC to take this match if that's the case. Yet again, just because if you have that coverage, you never know when the core is going to fly through that teleporter. So it can really turn one way or another as we hopefully get into this draft in a minute here.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, and I think Soren will be locking in now goalie. I think that pick is has a lot of utility on this map. He's been playing it a lot recently. You know, it's been 2 weeks. Maybe his opinions on the pick have changed, but it's being able to put a primary on such a short cooldown in front of the portal and just nullifying that, allowing you to go off and cover some other angle is really nice. It looks pretty good. And so I think that sounds really strong. Obviously, you could just pick something else, and then you get a lot of this guy. He's talking about now goalie, but that's my impression. Is it's a pick that he believes in and has been playing a lot, and it makes sense on this map. You know, everything lines up.
Yeah, I mean that's a great point. Obviously, now I feel like I don't entirely know the pick rates or stats of the seasons, but now it has to be one of the highest pick rates in all of Nassel, right? I feel like I haven't gone today without seeing a game that was lacking a now entirely. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like now is one of those top picks up there, and for good reason, especially with that primary cooldown, as you mentioned, just blocking off the teleporters.
Yeah, but hey, we're locking in draft right now, and that's a primetime missile prop start, and that is a Luna ban. And missile prop scene right there, just not dealing with it, and I'm a big fan of that. I think that it's a good call. Just taking that off the board entirely. Primetime, though, is really strong on Juno. Could see that coming in, but that's going to be the IME first pick right there for EKC, followed up by high pick from Raw. And that could go to Gumi or Kainoob. So we'll have to see.
We will. As the drafts continue to roll in. Yeah, I think very reasonable bans. Mako on this map is very strong. And also just annoying in general, especially when you have forwards and midfielders of this caliber. That little speed boost is just the icing on the cake of garbage you have to deal with as the opposing goalie. So fair enough. We do see the X being locked in as well as the Brawler, and a Rune pick coming out of EKC. Always exciting to see a Rune pick. I know a staff member and many players are definitely a fan of Rune, and very strong on this map, I will say. I feel like this obviously home court advantage for Rune, as this is literally his home court. So makes sense.
Right. Not too dissimilar to Juno. Has a lot of coverage on the map, and you know, Katsuna is one of the Rune players, which we've been seeing a lot more recently, but he's been doing it for a long time now. So that makes sense coming in here. The Rasmus also very nice. And NXT, I love watching that guy play. He's so good. But on Rasmus especially, just looks phenomenal. A Vice pick for Demons Raw, rounding out their draft. It's got to be on Gumi.
100%.
And that's that's a very Gumi pick. But that means Katsuna is whoa. Both midfielders have their names starting with K. I just got brain warped. Kainoob is going to be running around on Kai. I love watching that guy play Kai. Really great. And
it's meant to be the name.
It's meant to be. I'm excited for this match. Both team comps look really strong. Demons Rise definitely playing into their comfort, and so is EKC. They're both playing what they know. And on this missile prop start, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of KOs.
Yeah, we most definitely are. And, you know, I don't know how Vice is going to necessarily fare against a Rune. I think Vice is a very difficult character to play sometimes if you're not just KOing everyone. That being said, as soon as you get an awakening like Super Surge or Aerials or something like that gives you the extra secondary range, all of a sudden you just spam it at the enemy goalie every chance you get. And with this map especially, where the core just gets caught in the corner so easily, I think Vice, we might see something good coming out of this.
Yeah, it's a pick we haven't seen from Gumi in a long time, but I remember when he was picking it like Demon's Rough looked unbeatable. It's just incredibly dominant. So we'll have to see if that's going to continue, or if times have changed, if teams are catching up to all these top teams, like Nassau championship winning teams, if they're able to contend. Again, EKC undefeated, looking really good. But Demon's Raw, they won Nassau last season. They've got it good, and if they're pulling out Vice and other things that they're really comfortable on, they might be trying to go back to that and get in there and get it done.
That's right. And I'm seeing some great rotations coming out of EKC right now. NXED utilizing those portals, finds the orb in the other half on 1 HP and is able to make it back to defend. So these rotations are incredibly important on a map like this. And NXED will be taking full advantage of them, as of course you would expect from someone of NXED's caliber. And,
yeah, definitely. Wow. And bang, slowest score ever, getting sent right in there. And going to be first point for EKC. And I just looked at the Awakenings, because I did not before. Only Kainoob took Missile Prop. And if you sat down and said, like, which of these 6 characters, like, only if you said one of them is taking Missile Prop, which one do you think it is? Not literally second to last. There's an X on my screen. But, like, definitely not up there in people I would expect to be taking Missile Prop. Everyone else having the prime time, desiring the 2 primaries, makes a lot of sense. And going to be pretty effective. In the meantime, though, Snake down. But Goomy holding on to this 1 barrier still. Snake is back. And sorry. I didn't mean it.
Yeah, must have been a little bit of a miscommunication there. I think both players had the opportunity to just click their mouse button, but life doesn't always go your way. Kainoob takes a lot of damage off that banish, and Goomy misses a little strike there too. NXED on such low HP, opting to take the barrier. He's trying to bait Snake into using the bell ringer, and that he does. Soren has a little chuckle at that one. A little bit of friendly taunting back and forth, but this is what's so interesting, right? You have these characters that are able to just KO so easily, and all of a sudden you just get to do a little ethereal shift, and what an angle from Soren. We know he's famous for one, but not that one. Soren's able to find the top of the barrier, top of the corner somehow, some way off that core flip.
Yeah, just bending that right in there. Really well played. And EKC is, again, looking exceptional. Good banish coming out from Katsuna, but unfortunately not able to capitalize on it too much. But Kainoob has been smote. And now it's just left to Goomy and Snake to defend this 1 barrier. Both have flips. They know Snake going to be using that. And getting the barrier too. Incredible value coming out. But unable to get the goal right there. Goomy, though, with his flip, able to get it, and Snake covering the clear. The X specialty of just filling space. And Demon's Raw on the board here.
Yeah, that was a great play and a great read, too. I mean, I think most people would expect Soren to maybe go down there, as they just burn the Awakenings, or burn the cooldowns, rather. But yeah, look at the damage coming out. It's interesting. Most of the KOs seem to be happening around the portals, or at least the KO attempts. As NXED is able to control this core. Soren in the corner against Kainoob. Katsuna trying to help out, but Goomy is in there. Katsuna low HP, has to get the orb. Playing second goalie now as he just runs away from Snake, and the net is empty. Goes through that teleporter, and no one there to stop it.
Right, things are shifting around. Teams are, again, I said it last series, but sometimes you just get that 1 point, and everything becomes clear. Everything finally just feels so much easier. And especially, like, the pressure of being down a point, or not being able to score for a while, really starts to weigh on you. Anyway, great plays by EKC, great banish, great KO, both barriers down, all players down. Good work. Hey, nice one.
Good job, team. Yeah, the post-point clarity on that one for EKC clearly kicked in there. Able to take the set, but yet again, no easy feat. Demon's Raw still taking them to 0.5 rather in this set. And I mean, these teams are evenly matched. It just seems like EKC is just locking in when they need to, and now is getting rewarded with some great awakenings. Fighter fight there, taken from Soren. He's able to get in the mix very often, will be quicker now. We do see the hot shot coming out for Gumi, which is going to be pretty important here.
Yeah, 3 sparks on the board is pretty unfortunate, and not necessarily for Snake though, who's going to be picking one up. X character that likes sparks, and Spark Resilience being the last one. Snake's been getting KO'd a lot, and getting a second spark and having it be Resilience is going to be really nice. Consternat picks up another spark though. I think to be able to contend with Snake, or just with Demon's Roar in general, against sparks, which I think is really smart. Gonna be nice. Opting for Spark of Focus over Monu. Could just want the CDR, you know. I don't know, but Monu, obviously not a bad pick on Rune. Makes pillars bigger. Very nice, but here it's just Snake getting beat up. It's rough.
How the tables have turned, right? Ooh, a nice unstable anomaly. Almost keeps it alive. Gumi is just sitting there ulting. That is how you play this character. A nice anomaly there. Will keep things alive. NXCD is low. Snake is getting tossed around. It's working somehow. Just spin to win. And Kainoob gets the gold there. I'm not even sure what's happening, but there's a lot of stagger gone and a lot of goals going in.
Yeah, both teams having similar game plans and getting it done. You see, kind of picked up Unstoppable last draft, which I don't know if we mentioned, but I think is going to be a pretty big deal. Kai, another character that just doesn't have a lot of stagger. Going to be really, really nice to defend against that. NXCD having a great offense, but Gumi defending against it, being patient. Kind of burning the flip right here, but NXCD with the pendulum swing, able to just bop it, calling out kind of slip, and really well played. Wow.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Yeah, that's how you gotta feel if you're Soren when you press your ult button and it goes in. Turret gaming is in full swing, and yeah, honestly, just a great play and honestly good luck coming out of these players from last time. The core just happens to go through the portal at just the right time, and EKC is getting rewarded time and time again for just being in the right place at the right time and still having goal barriers.
Right. And here we're seeing Demon's Raw are kind of they're looking a little back, just getting these KOs. Gumi going for the portal play, unfortunately not quite getting it, but has a core flip. Kainoob almost getting the ball straight to Snake, not quite, but there it is. Hey, second time's the charm. Demon's Raw getting it in there, and like they've turned it on. They were playing so well now, whereas before I think they were playing just okay. And now they're back. They're playing on a similar level that I think EKC's been playing on this whole time.
Definitely, and I think that's the forward pressure we need out of this team, right? I mean, Kainoob and Snake are so good past the midfield line. It's just you have to get there, and it's difficult against the Rune. But once it is, you know, Snake can kind of just punch it through, and there's not much you can do. Finds a gorgeous angle on the front of that Kainoob with the barrage as Soren forced to evade there. Demon's Raw able to get away with it, and that's the forward pressure we need. We'll have to see if there's any awakenings that help out the core speed, maybe like Team Player. I mean, we know Gumi has Hot Shot, but none of the sort. So Catalyst and Stagger might be some potentially good picks, although there is a Spark up, so.
Yeah, there's that Spark. I wonder if Katsuno would take it if Snake doesn't, but I think Snake should, and he will take it. And that's a lot of stagger. I mean, let's do a little bit of math here. 100 max stagger base, and then 350 per spark. That's 800 extra stagger. X only has 900 max stagger at level 10. Right? Like, that's almost half... That's almost half his health bar as a character with some of the most stagger in the game as 2 Awakenings, and that's NXCD. Wow. Completely boomed.
Yeah,
gone.
I mean, you lost me when you said 100, but I saw a lot of ticks there on that health bar. and they all went away immediately. So they are helpful, but not against just taking knockback on the edge of the map. And that was insane. Soren just blinks at just the wrong time with that cyber swipe as the core flies towards the net. The Demon's Raw has a lot of pressure going right now. All they have to do is stuff it, and that they do. Snake gets that one off the snake reset. Yeah, that's the word. It
Hit him with
basically
the
is.
snake reset. Well, yeah, I'm looking at some of the other awakenings here. Just honestly a immaculate draft from Demon's Raw. Catalyst on Gumi and Chrono Boost on Kai. Noob. That's so strong. And,
Yeah.
and people are just falling left and right. Like, we're in for a bloodbath of a game. It's set 3, but just left and right, back and forth, all around. Heads will roll.
Yeah, Red is looking like the Queen of Hearts right now. There is a lot of damage. Gumi does get banished. Snake looking to do something here. Soren does have the flip, burns it away through the portal. NXCD not able to connect with that pendulum swing there as Gumi loses one barrier, pops the ult. But now it's a scary situation here. Has the flip though into the corner, just the wrong bounce. Snake looking for that last barrier. The turret and the unstable anomaly will try their best to keep it alive, and their best is good enough for now. We'll have to see how Demon's Raw is able to break through this barrier, and that they do. NXDD has the opportunity to take this one. Can't quite get the timing here. Gumi and Kainoob stuck in this corner. Snake looking for something here. Just waiting for the pass. A nice strike war win. And the offensive, the midfields from EKC are doing a great job right now. The final barrier does fall, and Gumi in a scary spot. The flip is good. Soren is able to read it. What a beautiful power chord coming out from Gumi with that eject button. Able to get things done. And just like that, Demon's Raw is up 2-0 in set number 3.
Yeah. I got a big smile on my face. I'm sitting here and I was like, I don't know if Demon's Raw are gonna do well on this map that they permabanned all last season. I'm like, I want to see a game 3. This is exciting, and they're playing immaculately. And dare I say, we're so back. Well, not with Snake getting staggered and just vaporized, quite literally, like reduced to atoms. But I'll be back in 6 seconds. In the meantime, the banish is going to just completely shut down Gumi's Supernova, and Demons are able to defend one barrier there with a flip and another flip to secure the 3rd goal of that set, and they're running away with it. And it's a mad dash straight to game 3, and they have no breaks.
No, all gas is the name of the game, and what a beautiful play from Katsuna, banishing Supernova. Unfortunately, didn't work out to his heart's content, but we will see some picks here. Peak performance coming out from Kainoob is going to make him even quicker and score that goal even faster next time. But now the turret lasts forever.
Yeah, infinite turret glitch. Live right here. Gumi picking up a Dash Awakening. And that's... Oh, I forgot. Only Kainoob has missile prop. Still weird. I'm still bugging about that. But that's going to be some extra projectile range. It just... so much more influence on the map. It'd be really nice. Snake with size. That's scary. NXD with size. Both brawlers eating good today. And Katsuna picking up the stacks. Gonna have to keep him up, because obviously KOs are coming out left and right, especially with this longer power chord coming out from Gumi. Gonna be pretty scary. But here, just Demons are just able to keep getting the barriers and keep getting the goals. And they have so much offense, and this is what they're known for, is being such an absolutely monstrous offensive threat. And they're doing it. And they're doing it.
Right, and I think Gumi on this Vice is really piloting the striker well. I mean, the power chord that you're able to put down just does so much damage, and it really just stops the play, it seems like, every time. He's able to just teleport into the enemy's net, and it works out. I mean, we saw last time, we heard everything go silent, and then a single strike from Snake is able to put it through. It really just is stopping the play and stopping the defense, of which we've seen from EKC is almost always immaculate.
Yeah, the strike heard round the world, they call it, and here was the KO heard mostly in the goal box as Snake knocks out Soren, and despite a great banish coming out from Katsuna and the members of EKC trying to hold it down, they're just not able to stop everything that Demons were throwing out. And we're on match point, this time for Demons Raw, and they are just looking great this series, and is looking to just end it now. Again, mad dash to game 3. It might just be right here.
It just might. Soren pass up to Katsuna. Kainoob and Gumi just locking down the net, but not if they're banished. Gumi using a supernova. A scary time trying to get it to Snake. There's all 3 defenders from EKC just sitting there making sure that doesn't happen. But through the teleporter up to NXCD, no flip needed. Nice passing play there and some good synergy coming out from EKC. We're going to need to see a lot of that and a lot less KOs land on their side if they want to make this work.
Right. Great point from EKC there. But
Wow.
I think this one's looking a little bit tougher as now Demons are just looking to KO NXCD. NXCD uses flip, saves the barriers. Kind of has to if he doesn't hold it down right here. That's curtains for this game.
Oh.
And a big reversal of fortune. Huge KO onto Gumi. That's exactly what EKC needs after everything that just happened.
Yeah, and the death touch there from NXDD will secure that second barrier. The flip does not work for Kainoob, but Gumi is back up. It bought just enough time. Now Snake looking to fly in here, trying to take that barrier, but you have to get it through this turret that lasts forever. Snake now opting to just punch Soren. Figures maybe if I can get rid of the cooldowns, they won't be able to do anything. A beautiful Giga Blast from Kainoob with the banish coming out. Katsuna on such low HP too, starting to get targeted by Demon's Raw, and there's the barrier. You just have to get it to Snake. Looking to fish it through the teleport. It's going quick, but not enough to pass up. Goes through the teleporter yet again. NXDD has control for the time being. Looking to get it in that top corner. The pass to Katsuna. The beautiful clear, though, will get it out. But right again, it's back into the fray. And there
Back
it
into the fray
is.
it is, and back into NXCD's hands as he's going to be putting it in right there. Roller coaster of a point. Both teams just having incredible highs, devastating lows, everything in between. But now, Demons still on game point, still have the opportunity here to win it all. But EKC, with all the momentum in the world, trying to bring us to a set 5, trying to close out this game, not have to worry about a game 3. But both barriers down, things are looking rough. They have the offense here. Have to get one more barrier, but Gumi is holding right now. Gumi is taking a lot of damage right now. And
Yeah,
that's going to be
trying
it.
He's trying to clear it diagonally. You just can't do anything. There's the flip through the teleporter somehow. Soren finds the angle into the bottom. Absolutely clawing back at this point. Able to secure that goal. And look at this. NXZD now will get first pick here. And there are some strong awakenings up right now.
Right, might offer some more size, especially to deny Snake. Might go for explosive entrance for the dash, but no, just put the size in the bag, man. It's time to go big mode. I have to wonder what Snake's picking up. Super Surge, going dash mode and denying Soren. Gonna have to take the weak extra special awakening with Timeless. Different situation. Extra special in perfect form. Gonna be really hard to deal with. That's so much offense. It's gonna be so hard to break through. Yeah, like all of the above, super tough. Kainoob though, with team player, could be a game changer. Especially if they play around it. You know, passing between Kainoob and Gumi to get it going. But we'll have to see. EKC got a pretty scary draft there.
Yeah, that they did. And these rune pillars in the bottom corner where things get scary for Gumi. That diagonal clear is not great. Very difficult when these teams are looking out for it. And we see it again in this corner. Somehow Kainoob and Gumi almost able to make it out unscathed. This time, not so lucky. Kainoob's looking for something. Soren's going all the way up. The teleport was scary there. Gumi gets pulled away and the core flip buffered as well. Won't have that for defense. Now the first barrier falls for EKC. Snake is up there with low HP, able to get it, has the flip, trying to dash it through, gets 1 KO, is looking for the rest, and the cooldowns are not enough. Kainoob able to put that one through with the barrage, but what a great offensive push there from Snake.
Yeah, as they say, the X-Train is coming through, and with Super Surge, that was huge. Really, really big KO. And like they were 1 point away from winning now. Things are a lot tougher for Demons, but they're still playing really well and getting it done. They just have to survive through all the unlimited cooldowns that Soren has here.
That's right, but I think they're so happy with that draft. I mean, things really, in my opinion, went their way despite losing that round. These Awakenings are strong, and look at Snake. He is just in there, causing issues for the unstoppable wall as Snake hides in the corner. Able to get out for now. There's the banish coming through, but the KO finally finds its mark. Gumi does have the flip, able to get that past both of them somehow, some way. Will opt to use the flip. The corner clear instead of the diagonal one is ridiculous from Gumi. Demon's Raw is looking unstoppable right now, even though Kainoob is taken off the pitch.
Well,
Well,
I think they've been stopped, as it turns out. Good flip coming out from Soren. Good KO coming out from EKC. And tying up this game. We're back to the last game. They're just going back and forth here.
yeah, both these matches have been an absolute slugfest. A nice double barrier there. Gumi able to help out on the offense. Doing a great job here on the defense as well. Kainoob is assisting so much in the defense, using that speed from that perfect form, able to do it with the barrage and the strike. Soren doesn't have enough cooldowns. Kainoob just gets all up in there, and the goal box is a messy place to be.
It definitely. Just the Demons Raw offense going crazy once more. And we're back to match point right here.
Yeah, and a great job cutting off that pass from Snake. Able to get both barriers. Has the flip. Could this be it? It is. The dash through as Snake takes it. 1-1 in the series now. And we're going to a map number 3.
Right. Take us to game 3. Both these teams, again, I keep saying it, but back and forth. Each point, each set, and now in these games. And we're going straight to Demon Deus, which I believe EKC is not a big fan of. Demons Raw loves the map, but I think they both have styles that fit this map. And we've been seeing a lot of KOs coming out. I think we'll be seeing a lot more.
Yeah, you talked about what styles these teams like. I think I have an inkling of what Demons Raw likes to do on these maps. And if any of that inkling is in Snake, I mean, 43,788 damage on the X character with Gumi at 35,000 damage. I mean, that's 80,000 between the two of them. Yeah, a little bit of damage coming out from both of these teams. Of course, Demons Raw does have the KO lead. Actually, no, they got less KOs than EKC that game. Very interesting. So yeah, we'll see. Will EKC just kill? Is that the strat? Is EKC kill, or is Demons Raw kill?
It could be both. I am looking forward to this next game. Again, EKC has said that they're not super fond of Demon Deus, but I think that they can just, even play a comp like they just played, and it'll go well. If they just look for these KOs, like NX City had the most in the game with 6, and he's playing Rasmus. Like,
yeah,
they can do it. They can get it done, but obviously it's going to be a little difficult, especially into Demons Raw, who got fewer KOs, but were still able to capitalize more on their offenses. It's going to be really tough.
it will be. And especially that being said, I mean, we've seen some comps that have been specifically catered to the maps we've been playing. Of course, the very offensive Kai play coming out on Inky Splashstone, whereas, we see maybe a little bit more reserved play coming out from Aimee. just to use those abilities. And we also saw Rune last map, something we haven't really seen on the other maps today. Demon Days, or Demon Days, however you want to pronounce it. Lots and lots of damage coming out. I mean, we saw Gumi on this Vice just wailing on the EKC team, just right-clicking whenever you can and just abusing all of it. And, making a really great use of the space. We saw Snake cutting off so many passing plays, back passes, all sorts of things, just in the right place at the right time. And that positioning is super important on this map because once that core gets behind the gate, it's kind of game over.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what pick Gumi's going to play here because the Vice looked great. Could see that go in. Notorious Rasmus goalie hater, but has played it on this map, and it's pretty strong on this map. Curious to see if that would come out. I think it's just going to be Vice. Like,
surely,
I'll be for real, but I don't know. It could be any number of things. We could see an Imi pick. Like, there's a lot of pretty good picks for goalie on this map, and it matters a lot. It's a big deal. If you pick a goalie that can't defend the big round weird barriers, that's devastating. That's GG. So we will have to see.
That we will. Also, the starting awakenings are always scary. I would love so much for it to just be like Deadeye Spark of Strength. Like that would that would fulfill my soul right now. That would be amazing.
Well, I'm looking at 1-2 punch on the screen right now, and I feel like that's up there, right?
That
Peak performance 2, which is scary. It's a weird situation where you sit there and you say, do I want to take the damage and just try and KO through them if they take peak, or do I want to take peak to try and survive through the damage? I think both teams are going to opt into the 1-2 punch. I think they're just like, I would say the gloves are off, but the gloves are coming on with 1-2 punch as they're just going to go slug it out. A full 1-2 punch start, I don't think peak performance is enough to save that.
No. There is no amount of speed you can run from this comp. And I mean, we do see the Luna and Juno ban, which of course makes sense. The core speed coming off of Juno off 1-2 is just obnoxious with the amount of power coming out. Also, you step on her friends and they fight back. The whole gang comes and gets you. So definitely nothing to scoff at in terms of damage there. That being said, we do see the Imi pick likely on that goalie position and also a Juliet, which will be great for securing barriers later down the line. And we'll have to see. Of course, there's probably going to be an X, right? I mean, the 1-2 gloves, he gets to wear gloves on top of gloves and become much more than a featherweight.
You've heard of stacks on stacks. Here comes gloves on gloves. I would expect an X pick. That's going to be a Kai, and and there it is. Hey, it just an easy 1-2, and that's looks like a great comp. The Kai to just cover all the core controlling, can be anywhere on the map at once, especially such a narrow map like Demon Days. It's going to be really nice. And then Snake on the X, just chef's kiss, 10 out of 10, no notes after that last game. Going to be nice to see again. I'm excited to see Gumi on the Imi. Hoping he can put up some numbers. But in the meantime, it looks like Soren's going to be locking in Finny goalie, which obviously has a great ult for getting barriers. Slap that thing on there. It's like, well, yeah, I shake my hand. Okay. Maybe a little tough to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Finny, one of my favorite characters to play on this map. It's just so fun. I mean, you have so much control, right? Because you're able to run forward, and then we saw in earlier games, just put the Finny creations behind you, and they're your goalie. It's awesome. Yep. I mean, that's the magic trick, right? I think that's why teams opt for this. I mean, of course, just smoke your opponent and insta-kill them off kickoff too. But honestly, the defensive prowess of Finny is something that's so important and should not be overlooked by either of these teams. And we'll have to see how it plays out. Let's type in chat the number of KOs you think are going to be total. And whoever wins, I don't know. Feel happy, I guess.
I'll come to your home and shake your hand. And for legal reasons, it's a joke. But, like, Hi. Hey, how's it going? Anyway, let's see the Awakening picks as we're loading in here. And I'm actually
Wow.
quite surprised. Demon's Raw all took peak performance, Snake putting on the Van Brace, and then NXCD and Constant taking the 1-2. NXCD makes the most sense, you know. That's Juliet. That's what she does. But I'm pretty surprised at the whole peak thing. I suppose I was wrong in that the speed and stagger you get is just going to be enough to deal with the 1-2, especially since not everyone took 1-2. It's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, we don't see a ton of people who look like they necessarily want to KO. I mean, Snake picking Vicious Van Brace, of course, you kind of have to on this map with how much damage you take. You're able to spin and just get all your health back. But, you know, does a little bit of damage on this X character.
Just a little bit, as that's a KO on Katsuna, and that's both barriers, and it really is
It's 3.
Demon's Deus. This is their map. They just look so confident on it.
Snake hitting all 3 people with the bell ringer is just icing on the cake for that statement. Watching everyone go in a different direction. Yeah, this is hard. I mean, you have to do a lot. I mean, we see Soren playing with those momentum boots instead of something like Strike Shot, which we typically see out of Finny on a lot of maps. Of course, this map, movement is so important, especially on the early game, getting around. And it kind of reminds me of old school Finny, where you were just flying at Mach speed, even with 1 awakening. It's nice to see Finny being quick, but we'll just see Snake punching over and over and over to remove those stacks added by momentum boots.
Yeah, scuffing the Jays real quick, giving him a nice crease on the dais, as that's going to be another point for Demon's Raw. And call me stupid. You can call me whatever. That's Gumi on the Kai. I didn't even realize it because we just watched Kai Noob on Kai, and you know, pretty familiar with Gumi playing Aimi. But I think that it's a big change up from what I was expecting. Also, a big change up is Kai Noob has passed away, unfortunately, due to dash punch. But now that's no dash punch to help get the barriers, and Gumi has flip. So only 1 barrier down that power play. Gumi still has flip. NXCD is looking a little unhealthy, a little dangerously low, and with Kainu back, able to get the damage on, it might be curtains for that guy.
It might, but oh, look at that. The Strike War win from Katsuna will take that second barrier. Good banish. Able to defend the net. Not sure if that was the intention there, but it sure worked out. Kainu's passing it to Snake, able to get that pressure, has the flip. Was just looking to flip in the net. And a nice pass up, has the flip. Gumi is in the net and the punch through. Snake is able to fly in a 3-0 set from Demon's Raw right now. You're right, Yoshi. This is definitely their map.
Yeah, just a beautiful performance coming out from Snake. And gift of fight or flight. That is what you like to see if you're Snake or a Demon's Raw fan. Mostly if you're Snake. Wow. It feels so nice to drop an ult on X and just start flying around. Catalyst being taken by Soren, just not wanting anyone else to have it. Locking that in. Spark of Strength, going straight to NXCD, and that could be a game changer later on. But in the meantime, more CDR for Gumi, more speed for Kai Noob, and a little bit more speed for Katsuna, who does have that 1-2 punch. Could make the power that you get from Knife's Edge, relevant. Do a lot of damage there, but I don't know. I think it's mostly for the speed. And mostly dash punch coming out with that extra power there, almost KOing both Kai Noob and Snake. Could have been big, but Kai Noob is still looking low.
Yeah, the trade-off where they just have Kai Noob sit in the net and Gumi runs up and causes problems. I love the sort of flexible positioning that these teams have. Gumi opts not to hit it, and it passes perfectly to Snake with the core flip. That was incredibly big brain and ended up working. Unfortunate for the side of EKC, but you love it as a Demon's Raw fan when things work out your way like that.
Right, and like that too. Snake getting banished, but doesn't matter. That's both barriers down. Going in, looking for the score off the turret. Not quite able to get it. Almost gets knocked out but Snake has Vambrace, and he's just brawling it out. Gumi, all the way up there, able to receive the ball and put it in. That's that.
That is that. And that was just a gorgeous pass. Snake just standing there menacingly. Doesn't even need to take the opportunity to shoot. Instead, just opts to pass it to the fully open teammate. And that's what I love. I mean, these comps are able to do so much damage like that, like NXDD getting those kills. And yet, ultimately, Snake will kind of just sit somewhere, stand still, pass it, and that doesn't matter.
Yeah, the map is narrow enough, and you know, X is just a big enough guy that you can stand there and occupy so much space and be so deadly. And you get your KO, you get in there, you get the barriers, and it's just a great time all around. And again, with fight or flight, this guy's just moving. Even if he's not going places, even if he doesn't have a lot of different places to go, because he's big enough to just stand there, he's going to them at rapid speeds.
And a nice banish from Katsuna there. Looking for something. Snake's able to keep this barrier alive as NXDD has something to say about it. The net is open though. NXDD finds the angle. Gumi, the unfortunate eject button there, just gets out of the defense box. There's really not much you can do when there's nothing in net. It's similar to the angle earlier that Snake was able to get, except Snake had to have core flip and someone in the net. This time NXDD just got it for free.
Yeah, hand delivered. The perfect shot right open there. But now it's looking a little cooked for EKC. Hate to say it, but that's an open net, and Demons can just get their second set win really quick. Not if the banish comes out though. NXDD looking to capitalize, but Gumi with the flip, Gumi without the flip. That's still Demons Rock just putting on this a violent corner pressure, and Snake eventually getting it in there. A masterclass, honestly.
That is a masterclass. Someone needs to draw me a picture of Gumi's face, like happy and then sad, like the theater masks. And it's Gumi with flip and Gumi without flip. But yeah, interesting draft here. I mean, obviously Finny might like to get Deadeye. Although it doesn't seem like they really have any opportunities to kill with how just aggressive Demon's Raw is playing on this offense. If anything, cooldown might be better. Looks like we'll be able to get the rapid fire there.
And Snake here has the super survivability build. Like peak performance and stagger swagger and vicious Vambrace, all making him fast, keeping him alive. Fight or flight also making him fast, giving him another secondary if he gets staggered. I guess isn't super relevant. That's the flight part, but that's the fight part. But he's mostly just flying around. Here, the Deadeye denied from Soren by Kai Noob, and NXT got a Adrenaline Rush, which is like #1 Julie Biss. Like, do not let it happen, but it just doesn't matter. Demon's Raw is just too on fire. Too big to fail.
Sure are. I mean, they're feeling it now. If they're spamming emotes, I know that's typical of Gumi. But if they're spamming emotes, they are in the zone right now. They're feeling confident and locked in, and you should be if you're doing this to this team, who is currently undefeated in this season. Yeah, they feel it.
Yeah, gotta feel great as like that's a staggered guy, that is a dead guy. Soren looking low as Snake and Gumi just pushing it through there. I think it's really interesting how Demons are playing this, where Gumi and Kainu were just like rotating constantly. I feel like I see Gumi up further than Kainu most of the time, but
what is he doing?
What is he doing?
Oh, I would love to see something come and just... Oh, no.
This is villainous. This is a potential for EKC to punish a little bit of ego.
This is brutal. Of all people, Gumi is sitting on the edge, and then Katsuna's unstable anomaly can't reach far enough to get the KO. Absolutely savage. But Gumi now up in the net. All three players past the midfield line. The flip sends half the team away. And now one of them off the map as Soren is just getting punched through right now. Snake looking for the KO. Probably trying to set up an ace right now. There's two. looking for one more, is just stalling out the time. Thankfully, Snake is punished for this. Someone has to pay for their crimes, and Gumi puts the nail in the coffin. Demons Raw able to take this series 2-1 in a crazy upset.
Yeah. You know, on paper, the team that's 1-2 beating the 3-0 team, it is big. But Demons Raw just looked every bit as menacing as they ever have. You know, don't let the 1-2 record deceive you. A 2-week break has done them very, very well. And back in full force, they got the KOs, they got the scoring, they got the BM. They are back.
Yeah, they are very, very back. And looking at KOs that game, I don't think anyone typed numbers in the chat, but we were sitting at a total of 10, which was a lot lower than I actually expected for both these teams. NXZD with all 3 KOs for the side of EKC. Of course, Kainoob with the most on IME 4. If anyone typed in 10, yeah, looks like we got 110 in the chat. Unfortunately, right now, it's a little bit too late for that one. Nice try, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely interesting performance. I mean, Soren with 100 redirects, 28 of those being saved, just forced in that back corner continually to strike the core over and over, like Sisyphus, trying to clear it out as Snake and Kainoob just fly through all the time. Difficult spot to be in, but nevertheless, tried their best against this team. And map 1, we're looking really dominant.
Yeah. But in the end, it's going to be Demons Raw taking a big win, dethroning the undefeated EKC, and get to 2-2. Let's go, 2-2, baby.
Let's go.
Right. A strange season for Demons Raw, but it's looking like they're coming back with a vengeance, every bit as powerful as they were before, ready to start crushing games like they used to. So we are seeing the gap between teams like Demons Raw and the other teams close, but in the end, Demons still on top.
That's right. Well, speaking of being on top, we have an exciting show at the top of the hour, top of the series. Showtime versus Sad Boys going to be up next. So that's the last you're going to be hearing from us for tonight. But Yoshi, is there anything you want to say before we pass it into a break and then to our next casters?
Hey, don't go anywhere. This is going to be a crazy match. I've been looking forward to it all day. Strap in, and we won't see you soon, but 2 other casters will be seeing you soon. So see you then. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Rat Recap, where the opinions are made up and the strikes don't matter. This week was actually 3 weeks ago, but a combination of football fever and Rivals Addiction, no, not that one, delayed our release a tad. But worry not, as my mind is a library of competitive Mega Strikers, and NASL is merely a book waiting to be read. Modern Magic came away with another surprise upset, taking down Fluffy Bangers behind a generational goalie performance by Juno Extraordinaire Pensando. Modern did what any rational team starting the season 2-1 with a win on the current reigning champions does, and completely blew up, leaving Carmine the sole original player with subs turned starters. Insert redacted information here, I'm not sure if it's public or not. Meanwhile, Cosmic Calamity squeaked out a win in nail-biter fashion, making them the second team in NASL history to beat both Sad Boys and Demons Raw in the same regular season. It is actually the second time Cosmic Calamities has defeated Demons Raw, making them the only team in NASL history to never lose multiple series against Raw in the regular season. The only common factor here is Natty. So, Natty, whenever you can, share some of that secret stuff with the rest of the class. Small note, Kainu role swap during the series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Speaking of undefeated teams, EKC achieved a clean 2-0 against RTF, securing them a 3-0 record. Soren had his midfield debut, filling in for Katsuna, while substitute The Fool held it down in the box. Small note, Soren role swap for all of this series, a thing I'm sure won't happen again. Showtime won their series 2-0 against a totally normal Bun Bun. Oh god, they all role swapped. Bun Bun has gone. Goalie to midfield, midfield to brawler, and brawler back to goalie. Although game 1 was pretty one-sided, the reborn Bonanza showed some flashes of greatness in game 2. Let's hope they realize that potential before they are completely out of the playoff race. Finally, the Sad Boys, not wanting to be outdone by Demons Raw, also lost their series this week, and did so in the first ever Rat Recap Witching Hour, where wins become losses and losses become wins. Bozo Bunch stole victory from the Claws of Feet not once but twice, making comeback wins down 0-2 and 1-2 in games 1 and 3 respectively. At least they won't be lonely boys down in the 1-2 range with Demons and Fluffy Bangers. That is it for the Rat Recap. See you the day after, 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 tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody, to Week 4 of the North American Strikers League. We've got one more matchup coming up tonight, and that is going to be Sad Boys taking on Showtime. I'm Gordo. I'm joined by Borg for the last cast of the day. Borg, long time no see, man. How are you doing?
I'm excited. I mean, come on now. Game or set Series 5, we get to have the last game of the day. It's been a whole season since we've casted Gordo. I mean, what a better time to start than Week 5, right? Or Week 4, rather. They're right in the middle of the season, basically. So, yeah, excited to bring up, honestly, probably, I would say, the most exciting series of the day, too. I've been watching all the games. I think pretty interesting ones so far, but come on. A Sad Boys versus Showtime, and a Sad Boys that's back on the rise now, too, after a pretty rough start early on in the season. How can you not be pumped for this match?
Yeah, you got to be excited for that one. I mean, they are coming in off a loss to the Bozo Bunch, technically, in their last Nassel game, but definitely been on the come up as of late, so going to be quite exciting matchup here as we kick things off on Night Market. Also, getting word here from the stats team, the Joker has scored 497 goals so far in Nassel matches. That means he needs 3 more here to hit the milestone of 500, so we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Eesh. I mean, Joker overperforming as usual in the stats category here. But we actually do have slightly different roster swap here today. Fiery will be playing Brawler in here and Joker on the midfield. But starting in this first game on his probably most comfortable midfield in that Estelle goal scoring machine on this character. So I don't expect to see him slacking in that department whatsoever, Gordo.
No, definitely not. As we get into kickoff for game number 1. This looks like it's going to be Barcode getting pressured right off the bat, losing out on one of those barriers, but Fiery and Joker going to be able to move it back in. Onto the bottom, taking themselves a barrier of their own. Fiery with the top spin, nearly going to be able to send it in for a second, and more of this Rune getting picked as of late. Vaughn, happy to pick that one up here, Borg.
Yeah, Rune, definitely a lot more popular than it was previously in these last couple of weeks of play. And then another surprise here is actually this Now goalie who I've been seeing getting picked a lot more recently. That I think if you tell me Now goalie's going to get picked by You Already Lose in Nassel about maybe 6 months ago, I would call you crazy. But hey, here we are in almost 2025 now with one barrier on each side, even up here in this first point on Night Market. And just taking a look at some of the awakenings here, we got pretty much primetime all across the board except Vaughn with the Magsouls and Castellast, which is an interesting combo here, and Barco just accidentally dropping that strike. Now open goal for Showtime. Sad Boys have the opportunity to bring this core in for the first point.
Definitely, and they will be able to open on up the goal on the opposite side, though. Showtime keeping things even with open goals on both sides. That Vanish lasts so long with the Castellast, though. Nearly going to be able to take Fiery right off the map, but able to hang on for the time being. Still going to be continually getting aggressed on by Bells as they want to find this KO. Joker with a last-minute flip, going to be able to keep that goal from going on through. And now Fiery wants to take a breakaway opportunity, but Vaughn going to be able to disrupt it, take it back away. That's a KO found onto the bottom, and a power play achieved for Showtime. Fiery survived for long enough, and now it's Showtime with the chance to score. Joker still firing off piercing shots, getting it over to Fiery, and there's the crooked leverage. There's the poke into the bottom. First goal goes over to Showtime.
Yeah, interesting decision there from You Already Lose to not burn the flip. I think he might have been just a little bit unsure if the flip would have actually reached the core there, so decided to just save it anyway. It's first point, doesn't matter too much. Vaughn is about to have flip as well, so you have really good energy economy going in to this second point, and now you're getting a KO immediately, followed by another one from You Already Lose on the Now. It's a double KO power play with that flip, so a great usage of it from You Already Lose there, opening up the goal on both sides, ready to put in this ball, and Barcode just cannot cover every area of the goal there. Great point there from Sad Boys.
If any team is going to be able to go in and convert there, the 3 versus 1 scenario, it's going to be the Sad Boys. Good job by Vaughn to keep the energy economy going as well. Doesn't get overeager and start using those resources when he doesn't have to. He knows and trusts that his team is going to be able to get the passing plays on through and put them into a position to be able to score when there's nobody else there to really stop them. Although, right off the bat, Fiery taking a double barrier onto the bottom and looking to be able to convert this one all the way through. Bells on a breakaway up the top side, though. Going to be able to take one of those barriers and open things up just a little bit more for the Sad Boys. Fire coming in from the back on it. You Already Lose, trying to keep things softened up and keep opportunities flowing for the rest of the squad to be able to take these barriers. And there's going to be Bells, and Vaughn with the flip he saved last time is ready to close in an instant. 2-1 Sad Boys.
Yeah, great usage of the flip there. Waited for the perfect opportunity, found the goal. Pretty much wouldn't have got the goal otherwise because that goal barrier was opening up. So great shot from Vaughn there. And just the matchup of these comps is really interesting because of how explosive it is, right? You don't think of explosive when you see that Rune necessarily, or the Now goalie or the Mako, but with how they interact with each other, and with how incredibly good the Kazan is into the Now goalie here, it's going to basically come down to a lot of these rounds lasting really a couple seconds. You're going to be seeing a lot of maybe 50 seconds of back and forth, and then all of a sudden both barriers are going to go down and the goal's going to happen. So going to see a really explosive game here. Bells now trying to make use of the Centauro, also yet another incredibly flashy character, getting that other, oh no, getting a perfect barrier there. Barcode messing up a little bit as the pillar actually gets it back in.
Yeah, I mean, nicely placed by Vaughn. Knows where to put it, ends up getting paid off on the back of that strike, and bounces right back into where it came from, and that's into the goal once that barrier is already taken down. And draft number 1 going to give Vaughn that first pick.
Yeah, and I mean, literally, as I was talking about it too, Gordo, we get that last barrier and then immediately the goal yet again. We saw that in, I think, 3 of the 4 points. Just pretty much both barriers go down into an immediate goal. So interesting draft here. Fight or Flight going to be going to the Rune, giving the extra speed. Now you basically have Slick Kicks and and Mag Souls, which definitely feels really strong as a midfielder in general. Catalyst going to be going over to the Zentara, which is incredibly useful. Fiery's going to start sparking it up, which might not mean too much right now, but could mean a lot later. And Joker taking that new, now in the pool, peak performance back in the meta. Probably one of the strongest awakenings in the game, so definitely not too sad there. But both barriers are already immediately down for Showtime, and they got to watch out because Sad Boys are on a tear right now, Gordo.
Yeah, already with the double barrier. Bells with the dash. Takes it down into the top after faking bottom, and another quick goal for the Sad Boys. It does make it 3 in a row for them, and they're getting real dangerous here.
Yeah, Sad Boys, like I said, on a tear. They are putting full gas on as Bells already coming down on this side of the map, just putting no end to the pressure onto Showtime. Showtime need to find a way to slow this match down and give pressure back towards the Sad Boys.
A dash up from Fiery, trying to get on in towards those barriers, takes the top one. Vaughn going to be able to help assist on defense down on the bottom side and give Bells the opportunity to move in. Goes in with everything, even the flip, but left the core behind, so wasn't really able to come up with too much. A double banish found by Vaughn, and Bells getting another crack at it now as Vaughn sends it right back into his hands, moving it up towards the barrier. Barcode clears it up towards the top, but it comes back on in. Vaughn playing both sides, both top and bottom here, and every time sending it right back in for another shooting opportunity. What a ricochet off the center. Vaughn playing to his peak right now. That was actually You Already Lose. I'm completely losing track of things here, but what a goal regardless.
Yeah, You Already Lose, using that Now heal and teleport, the Now ultimate, to go to Vaughn and then use his flip in order to find that goal. So that was a little confusing. It took me a second to realize that as well there as Showtime. Oh, they finally get a little bit of momentum going, but Bells just shuts it down as Joker goes down to that Zentaro eye rush. And now Sad Boys on another power play, Gordo.
Yeah, the flip comes through from Bells. Nice block from Barcode there to buy them a little bit of additional time. Joker stepping on up, trying to take that one. Won't be able to come up with it, and there is going to be a real chance here to be able to close out. They do move forward, get themselves another one of those Oni's blades to be able to take that second barrier. Joker with a nice piercing shot, though, going to be able to take up that barrier and going to be able to open things up for his side. And they really need to break this loss streak right now, Borg. It's starting to really run away from him. But Bells has other ideas. Another KO, another goal, and a 3-0 set to Sad Boys.
Yeah, shout out to Bells on the Zentaro here, really finding maximum value out of these secondaries, getting so many KOs, just even in that last point. And even when they're not getting the KOs, the timing on them has just been so perfect that it's basically going right to the point of where Vaughn and You Already Lose are bringing the core up, right? Exactly what you need to use on that ability. And now he's going to have more of them as he gets the perfect form. Probably one of the best awakenings on Zentaro. Some people might say, oh no, why not Explosive Entrance? Blah, blah, it's so good. I mean, you don't really need Dash Awakening that much on this map. If you see how Bells is playing, he is in Barcode's face 90% of this game. Another thing to note here, actually, is the spark denial from Vaughn and You Already Lose, taking it away from Fiery, which still gets size in the end on the Kazan, so you can't be too sad about that, but not going to be getting sparks this game. Sad Boys do not want to risk any more of that nonsense. Barcode getting that 1-2 punch not going to mean too much, but maybe Joker with the hot shot's going to mean something, but not that primary, as You Already Lose is stuffing it away immediately. But Bells going down to Fiery. Showtime might have an opening here.
Yeah, going to be able to get himself a little bit of an opportunity. Showtime, they have done their best in this match so far when they have been able to achieve those power plays. They take one barrier, perfect pitch, going to send through a second one. They get the second barrier as well. Open goal now for Sad Boys. Showtime looking to close out here. There's going to be the crooked leverage back in from Fiery. Can't quite take it into the goal here, but only scored one all game long. They really want to get the momentum back into their favor. That double banish from Vaughn, though, has been a killer. Just takes them out of the play for so long. Bells gets to take advantage of the opportunity to get some progress done onto these barriers, take some shots up towards the top one while he's at it. Fiery, though, with a KO, takes Bells off the map and now gets the chance again for Showtime to be able to make something happen here. Barcode going to pass it over to Fiery, looking to get the reset as he moves in forward. Flip comes out of You Already Lose. Will be able to save the goal for now. And there's another pillar ricochet to take the second barrier. A flip, a shot from Vaughn with the banish onto Barcode. There's nothing he can do, and it's another goal for Sad Boys.
I mean, Sad Boys are feeling themselves right now, Gordo. That was insane. The incredible patience from You Already Lose into the perfect clear up to Vaughn that gets not only the barrier, but the perfect banish shot with the flip into the goal. I mean, there's really nothing Barcode could have done there. He didn't even have a Vade for that play. So well done to Vaughn, and great pillars as well here to start the momentum quick off 15 seconds into this point 2 of the third set. Sad Boys really just not putting anything on the brakes right now. They're losing that barrier. They don't care. 3 people on the other side of the field. Not really going to get much, actually, though, as Fiery goes down low. They're trying to look for anything, trying to look for a KO, but Showtime is holding strong still.
Keeping onto it for the time being. They do withstand that 3-pronged attack, and Fiery, nice little dash in there, going to be able to send it into the goal. And not how I would have predicted Showtime to break the loss streak, but they do break it. They do still not have a goal for Joker, who's still trying to hit that 500 mark, by the way. But
yeah.
And any goal's a good goal right now. Any goal's a goal, as they say.
We take those in the business, is what they say. Gordo has great play from Fiery there, bringing them a little bit closer. And now finding a KO, Fiery might be the difference maker in this game, Gordo, as he's getting a lot of value from his abilities. Now needs to get it past You Already Lose, but the pillar is just there to stop it. Vaughn has just been on top of these pillars all game.
Now second barrier falls. Now a big opportunity to move forward. KO taken on in by Joker. And a chance to be able to score their second in a row here. Fiery with the poke, can't quite get it onto the core, but he's not done yet. Looks for it again. Crooked leverage back in, another shot. You Already Lose, holding on the whole way through and will not give up anything. Another double banish comes through from Vaughn, and Snare Drum's going to hold Bells outside of the play for a little bit longer. Fiery low on HP, going to get taken out by Bells on the top side. And an opportunity on the power play for Sad Boys now. Flip and clear out from Barcode. Nobody quite there to disrupt it. 3 seconds to go until the Kazan's going to be back on the field. Pillar not going to be able to send the core back on through, but Vaughn going to be able to get back a hold of it either way. And now it's moved up towards Barcode, clearing it out yet again. You Already Lose trying to assist on out with Vaughn and Joker in their chances to be able to move on in, or Vaughn and Bells rather. The banish on away. There's going to be the double pillar, takes both Fiery and Joker low. No KOs to be found yet, but Fiery already staggered just after respawning a few seconds prior, and Vaughn with the flip still available, just trying to put himself in favorable positions. Perfect pitch going to clear things back on out. Joker has the flip for himself. Vaughn already used his earlier. Look at that pillar to be able to send it right back where it came from, open on up the goal and give the Sad Boys a chance to be able to score. Bells ricochets it off the bottom. You Already Lose, sends it back through. Vaughn passing it on up. KO found again. The Kazan cannot stay standing in this game, and it looks like Vaughn and Bells are looking to be able to set up a chance to take it in towards the goal. Moved up to Bells, back down to Vaughn. Another pillar placed. Bells at the bottom corner. Pillar sends it back through, but they hang on.
Great clear from the entire team of Showtime here, but don't hold your breath as anything could happen. The flip from You Already Lose stopping the hook from Fiery, and another clear from Barcode gets it in, but You Already Lose could not get there in time, and the pillar just could not get in the right situation there. I mean, Barcode actually with the clear goal. We take another one. I mean, Showtime just barely hanging on and managing to find some of these clutch goals, but this is exactly what you need, Gordo, in order to start a comeback like this.
Absolutely here as now we're getting on in towards the witching hour in game number 1. Need to start seeing some actual wins coming on through for the side of, not the Sad Boys. I don't know why I'm trying to say Sad Boys Showtime, as they need to be able to find their way into this goal more frequently. They need to be able to keep their members standing, or they're just going to let this one slip on away. One more goal to be able to get them into a set number 4. Sad Boys still taking it away, though. They're still forcing on through. Bells with the flip, not quite going to be able to send it into the goal, but Bells keeping the aggression up, knocks away Barcode, opens up a firing angle for Vaughn, and they take it to point number 5.
These fillers are making me grin, man. I mean, these are so good. I actually met up with Vaughn. A little inside information here. I met up with Vaughn in my hometown. He was passing through. We did an escape room together, had some ramen. It was a good time. And he actually told me, he said, you know, I was wondering, because I am a Sad Boy sub. I said, when are you letting me in? You guys aren't looking so good. He said, don't worry. Might need you later on in the season, but right now we got this. And he's proven it right here. The rune is looking incredible. And Bells on the Zentaro is putting so much pressure through, not giving Showtime any break whatsoever. Fiery now staggered on the side of Showtime. Joker trying to find his first goal here of the game. Not quite gonna get much here as YardyLoose holding it down. The pillars as well helping out. And man, it just feels like almost an inevitability for Sad Boys to get a KO. And here we go. They get a first, get their first, take it away, Gordo.
Yeah, they lose out on the barrier, but the aggression is still coming through, and Vaughn sends it home. It's going to be the Sad Boys taking game number 1 in dominant fashion. Some small breaths of life from Showtime at the very end, but what a performance from Vaughn here on the rune, and great performance across the board for everybody on Sad Boys.
Yeah, thanks for that. A little bug in my throat there. Yeah, great performance from Sad Boys there on Night Market. 15-minute Night Market, which usually, I think that's a little under the average time on that map. Not sure what the actual statistic on that is. Don't know if we really need it or not, but usually we see longer games on that map, especially with 2 teams. I would say that are fairly even in terms of skill and performance, and especially accomplishments in recent times. But just taking a look at the statistics, I mean, both teams were actually doing fairly similar amounts of damage, with maybe the slight edge to the Sad Boys, but the thing that was really putting it over the edge was actually the Now goalie that just kept everyone at such high HP, so that you see the difference in KOs from 5 to 9 actually there. Just makes such a huge difference in getting the amount of power plays, right? I feel like whenever Sad Boys got a KO, it actually resulted in a goal. Whereas Showtime, it was more to even up the score, or rather to even up the playing field and try not to lose another point, right? Showtime was just playing not to lose, and Sad Boys had their foot on the gas the entire way through, Gordo.
Absolutely, and it's such a kind of traditional division of labor coming through on the Sad Boys, at least with this composition, right? YardyLoose always there in support, always able to guard up against some of these breakaway shots whenever Fiery trying to get out there to try to make a score happen, or a shot from the Joker with the piercing shot coming in from cross field. But Vaughn always leading in redirects, really handling everything in that department and keeping core control for the rest of the squad. And then Bells dishing out damage, picking up KOs. Is what you want to see from the Sad Boys, and they're really firing on all cylinders, at least today.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. It is a best of 3, right? It is a full series, not just one game, so anything could change. And I'm expecting to see a little bit of a change now going on to Showtime's map pick in the Clarion test chamber. Definitely a little bit more of a, I would say, dynamic map than the Night Market. Which has historically been very, very strong for Sad Boys, who I feel like have run that map all the time. Night Market and Atlas Map are probably some of their 2 most played maps in the entire history of the roster, right? Besides maybe some Oni Village on the side. But yeah, Clarion coming in here. I'm expecting to see not much of a change of a comp for Showtime, but maybe see Joker on something that can maybe carry a bit harder. The problem with the Estelle is that as flashy as it is, it doesn't actually run the midfield quite as well, I feel like, nowadays. It's definitely, with some nerfs and some buffs to some other characters, it's kind of faded a little bit as a character. So I'm expecting to see Joker maybe on a little bit more of an impactful character. Not sure what that would be. Obviously, Joker hasn't been playing the midfield in a little bit, so don't know really what he favors nowadays, but I'm excited to see a change-up coming in this next game.
I am as well. Clarion Test Chamber, always an interesting map to get to check out when it does end up in the rotation and actually getting selected rather than banned away. Showtime going to be the ones who make the call this time around that this is what they think they can challenge on. Does look like it's going to be a Big Fish and the Spark, the cooldown Spark. So quite a interesting start here. Does really incentivize you to go for maybe some of those more size-centric characters, especially when you're also on Clarion.
Yeah, and then the Sparks really could make a difference this game. You pick Spark and you have a really good first set. That's immediately could be 2 Sparks in, which is incredibly already super strong, especially with that cooldown Spark to start. I would say probably the weakest Spark to start with. Cooldown, like a little bit of cooldown, really doesn't do that much for you. Just because, you know, of how it works with when you're actually getting a second off with the number of cooldown reduction, you're really getting nothing off that one Spark. But once you hit that 2, it jumps incredibly. It's like you almost have, I'm not really sure a good comparison. It's not quite rapid fire, but like it's maybe like 2/3 of rapid fire on all of your abilities. So it's really strong once you can get a little bit of that stacks, once a little bit of the Spark stacking rather. We're actually going to see an Octavia ban. They do not want Joker to take over this game. Showtime banning the Kai. All the speed going off the board here, Gordo. Speed incredibly strong in a lot of these other series, but taking it away for now. I would say Sad Boy is actually going for the Kazan this time. Fiery looked pretty good on it, but just wasn't quite able to make a difference on the pick. I'm surprised really to see them take it away. Maybe Bells just favors it on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Bell's definitely looking like he wants to get his hands on that one, and team happy to oblige him. It will be the Rasmus, another big size user, and the Estelle coming on through for Showtime here. So looking like that's likely going to be the pick for Joker here, is that Estelle run back. We'll see how he's going to be able to perform on that one. As we get into our second game of the night before too long, it's certainly going to be a set of picks that we've seen time and time again on Clarion. We'll find out if they're going to be able to change their fates now with the Rasmus added in, because there's that Rune again from the side of the Sad Boys.
Yeah, Rune back in here, and the Estelle back as well. I did, just talk about why you maybe shouldn't pick it, but looking a little deeper, I mean, it is Clarion, it is a new map. I'd say the Estelle is a little bit better on this map for sure. The Night Market, definitely more of a Rune Kingdom type map, but I guess we'll have to see how the matchup goes on this map. Was it just Night Market? We'll have to see. Joker definitely not wanting to go down now, but looking a little difficult now as Amy gets locked in 4 you already lose. Probably historically the best on the character in the goalie position. So excited to see that here. And I think the Amy on a couple of these Clarion maps is super powerful. And then look at this though, Gordo. Barcode on the Atlas was tired of getting KO'd, so he decided, boys, bring the core forward, I got you.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to be there to serve out, to help out the rest of the teammates as well, where it's really been the KOs on midfield and forward that have really been starting to hamper them up over the course of game number 1. See if that extra survivability is going to end up making a big difference for them as they look to see if they can outperform the Rune this time around. The Aimi and the Kazan, though, definitely going to add so much mobility to the Sad Boys composition. Add is a strong word. The Zentaro pretty mobile as well, but still going to remain quite the issue for them as they look to see if they can adapt to what Sad Boys have been throwing at them in game number 2.
Yeah, I actually really like the adaptation for Showtime here. Fiery, I'd say definitely a lot more comfortable on the Rasmus as well. One of probably his best characters. And, the Estelle now maybe gets unlocked with how much more pressure Fiery's actually going to bring to the table, and with the saving potential of that Atlas in the backline as well. So hoping and looking to see Joker get a little bit unlocked this series, or this game rather, and bring us to a game 3 here, Gordo.
We'll find out. Everybody taking the assignments we expected them to take here. It is going to be Bells on the Kazan, Vaughn on the Rune. None of the old Rune goalie or anything like that coming in to make an appearance. And, of course, Fiery going to be piloting that Rasmus, keeping Joker over in midfield for the day. Going to be trying to fulfill the role that Joker more traditionally fills for him, as they don't appear to have Shianzu on the day.
Yeah, no Shianzu, but hey, can't let that stop you as we're getting into game here. Looks like we're going to be split here. 3 with Big Fish. It'll be the Estelle, Rasmus, and the Kazan, and then the rest have that spark of focus. So definitely take that into consideration for some of these drafts. And already Sad Boys picking up where they left off, getting both barriers here, Gordo.
Yep,
And the goal.
finishing
And the
off
goal.
as well. Look at the pillar from Vaughn. I mean, it's not a surprise. When you're on form, you don't lose it in the couple of minutes it takes to do another draft usually, and Vaughn's still firing on all cylinders here. What a great pillar placement, and he's been scoring goals like that all day long. Doesn't look like he's going to be slowing down for game 2.
Yeah, definitely not slowing down. Barcode gonna have to figure out this rune a bit more, but how can you figure it out when Vaughn's been pretty elusive with how these pillars have been going? Hasn't been doing the same thing twice, and it's definitely been working. Now gets it caught in this top corner here, but Joker gonna help keep it out for now, as Death Touch not gonna do too much here, other than displacing Vaughn for just a second. 2 barriers to 1, gonna be 1 barrier to 1. Now nothing, Barcode had a little bit of an oopsie, and Caleb, or rather, you already lose with that Firewall Sentry going to be profiting with both barrier takes and maybe the goal, but no, a great stop from Barcode.
Wow, really good job from Barcode to be able to hang on to that one for now and keep the clears coming on across. Fiery trying to move in towards that top barrier with the opportunity bought for him by his goalie, but Bell's continuing to section him away from the play. Astral Projection to send the core back on through Fiery, not quite able to get that pendulum swing off in time, but does still manage to secure himself the barrier. Now with an open goal advancing towards You Already Lose, who will be able to clear it back away with the strike. Vaughn with the flip available, and you got to watch out for these pillars. Passes it to himself, but Barcode will be able to flip it in time and send it back on out in the clear. Another Astral Projection to try to move it on away, but Bells is ready and in position, dashing forward, sending it through, and taking the Sad Boys to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it feels like Showtime have a little bit more, at least that point, definitely felt like they had a little bit more presence, a little bit more pressure. But man, it just feels like Sad Boys is taking advantage of the mistakes a little bit better than Showtime is currently. But as I say that, a great conversion on both his barriers for Showtime.
Oh,
Joker
nice!
with the flip now, followed by the piercing shot, gonna get it right through Vaughn into the top corner. Hey, I mean, a little bit of caster curse there maybe, but well done from Showtime.
498 for Joker there, as he does manage to get himself on the board for the first time tonight. Really nice interaction there, though. The little fadeaway piercing shot to be able to send it on in and get themselves on the board. So Showtime not out of this one yet. Still very early into game number 2, and Fiery able to take the double barrier into the pendulum swing, forcing out the flip from You Already Lose to be able to hang on. There's going to be the Banish coming out across. Van going to be able to take that center orb, be able to get that extra size and that extra damage that comes with it, but not going to be able to take too much. The KO off the bottom and the top spin, and Bell's moving on in to be able to move in towards this barrier. Not been able to get back into an aggressive position has Showtime since they got the double barrier earlier, and now they might not get the chance. Vaughn takes it into the goal, 3-1 on the scoreboard for set number 1. Sad Boys keep it rolling.
If Sad Boys can keep the point going, this just gets more and more scary for Showtime. These rune pillars could strike at any moment, and these banishes as well. Getting that top barrier from that double banish, incredible play here from Vaughn so far this entire series. Peak performance now going over for Bells. Gonna struggle to die. Has a lot of stagger and a lot of speed now from that Awakening. Joker gonna be denying that spark actually now. So no sparking here. Gonna see Catalyst on Vaughn gonna help a little bit, but not be doing too much. I would say the Deadeye on the Rasmus, not really what you want to see, but it does work with Big Fish on pretty much all of his abilities except for his secondary, so not a wasted Awakening there. And then I'd say honestly the best Awakening in this entire pool here is probably the Aerials for You Already Lose. Getting that a lot more range on that dash, and the primary is just so incredible for this Amy character on goalie especially.
Wow.
We're going to be seeing a lot more pressure, as we're seeing right there with both barriers taken immediately.
Yeah, really well-placed topspin from Bells, and now looking for the juke out. Does move back in with the crooked leverage, back up to Vaughn, back down to Bells. But neither are going to be able to move it past Barcode here. Cosmic Expanse going to buy him the space he needs, and Fiery with the Whiplash sends the core right back through to open up the goal for the Showtime side. Banish does connect, but only for a short period of time, and there's Vaughn right in there with the Shadow Swap. Takes it into the goal yet again with the flip.
Yeah, it feels like every time Showtime have a good offensive possession, they are getting things from it, but they're not getting everything, right, Gordo? You Already Lose says you can take 1 barrier, you can take 2, but you're not getting the goal, as every time Sad Boys now gets the opportunity on an open goal, it feels like it's going in. Barcode can only do so much on the Atlas, at least with the Awakenings he has now. They need to find just a little bit more conversion. I think Joker needs to walk up just a little bit more, but it feels like he can't, as the Kazan is just doing so much to Barcode right now.
Yeah, I mean, Joker needs to be there to use all of his defensive resources available to stop this one from going through. They need 2 goalies in the arc when Bells and Vaughn are the ones who are aggressing towards them, and even that might not be enough as they're setting it up yet again. Fiery, using the Deadeye there, gets a big KO on the bottom at a max-range Pendulum Swing, and that might be that little saving grace that Showtime need to be able to fight back in here. Fiery picks it up with the Death Touch, sends it into the bottom corner, and ties things up in set 2.
And that might just be what Showtime needs. Maybe Fiery needs to come back a little bit, apply some pressure on the forwards from Sad Boys to give yourself a better offensive position instead of trying to fish for that core, because the core hasn't really been coming to you. Ooh, a triple banish, though. That's going to be huge for Sad Boys. Not actually going to be too bad as they only get 1 barrier here. Second one eluding them as Barcode with a great stop on the strike war. Bell's now looking a little low, going to have to back up and get that orb. And now Showtime have a little bit of breathing room at this point. Might be able to do something with the...
Here's going to be a full-fledged assault in towards this last barrier, but Barcode hangs on to it. Cosmic Expanse still doing its job and allowing them to buy the additional time. There's going to be another banish and a potential KO on a Fiery, getting stuck inside the goop and KO'd off the bottom. Bells brings him in with the crooked leverage, gives Rasmus a taste of his own medicine as there's going to be the flip coming through from You Already Lose, trying to set up for another barrier up on the top side. Joker doing his best to clear it out with the Crystal Thorns. Bells is in there, though. Double barrier, keeping it in close quarters, not able to take it in, but finally the top spin will find its target. Bells has the flip available, but doesn't even need it. It's another pillar from Vaughn, and it's another point to Sad Boys.
Right as you think, oh, Showtime found the clear, what a great save, there's a pillar. I mean, there's just no stopping these offensive possessions. The Firewall Sentry, plus everything from Kazan, and then you have pillars on top of it. It's just so deadly whenever it gets to the defensive side of Showtime. And now Vaughn getting that middle orb, getting all his abilities back, and the size, going to be doing so much. Sad Boys has the energy economy as well. They just want to end this set now.
Yeah, not looking like a team that is 1-2 right now are the Sad Boys. They are really bringing everything to the table here and looking like one of the strongest teams in the North American Strikers League. Now going to be losing a barrier pretty early on here, but still looking to get that offense set up yet again. We've seen how dangerous it could be, and they get a KO. They get 1 barrier, they get 2 barriers, and it just all happens at the same time. The Showtime squad is reeling as they cannot pull it back together and hang on for very long. Now still trying to hold out from the goal itself, but both barriers already down, making that all the more difficult. Joker setting up for another piercing shot. Can't quite get it into the bottom barrier, but won't be able to find anything for it. Now going to be back on offense. Bell's looking for the poke, can't quite find it. Goal arc is empty. Joker filling in his sub-goalie for the time being as Sad Boys looking to close out the point, get it past the piercing shot. In comes You Already Lose, and in goes the goal. Sad Boys 2-0 in sets.
Kazan getting that size from the orb in the middle, just putting so much pressure with that open umbrella primary onto Barcode. Cannot escape that death as we're getting into this next draft, and this could be a big one here as extra special on the Amy is deadly off the beginning of these rounds here, but Fiery gets rewarded with a little bit of size, gets that double size awakening now, so maybe Fiery can be the key for Showtime to get back into this game. Rapid fire on these still definitely going to help as well. Barcode get another spark, going to get a little bit more cooldown and agility rather on his character. Definitely a good draft for Showtime here. I would say pretty even across the board, but I'm a little bit scared of that extra special on these Amy turrets. It's going to be very, very hard to break through some of these kickoffs.
Definitely is. So find out if that last draft has been the recipe that Showtime need to get back involved. Fiery certainly thinks so, as he gets a great 1-2 combo there, taking the barrier into the pendulum swing for the goal.
Yeah, I mean, double size. There you go. That's basically all you need to profit on Rasmus. Has everything he needs to carry this game and definitely has been playing well so far, but needs to figure out how to just involve himself in some of these plays a little bit better, take some of the stress off of Joker and Barcode by scoring and finding a lot more of these barriers. Has been doing well so far. Gets a barrier there for his trebles. Estelle looking for the second one, but Yordi Lu's going to be blocking it for now. But it actually is going to be Barcode at the strike shot there, getting the credit for that second barrier. Pillar not quite going to find it. A Showtime keeping things even, trying to defend this last barrier with their lives, Gordo.
Yeah, doing a good job of holding on so far. They keep the barrier, which is more than they've been able to do in most of these sets. And with a goal opened up here in the Sad Boys' face, they have the chance to be able to sneak one through at any time, especially with some of the range that they bring to the table with this Estelle. If Joker can find a well-placed piercing shot, could take it right on in. Instead, it's going to Fiery. He uses the flip, doesn't quite land it on towards the core, but does push away the enemies. The flip going to come on through from Barcode, passing it down to try to bounce it off of that corner, getting it back into Fiery's hands. Sentry's a little late. Fiery picks it up again, still can't take it through, and instead it will be the Sad Boys holding on. Bells gets the pass on up to be able to take that second barrier. Joker going to pierce it, shut down, but now still aggression from Bells. Top spin not quite going to be able to take its way into the goal, and it's going to be Bells trying to take it in on towards it now. Barcode clears it out with the astral projection, and Vaughn coming in for support, but it's Bells again with the hook back in and the push right back through. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Sad Boys 2 goals away from a win.
Yeah, last I'd say like 20 seconds or so, Bells is fishing for that goal, but Barcode was stopping every single try that he possibly made. But finally, you give him enough tries, Bells will always put it in. He is always an ever-looming threat on that offensive position. Middle orb, not quite going to get there. Looks like Vaughn's going to pick it up, gets all the cooldowns back. And now Showtime, we're in for a little bit of trouble here as a flip from Bells. Not quite going to get the barrier there, but saving coming through from Showtime. Actually going to defend for now. And it looks like an offensive possession is going to be coming in from Showtime here. Maybe a little bit of a counterattack is what they need.
It's definitely what they need, but will the Sad Boys give it to them? They have not been able to really push it in towards the goal arc, even in the entire possession that they had there. Astral Projection still coming in to try to assist, but Fiery just can't get his hands on it. He's getting run around by the superior mobility of the Sad Boys comp, but a double barrier, a 2-for-1. That's what the doctor ordered for Showtime as they get themselves back involved. Joker coming in to intercept to the bottom side. You already lose, pushing it in towards the side of Showtime. And Joker trying to move it back on out. Fiery with the whiplash advancing forward. Banished away by Vaughn. Able to dodge out on that one. Joker moving in onto the bottom. Goes in for the flip. Bounces it around the pillar. Sets up for Fiery yet again. But the shot cannot come through. It's Joker coming in on the top side. Trying to move it on in towards the goal arc. But the opportunities are not presenting themselves. And You Already Lose is hanging on to the goal.
Hanging on for now. You Already Lose doing a stellar job at keeping it out. Vaughn helping out with some of these pillars as well, but Fiery just really wants this goal here. Joker getting that middle orb here. Fiery looking for a double flip now. A little bit scared from the Sad Boys, but managed to defend it for now as Bells looking to 1v1 this goalie, but not quite able to make it. Barcode is holding on for his life, and Joker, 499, Gordo, gets the piercing shot right through Vaughn, and it's going to go into that bottom side. He wants that 500.
He wants it, and this is the way that you get it, by getting back into this game number 2. Otherwise, you're waiting for next week, buddy. Let's see if he can get them into a set number 4. If Sad Boys can turn this one back around. Fiery with another nice death touch back into his hands, into the goal arc, into the pendulum swing, into the second barrier. Fiery making it happen on a single-man assault to take both barriers for the squad. But Vaughn moving it in on the opposite side, going to be able to take one of those barriers, but it's the flip from Fiery. He did all the work. He gets to take the prize. 3-1, Showtime.
Hey, they did it, Gordo. The tourniquet has been applied. It definitely hurt to watch, but we finally got back into the game here. Whew. I mean, Look, I might be a sub for Sad Boys, but I was full Showtime that set there. I want to see a game 3. I just want to see more of this match, to be honest. This is incredibly exciting as we see some of the Awakenings getting picked away here. Joker getting a little bit of speed. Barcode gets finally a lot more cooldown there with that prime time. Definitely going to be looking up there. Perfect form on the Amy, going to be helping. Ooh, Castellas, though, now going to be
Vaughn.
on the Vaughn. I mean, I don't know. These banishes have been so incredibly strong. I think Showtime's been dodging a lot more of them recently, but if Vaughn gets one good banish, I mean, that could mean death or a goal immediately as we get right into this 4th set. One barrier down immediately as Fiery's trying to do something here. Gets one, tries to get the second, but not quite going to happen as there are 3 members of Sad Boys in their goal net.
Definitely, and we've seen how well Sad Boys have been able to do it playing around those cast last pillars as well as the banish, so Definitely a powerful tool to have in the Rune arsenal as they take their first barrier, but goal's already opened up. Barcode playing aggressively, moving in towards the bottom. Bells gets staggered and nearly gets taken out. Fiery with another chance to actually be able to make one of these shots happen. The KO comes through onto Bells. It's a power play for Showtime, and Fiery will be able to send it home. Into the goal, 1-0 Showtime, keeping their winning ways alive here in game number 2.
I guess all it took was that double-sized Rasmus, right? I mean, the matchup Rasmus into Amy is actually really good for Rasmus. You have that slight amount of range, so you can stay at bay from the Amy, and you're able to really punish a lot of her mistakes, but no mistakes coming in here as Ready to Lose gets both barriers here on with Sad Boys. Blinks forward, tries to get the flip, but not quite able to get it. Vaughn now with the flip, trying to look for something, but Showtime able to clear it out and get a barrier for their troubles. Now Fiery, has the flip right in the corner here, waiting out the pillar, being incredibly patient with this energy burst here. I really like seeing this here, but not going to be able to get anything through it. Maybe as another pillar comes down, another pillar. Oh, I mean, it's so hard to be Fiery right now in this game. Cannot find anything on the offensive side against the Sad Boys here, Gordon.
Yeah, needs support from the rest of the team as he gets banished away there. Bells sees his chance, dashes on up. Vaughn assisting with the barrier. Bells able to find his KO with the top spin. And this power play, this is where Sad Boys want to end it. They take themselves the goal and tie things up in set number 2. Once again, 2 more to go for Sad Boys if they want to walk away with the win right here.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Sad Boys can stay in the point, keep their barriers up. It looks incredibly good for them. As I say that, one barrier going down immediately for both teams, actually, here, Showtime and Sad Boys. Top and bottom barrier respectively, rather. Estelle trying to do something on the top side, but Sad Boys has all 3 energy bursts here, Gordo. They could look to make any sort of flashy play, but I think they really just want to make as much use as they can with those flips, as we're finding Bells might use it here, tries to get the goal, but managing to find the last barrier. Not quite the goal yet, as Vaughn with the flip tries to get it down to that bottom side, but nothing gonna happen yet as Showtime defend.
Oh, Bells nearly snuck it in there, but Joker able to save it with a last-second strike. Still got to keep their wits about them, though. Bells and Vaughn are not done yet, and You Already Lose looking to get involved. Bells dashes on in, another top spin, and that'll take it through the elusive. 2-1. Sad Boys, 1 more goal to close out the series and the game.
Yeah, Showtime have a lot cut out for them, and I feel like this is going to be a fast point as we're already seeing the Firewall Sentry come out, but a great defense there for Showtime, and now they're on the offensive. Gordo trying to make full use of everything here with the flip, getting it forward. Rasmus trying to get as much as he can off the bouncy walls, but nothing is happening quite yet. I'm surprised this lasted this long, even though it's only been 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, great defense from Vaughn and You Already Lose, just keeping this point going for longer, giving themselves an opportunity to play some offense, and getting some resources back from all 3 energy bursts being blown in that last round. There is going to be a second barrier falling on down. Fiery setting up for a chance at a goal. Isn't quite able to take the shot, though, after it opens on up. Flip comes through from Barcode, going in for the bottom, trying to set up for Fiery on a pendulum swing. KO is found. Sad Boys at a numbers disadvantage. Showtime looking to get themselves to a 0.5 in this set. Joker looking for goal number 500. Can't quite find it here yet, and You Already Lose able to clear things out as the respawn comes on across. Sad Boys want to make him wait for next week, but there's the goal. That's Joker's 500th goal of all the things that could have happened. It's off the bounce.
Off the bounce with a double strike whiff. Hey, we take those, as we say in the business. That's 500 for Joker, so congratulations there, but you still got a job to do, young man, as it's 2-2 in this set 4. They need to bring this to a set 5. And right now, they have an offensive possession in order to do it, but be careful because the Kazan does have that size orb.
Oh, there's the banish, and they shot at being able to clear things out or extend the game for both sides on the line here. Sad Boys needing to move up to 2-2 and wanting to do it in dominant fashion here. They take that second barrier. They open up the goal. They're looking for the shot. but they can't quite get it through yet. Vaughn going to be able to use that flip, tries to bounce it down to Bells, but a little unpredictable with all these tiny pieces of terrain. The flip comes through from You Already Lose. He's not going to be able to make good on it. Fiery going to be able to find his KO, and a flip from Joker going to clear it back out past Bells. Sentry turret for the additional defense. You Already Lose going to be able to hold on for the time being, waiting for this respawn from Vaughn in just about a second. Vaughn's back on the field, but Fiery's been able to take that bottom barrier, now setting up with the pendulum swing to be able to take it on into the goal, but not able to find it. Still hanging on. Piercing shot from Joker. That would have been a much cooler 500 one, my man, but he'll still take it. He'll extend the game to set number 5.
Hey, maybe we miscounted. We'll call that 500. That was way cooler.
Sure.
I mean, the perfect prediction on that top side clear. I mean, Joker's locked in now. I think Showtime has found the win con. They're finally getting a lot from here. And now, I mean, are we going to see a 3-size Rasmus here? No, right? I mean, what is he going to take? He takes the Egoist instead, does not need any more size. Hot Shot going to be going over to You Already Lose, who now has a lot of cooldown reduction. That's the Spark of Focus, the extra special, perfect form, and now Hot Shot. I mean, this is going to be a tough nut to crack, as it has been all game. And with Rasmus ignoring this size, now it opens up Bells, now getting his second size awakening on the Kazan. I would say this is pretty good for both sides here. I'd say Barco getting Twin Drive is really good as well on the Atlas. We're just in for a good old even game here of Omega Strikers. I think the 3-2 was pretty showing up how close this game really is here, Gordo. And now with the KO right off the bat, we're going to see which team can win and take this either to a game 3 or bring Sad Boys up to a 2-2.
Well, double barrier found there for Showtime. Sad Boys still trying to muster up a chance to be able to take point 1 and still haven't been able to get their way into that bottom barrier. Banish from Blonde, going to be able to buy them a little bit of time. They move it in down towards the bottom and still cannot quite get access to this barrier. The Atlas is just so difficult to move, and they need the support from You Already Lose, but the danger has been omnipresent. They are able to take down Fiery. That power play should give them the opportunity. It's so tough for them to get through these vents, though. It's so stealthy and no way to actually see where they are. Banish lands on a 2, but it's also out of the core. Beautiful timing from Bells on the maddening descent. Takes the barrier, damages 3, and what a goal from Bells! Perfectly timed, takes it in.
Pop-up, I mean, getting that goal on the top side. Bells, that was pretty much all you with the help from the pillars as well, but man, it took that much to score on pretty much just Barcode. That shows you how insane this Atlas build really is with the Primetime Twin Drive and the double Spark cooldown. Lots of cooldown coming in for the Atlas. Lots of chances are going to be given to Showtime to actually win this game. It's all up to the offensive duo here of Fiery and Joker in order to carve up Sad Boys just a little bit and find some of these goals, but it's hard when it's just on your defensive side over and over again as Kazan gets that last barrier. Now You Already Lose blinking forward, trying to get something, but not going to be committing the flip just yet, and now giving Showtime just a second to breathe, but not much more.
No, I mean, Bells is really looking to win the game right here. He's got somewhere to be tonight. He does not want to get into game number 3 territory, and he is playing like it. A flip comes on across from Joker, ricocheting off the bottom. You Already Lose, passes it over. Bells looking to be able to take a shot on goal. Joker right on top of him. Bells dashing for more. Fiery sends it back away, and will hold on to the point for now. Sentry turret coming in for the support, really setting up for another shooting opportunity. Bells can't quite connect with the crooked leverage. Vaughn back on the field, looking for a chance to be able to shift in and make a play. Gets back on over another intersection from You Already Lose. Can't quite set up for the goal there either. But Bells with another shot, not quite able to take it through. First barrier falls for the Sad Boys. Flip used from Vaughn, passes it to Bells! Right in the corner, 2-0 Sad Boys.
Yeah, Barcode was covering the down shot, but Bells found that little sneaky spot in between Joker and Barcode on that top side and able to put it up 2-0. Not done yet. They still need to put this away. One barrier is a great start and a good pillar to try to keep it forward for now. But it looks like Joker's actually going to be getting that middle orb, which should help Showtime a little bit more. But a great pillar and a great Atlas ult in order to save Fiery there from his impending doom. Two barriers down now for the side of Sad Boys. Showtime looking for a first goal in this set. Let's see if they can get it. Not quite able to do much with it so far as the Sad Boys defend.
Definitely really, really close to being able to make the score happen, but Sad Boys still hanging on. 3 chances in a row to close out the game here and avoid a game number 3. And Bells with the drive-by, and there's You Already Lose to take it home. A 3-0 set for the Sad Boys. Showtime hang on valiantly, but they will be defeated in the end. Both teams move to 2-2.
Both teams 2-2, which is, a little weird, seeing as how incredibly strong both these rosters are. But hey, still first half of the season, not quite over yet. Both teams, I think, Showtime finding their footing later on in that match, playing incredibly well, but just was not able to finish it off as Sad Boys. A little hiccup in the road there on that game too, but able to finally put it away. Pretty dominant game one as well. And just look at these stats. Look at how much goal participation in from Vaughn and Bells, just on everything. I think a lot of the Showtime goals are one of them finding an opportunity, finding a mistake during any of the defensive possessions of Sad Boys. But if you look at Sad Boys, it looks just like a team effort all the way around, right? They found a lot of these power plays, and off the power plays, they found so much pressure. And look at the damage, too, from You Already Lose, 43,000 compared to the next closest, which was Fiery at 36,000. So well done to Sad Boys getting 2-2. And actually, You Already Lose apparently scored his 100th goal during the first game of that series. So congrats to him as well.
No, very nice for You Already Lose. So a couple of
Goalie love
milestones
there.
there. Joker hits the 5-hundo. You Already Lose hits the 1-hundo. The difference in positions these two have played, that definitely accounts for that, I think, a fair bit. But
Oh, yeah.
what a great career so far for the both of them. And what a great series between them. Happy to get to watch these two squads face off yet again, Borg. Happy to be back in the cast with you, my friend. So this has been a good day of Omega Strikers and really heating up to be a close of Season 5.
Yeah, heating up. Finally, I think teams are finding their form, figuring out where they want to be. A lot of interesting wins, some surprising losses as well today. So season's getting pretty close here, Gordo, and I'm excited to be back in full swing for it as a pretty banger game to come back to. So I think that is about it. I believe we'll be going to a post show. Anything else that you want to say? Actually, I'll say it first and you can bring us out. Happy to be back. Thanks everyone for watching. Make sure you stay tuned though, as we do have things coming up, and I'll leave it to Gordo.
No, check out that post show. We'll be back.
Out.
We'll be back with the post show in a couple of minutes. I got nothing else, but
all right.
Happy to be back as well. See you guys in a week personally, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes here on stream for the post show.
Hello everyone and welcome to the post show. I've got 3 of the winners from this week representing Cosmic Calamities, Return to Form, and the Bozo Bunch here with me. Hello Threezy, hello Leo, and hello Jay. Threezy, first of all, big win. Cosmic Calamities still undefeated. Any thoughts on that matchup?
New map pool this week. After a little hiatus, I was wondering if we are going to keep our momentum up from the first 3 weeks. We scrimmed it out, labbed it out, and yeah, we just picked up right where we left off. Had a interesting time on Inky Splash Zone, surfed it up, and then had a fun game on Clarion. This Juliet character is so fun to play. So shout out to Leo. Also, he replicated my performance. Same map, same awakenings. Crazy. But yeah, had a ton of fun today.
Yeah, going back to the Inky Splash Zone, that map's been out of tournament for basically forever. How is it just immediately playing on that one?
It was interesting. I've always thought that map was cool. At certain points, I thought it was bad and good, but I've kind of come around on it. I think it adds a certain amount of depth to it. To OS that's not on other maps. I think drafting is super interesting on that map, so kind of figuring that out was kind of fun. Yeah, I don't know. Surf's up. It's a fun map.
All right, Leo, big win today. Return to form, perhaps returning to form. Well, what are your thoughts on playing against this Bun Bun Bonanza team and the rest of the season in general?
I mean, it was a fucking bonanza. What else can I say? It's always fun going against them. I mean, like, I've been going against Liari for a minute. Their roster is always fun. I mean, Scyther is Scyther 12. That guy's a Strike Warrior. Yeah, I mean, it was fun. My team was pretty hype. We were having a lot of fun discussing the drafts because new map pool is pretty fun. And coming back from the break, we weren't sure what we wanted to play. But yeah, pretty happy with the win. And then for the rest of the season, I mean, hey, return to form. Ooh, yay. That's all I pretty much got. You know, we'll see. Hopefully we grab a few more wins.
Yeah, and what was your reaction to the statement in the chat by a certain Lob City member? Congratulations on your first win since March 23rd, 2024.
I mean, let's just say the streets aren't safe.
Okay.
And that's all my Tims.
Well, next up, Jay, looking like the MVP in the win against Modern Magic for the Bozo Bunch. How was it playing with the Bozos in Nassau this week?
It was fun. I wasn't expecting to really play this season, but Gret was busy, and actually getting to play was pretty awesome. I got my supposed one trick, and had a great time.
You got your supposed one trick and your self-proclaimed actual one trick as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So, getting to play both my picks is very different considering NASA likes to permaban both of them. So I was happy to be able to play comfort picks. And I worked very well with Drop Auto and Breads, which was really nice. We scrimmed a couple times. It was kind of on and off. Our warm-up was kind of shaky as well. But during the actual games, felt very nice. So.
All right. Anything else any of you three want to say? I'm kind of feeling like setting a Nassau record for shortest week right now, so kind of want to wrap this one up quick.
I brought some shout outs. Casters, all the casters today were fabulous. Envy and Lego Mage. And then we had Ian, Zyoshi and Tech. chef's kiss, and then finishing it off with Borg Gordo. Like I said this in chat, we're so back. All the casters, what a great job. Shout out to my teammates, we're 4-0. Oh yeah, Cosmic Calamities on top, baby. Shout out to Leo Leon, this guy played like a beast today. Made me proud. We've been talking a bit throughout the season. I'm rooting for his team. And then shout out to J-Dog also, continuing the streak of Ember's Flame players to play for Boza Bunch and succeeding. Feels good to see subs boss up in Nassau.
All right, Leo. Anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to say?
I mean, 3Z already stole mine, bro. I was gonna shout out 3Z. Yeah, we've been chatting a lot. We've been having a lot of fun. Ever since LAN, we've always had like funny DMs back and forth whenever we play. It's been fun. For knowers, shout out Fresas and shout out Drones. Knowers know. I mean, shout out Bestie and Slot. You guys, like, the server's looking nice and clean. Big plans for the future. I mean, you guys got some cool stuff planned. I'm looking forward to that. Although I don't play these new games, you know, it'll be fun to watch.
All right. And, wow, Grimella cited in the background. Anyway, Jay, anything you want to say before we sign off for the day?
I mean, yeah, shout out to like all the Boza Bunch subs. I mean, our subs have 100% win rate right now. We're kind of showing up, you know? And shout out to Ember's Flame playing tomorrow on stream, NASA. You know, you should watch. It'll be exciting, you know. We'll bring back our negative record. And yeah, I mean, that's all I kind of got.
All right.
Yeah.
With that, thank you everyone for watching yet another week of the North American Strikers League. We had a bit of a long break. Definitely enjoyed the break. We're gonna have another break after 2 more weeks of Nassau, and hope to see some more Mega Strikers action tomorrow with NASA. So make sure to tune in on Sunday as well. Thank you everyone, and see you soon. Goodbye.